dear fucking god. Buy the Doom Elite controller. Those custom Elite controllers shoot up in price like fucking crazy after launch. So if they sell out, they go up like crazy high. Like the Master Chief one, I think is over $400 now, and the Gears one, I think is close to 1,000. So yeah, the Elite looks way better than the limited edition one, bro. Like, here. Do a comparison real quick. Bro, like, look at that. This is like translucent plastic too. So like the red is see-through, so you can see the internal components of the controller. It doesn't really capture well in like the rendering, but that's all like translucent plastic, so you can actually see like the controller components. So that shit's gonna look absolutely fucking fire in person. Like, it's gonna look incredibly good. And then compare it to this, which, yeah, it looks fine, but it kind of looks childish, you know? This kind of looks like a kid's toy. This is a man's controller, bro. That shit looks fire as fuck. Like, but that, dude, that looks fucking dope. Like, I really like this controller a lot. Yeah, this will go up in price pretty dramatically, I have a feeling. So, I've already pre-ordered 3. I might get another one, but I'm not sure. Yep, their controllers are the thing that actually sells for Xbox. Like, their controller, that's the reason why Xbox's, like, hardware revenue is not, like, completely dropping off a fucking cliff, and that's because of the controllers. So, you know, their controllers sell really well because people use them on PC. Will I use it? I'll probably use one for myself, and then I'll sell the other 3, like, 4 or 5 years down the line when they're really expensive. I'll just put the others in storage. So, I still have my Halo Elite controller, so. But yeah, that shit looks really good. I am not feeling that, bro. Like, that just is... eh. That looks so much better. Infinitely better. Especially with this being like clear plastic where you see red, it's gonna look really cool in person. You can take the back buttons off. You don't have to use them. The nice thing I like about the Elite controller is the trigger stops. That is like a genuinely nice feature. Trigger stops are fire. Especially if you're playing shooters. Like, I hate the adaptive triggers on PlayStation, personally. Why would you make it more difficult to pull the fucking trigger? It makes no sense. But, yeah. Anyway, yeah, there's my consume moment. I'm not getting this, but I have 3 of these pre-ordered already. There's no deadline, but I would go ahead and put your pre-order in. They don't charge until it ships. So you'll get like the actual like charge when they actually ship it out.
All right,
so
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
just
right.
go ahead and put your pre-order in on a credit card, and then you don't have to worry about it. They'll charge you, I think, in late March, or maybe I don't know when it comes out. Actually, here, let me check. I don't know when it releases. I didn't actually look. Let me check. Oh, April 25th, so next week. Or not next week, the week after. No, that is next week. Okay. Yeah, next week. So yeah, I would go ahead and put it in. But just in case, it'll probably sell out, I would imagine. But yeah, I'll use this for my new Xbox controller since I only have a normie one. I have a box of Elite controllers behind me that I don't use. But yeah, I'd rather use this. It looks cooler. It looks cooler. I still need to get the black DualSense Edge too. That is something I do need to buy at some point. But, you know.
I can't afford this shit!
All my controller money went into these, so that'll be my big controller purchase. I mean, this is a better investment, so. My Aerith PS5 controller? Well, I don't know about a PS5 controller, man, but, you know. I do have a little something. Since you asked. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to them. Like, if you check the price of the Gears Elite controller and the Halo Infinite Elite controller, they're worth a shit ton of money, so they go up in price over time. Now let's see her topless. Shut the fuck up, bro. How dare you sexualize Aerith? She's too pure for that. You misogynistic pig. Nah, she's praying that Tifa will no longer be so mid. But then she realizes, oh shit, the only way for that to happen is to be removed from the game, because as long as Aerith is around, Tifa ain't shit. But yeah, I really like this controller, man. It looks nice. They're doing a good job with the, I mean, even the console wrap doesn't look bad, but just the idea of a console wrap is fucking retarded. Like, why not just make a custom console? Like, fucking not. That shit irritates me, man. I don't want a fucking, like, glorified piece of cloth on top of my console. Like, just give me an actual custom console. With, like, bro, imagine how sick this shit would have been. Alright, here it is. Hold on, let me see if I can open this real quick. Like, this is what the sleeve looks like. Imagine if this was, like, an actual console. And this was, like, a big, like, clear LED lit up, like, panel on the console itself. Like, you took the front panel of the console, put, like, red translucent plastic, put little LED lights, like, a corner there, there, and there. And then it also shone onto, like, the internal components. How fucking sick would that be? Like, why does Microsoft not fucking do anything cool with consoles anymore? They used to have the best custom consoles. Like, that shit would be so fire, man. Like, charge $650 for it. People will shell out money for that. I would buy 2 of them. That would be so fucking awesome. You would actually sell consoles. Like, that would be awesome, bro. Like, but yeah. Missed opportunity. Yeah, I'd buy 1 to keep and then 1 to replace my current Series X with. Alright, so I figured we'd go ahead and start off by reading this just absolutely 500 IQ.
Alright, awesome.
You know,
Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Or I'm sorry, Tricknology 360 degrees take on the Yakubian Samurai. Alright, so let's see. Bro, I've watched up to 3547 of your video. I'm not judging because you're just giving your opinion. And you're entitled to your opinion. But personally,
awesome. Thanks, nigga.
when it comes to your view of Yasuke being the best samurai, why is it a problem? Why couldn't an African go to a foreign land and become the greatest at what said African chooses to become? Last time I checked, us black folk are always counted out and do better than every other race. Absolutely, man. Africa is a shining example of that as a continent. Do you forget it was a black man who you colonizer learned from, stole from, killed, or enslaved? Well, it doesn't sound like you're the best at whatever you do if you got enslaved and killed. But, you know, that's just my 2 cents. I feel like if it were a white dude who was in the game, you wouldn't have any negative thing to say. But that's just my opinion. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. Flight to Wakanda right now, please. Thank you. Like, bro, the glazing over Yasuke is crazy. Like, let's just take a minute to think how fucking retarded this shit is. Yasuke is in Japan for what, 6 months? Maybe? So in the span of 6 months, not only does he learn to speak fluent Japanese, but on top of that, he is literally the best samurai to ever exist ever. In the span of 6 months, he has mastered the sword that people have spent entire lifetimes learning. Like, bro, it's just so idiotic. It's so idiotic, bro. Yeah, Japanese, like Chinese, is deliberately difficult to learn in order to prevent peasants and or slaves from learning it. So, yeah, it takes like decades to fully learn Japanese. Especially like ancient Japanese. Like they have whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know the actual like character like alphabet names, but there's like the more modern version of it, which makes it a lot easier. But like the old school Japanese language was literally designed in a way to prevent the common man from being able to read and write. So yeah, it literally was something you had to learn over the course of your entire life. Deliberately so. You just booked a cruise to Somalia. Have fun, man. Have fun. This might be a genuine Black Hebrew. Possibly, man. You know? There might be. I wish they remade Rapunzel so I can hear them say, let down your extent. Nah, let down your weave. E-Man with the 20 finish Advent Rise. Yeah, I guess we can do that. That's fine. Also, how's it going? Pretty good, man. Can't really complain. I think I am getting sick, unfortunately. But other than that, I'm good. So, can't really complain. May 1st burst with the 5. Paris is hyping up the update to the Xbox cell phone app that lets you buy games on the app. You mean like Steam and PlayStation have had for like 10 years? Wowie zowie, man. Oh my god, so cool, dude. Forget Halo, I must consume mobile app. That's right, bro. I can buy even less games from the comfort of my home or, you know, on the go now. You can buy even fewer games on Xbox now, wherever you are. And let's see, Kai with the 2. Oh my god, I will consume that shit, bro. Yeah, that Doom controller's really nice. I was impressed. And the Rat Eye Advance Kicker with the 2. Subgriff bus broke stuck in New Mexico. R.I.P. Damn, man, that sucks. Yeah, that's the bad thing about buses, is they are definitely prone to breaking down. But hopefully you're not, like, stuck in the middle of, like, bumfuck nowhere. But I wish you luck on your travels, man. And Ryan Miller with the 5, the Democrat senator from Maryland went to El Salvador for the illegals release, but he got told to kick rocks. I mean, Democrats are in a... Yeah, like, imagine you're a senator of the United States. Instead of actually doing something worth a damn and worthy of your time, or, you know, servicing your local community, or literally just talking to people in your fucking state, you take a foreign trip to El Salvador to demand the release of a gang member who was in the country illegally, who was sent back to his home country. Like, it's almost beyond parody. It's beyond fucking parody. They're now petitioning foreign governments to enter illegal immigrants. Like, if this doesn't tell you how desperate they are for this illegal immigration shit, I don't know what will. Like, this is the most obvious fucking, you know, thorn in their side right now. It completely threw a wrench in their plans. You know, the whole goal of completely replacing the native population of the U.S. is the Democrats' 100-year plan. So, this issue no longer being popular for them and, you know, it actively being undermined is really, you know, throwing them off. And they're doing dumb shit like this. Tim Marco the 7, lefty resistance to Trump's policy and actions is dead. It's just social media posturing. You'd think they'd do street activism. Did you see the stat coming out of that Yale poll where it's like everyone, I forgot the age, 18 to 24 I think it was. Trump has like a 20-point margin among young voters now. And I think now he's like at his record high approval rating currently. So, bro, yeah, there is a massive shift going on. The narrative is completely falling apart on them. I mean, they're running around like chickens with their head cut off at this point. They don't know how to react. Let's see. Ascendant with the 5. Just pre-ordered mine. Nice, man.
Gaming. Griffin Gaming just did a super chat, said, gaming! Gaming!
And let's see, Run a Dog with the 5. They replaced this scene with the therapist in the show, word for word. It's terrible. Let's see. Oh yeah, I heard about, yeah, Joel's like old woman therapist or whatever who actually hates him. Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I was supposed to take her to the Fireflies and walk away.
Now the Federal Reserve is trying to scare markets. Yep. Well, the Federal Reserve is the enemy of the people, in my personal opinion. They completely, you know, undermine basically the people's will at every opportunity. They solely exist to enrich their shareholders.
Maybe I just wanted to do right by her.
Yeah, they should be gone. We shouldn't even have a Federal Reserve.
You found the Firefly. Because of her, they were actually going to make a cure.
Yep, instead it's him talking to an old grandma who belittles him and, you know, I don't know, bro. It's just so obvious. Neil,
Doctor, what are you doing?
Neil absolutely hates Joel, and it's so abundantly obvious. 7 Minute Man with the 2 just bought the Elite 2. Too good to pass up on. Yeah, I think it's a good buy, personally. It looks sweet.
I won't let you take her. This is our future. Think of all the lives we'll save.
I already replayed the Doom games kind of recently, so probably not.
Joe.
It's not really a need. I think it's a prequel anyway, so.
I saved her.
Midnight Mall with the 39 months. People complain too much about the Switch 2 price. Yeah, that's putting it lightly. That's putting it lightly. The problem is it's so profitable to complain about it that it's like, yeah, you kind of be dumb not to. So, it makes for easy content. And easy AdSense
either
revenue.
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Not him. That's him. That's a lot. What does Ellie know? I told her they just ran some tests. I told her her immunity meant nothing. And she believed you? I didn't say otherwise. We should head back.
Bro, they could have literally just taken the cutscenes from the first game and the second game and made it a TV show. Like, this is already looking... Like, this looks better than the actual HBO series. That's what's crazy, man. Like, unironically, the game looks better at this point. Like, that's the... I don't know. I mean, obviously the intention is to make it a fucking movie, which they did. They could have literally just put, like, the cutscene compilation on TV and called it a day. You know? No commentary playthrough, no HUD. It honestly would have been better. Uh-oh, more bad news, dude. Nintendo is freaking out over Switch 2 hate. I don't think so. But, yeah. DramaCastGuy is a objective source. Run a Dog with the 5. Ellie's ex-girlfriend that is not in the game. Oh, God. Oh my god, bro. Ew. Ugh. I mean, that's a more believable match compared to her and the actress that plays Dina. You know, like, this is more of Bella Ramsey's type, right? This is more of a match. That is fucking disgusting. So they got a Troon to play, whatever. Yeah, I mean,
All
this
right,
is
awesome.
a more
Thanks, Nick.
believable
All right.
pairing for Bella Ramsey, though, to be fair. Well, dude, the casting for everything is terrible because it's all about, you know, basically demoralizing the
subscribe, donate,
population
or get
into
the fuck
thinking this
out.
shit's normal. You know, put a freak show in front of enough people constantly, and eventually you'll think, like, oh, yeah, that's normal, dude. You know, it's completely normal to cut my kid's cock off. Yeah, everybody does it, right? I saw it on TV and in the movies and on the news, dude. Why wouldn't I let my kid do that? It's just all about, you know, just the 1,000 paper cuts that eventually, you know, get you to fold. You know, the first 900 don't hurt, but then the final one is what, you know, drops you down to your knees. Yeah, I mean, that's a trend across everything, is the uglification of media. So, and the uglification of art in general, architecture, music, everything, man. Every aspect of modern life is becoming more and more ugly. So... let's see. Silver Tongue with the 6 months. Joel did nothing wrong. Nothing exactly. But not according to Neil, bro. He's evil. Neil absolutely hates Joel, and it's just fucking funny. I don't know, man. He's so ass-blasted about him. It's everything that he hates. A straight white man that stands up for his... or I guess those he believes to be family. Midnight Wawa with the 5. Watch everyone complain, then having to make an apology video. That shit's gonna age like milk in the desert. It's just so funny. Yeah, there's gonna be a million of these videos like, the Switch 2 is good? I love the Switch 2. I was wrong about the Nintendo Switch 2. Like, you just already know. The videos are going to... and then everyone will be in the comments, at least they can admit they're wrong. Or, oh, you have so much credibility because you can say one thing and then say the other. And it's like, bro, classic manipulation tactic. So it's all about, you know, just hopping on the fucking current thing. You know, the Reddit-approved... the Reddit-approved opinion, whatever it might be that particular day. But yeah, all these people, including Yong, yeah... have probably already signed up to pre-order this thing. So, they're so full of shit. They are so full of shit. They will buy this thing as soon as humanly possible, and they'll have to walk all this fucking, the Nintendo Switch hates gamers. Like, dude, it's so gay. And then Midnight Mobile with the 2, Switch 2 is literally Bayonetta's voice actor all over. Pretty much, yeah. Everybody will jump the fucking gun and then look like a complete asshole on the way down. So. I mean, this is exactly what happened with the Switch 1, though. Everybody declared the Switch 1 to be a failure. It was the Wii U 2. Nobody wanted it. It was gonna flop. Blah, blah, blah. $300 is too expensive for a handheld. You know, Nintendo's gonna go bankrupt because now they don't even have a handheld to fall back on. It's just the same song and dance constantly.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Midnight Mowell with the 2, also getting lots of money in May. Very nice. 4080 or 5080. Well, it just depends if you can get a 5080. You might as well go ahead and get that if you can. But I don't know. It depends on if you're playing at 4K. I feel like if it's worth getting the 5080 versus the 4080. But if you're getting a card that expensive, my guess is you probably are already. But yeah, if you can get the 5080, I would pick that up, because obviously it's the newer version and they're similarly priced at this point. PS Plus price increase in Canada is crazy. Not really. The Canadian dollar keeps falling, man. The Canadian dollar keeps dropping. So it's like the Japanese yen, the Australian dollar. I think the euro is, you know, not doing too well right now. I think the pound is doing fine, actually, funnily enough. But yeah, the Canadian dollar has been severely damaged value-wise in the past decade under Ladyboy Justin. So, yeah, the yuan's dropping too. So, the Chinese are forced to devalue their currency because of all these tariffs in order for, you know, people to be able to afford Chinese goods, because, you know, realistically, China needs exports. We don't need to buy from China. We can buy from Vietnam, India, Indonesia, all these other, you know, Asian countries that have cheap manufacturing. The Chinese need to sell to us. So the only way they're going to be able to beat tariffs is by devaluing their currency, which means dropping the value relative to the dollar.
All right,
in
awesome.
order to make
Thanks,
their goods
nigga. All
more
right.
affordable, because if you're buying things in yuan, then your dollar gets more yuan, so therefore it's cheaper to buy Chinese goods as an American. But it also means their cost of living for their own people goes through the fucking roof. So it's a double-edged sword. Basically, the Chinese have to take the fucking hit, you know, domestically, which is why these tariffs are going to be effective against China long-term, because they are solely reliant on selling shit to other people. So their entire economy is propped up. So once that starts to kind of swing in the wrong direction, it can be catastrophic for them. Don't the Chinese use their neighboring countries as fronts to export their goods? Yeah, but the problem is with that is that they start cutting into their profit margins. So that's the issue. That's the issue. Is they'll start cutting into the profit margin, which is basically an effective tariff. So it has the same effect. Because the people who want to, you know, front the Chinese goods are going to want a massive profit to do so. Because they know the Chinese need them. So that's kind of how the market works. You know, it all balances out, no matter how they try to get around it. We don't have to make anything in America, though. We can buy from countries that aren't, like, actively trying to destroy us. Like, Vietnam is a massive manufacturing country that's taking over a lot of market share from China. You know, India, we have friendly relations with. Pakistan, we have friendly-ish relations with. Not the best, but better than China. I mean, we have great relations with Indonesia. They've taken over a lot of manufacturing, too. So we don't need China to make shit, and we don't actually need to make it ourselves. But we should be propping up countries financially that aren't actively working to undermine us on the global stage. We should be buying from countries that are looking to work with us, not against us. And that's the biggest sticking point of these tariffs, is China uses the money they make off of us buying shit from them in order to try and undermine American interests in the international, you know, landscape. So that is the harsh reality. It's nice to buy a bunch of cheap Chinese slop and then sell it for 10x the price and make a shit ton of money. Like, that's the appeal. Yes, when you have literal slave labor at your disposal, it's incredibly profitable. No fucking shit. But it's like, at the same time, are we willing to basically sacrifice Western civilization and the United States as a whole in order to keep buying cheap plastic crap that we realistically don't fucking need? So Ryan Miller with the 5, and the liberal media's coverage of these illegals and deportations is disgusting, and it's full-on propaganda. It's why their credibility is gone. They never had it to begin with, bro. Like, the thing is, there's only one side of the aisle that actually takes the media seriously, and it's been that way since probably, like, I would say 2012. So, I think most people are awoken to just how bad the media really is. And Brian K with the 2, the new Doom controller looks pretty sweet. Yeah, the Elite controller looks really good. I don't like the normal one, but the Elite looks really good. And the Backlog Gaming with the 349 PS5 was 1,300 New Zealand dollars here at launch, which is not 500 US. Well, doesn't New Zealand have like a massive import tax on electronics? I think Australia has that too. But I believe y'all have a very, very, very large import or value-added tax on foreign-made electronics. But I might be mistaken. Why is all the manufacturing in China? Because they have cheap Chinese slave labor. They have a population of over 1 billion. 90+% of the country lives in abject poverty and gets paid literal slave wages or worse to sit there for 10 to 16 hours a day working. So, yeah, that's why people build shit over there. It's dirt cheap. Every Chinese phone is literally a complete ripoff of iOS. Yeah, everything Chinese is a ripoff of some American or Western company. Or Japanese. Like, the Chinese just steal. But it's so cheap to make shit in China that it's worth letting them steal your shit. It's crazy, man. It's like actual, like, suicide, but prolonged suicide. It's stupid. All the Chinese I know are rich, because the only ones that would ever be allowed to come to the West are the wealthy ones. You know that if you're like a Chinese exchange student, you have to pay the government $50,000 or more just to leave the country on a student visa. So, yeah, the people who come to America are insanely wealthy. That's the entire point. So, yeah. They're from the upper class of Southeast China, the Han Chinese. But that is not a representation of the majority of the country. Right here, let's look it up.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. Average factory income. So the average annual salary for a factory worker in China is about 8,150 US dollars a year. So, 8 grand. They're making about $700 a month. So, yeah. That's like 90% of the population. The coal miners get paid even less, and they literally have the highest mortality rate of any industry in the world. So, yeah, $700 a month. It's like the reason why they have all those ghost cities. There's a combination of issues. They'll spend all this money building these cities that are literally made of like paper and fucking plaster that are junk. They're uninhabitable because of the safety precautions not being met, and they're literally inhabitable. Also, on the other side of the coin, there are all these luxury buildings that they built that none of the locals can actually afford. And what happens is a bunch of real estate investors come in, buy up all the units, and nobody rents them because nobody has the money to afford them. So, yeah, no, the Chinese have massive wealth disparity. Like, yeah, if you go to, like, Shanghai or Beijing or Hong Kong, there's massive amounts of money. But the rest of the country, complete abject poverty. So... How the fuck is my school paying me less than a child slave labor camp? Are you sure? That's the average salary. So think about it this way, dude. The average workday for a Chinese factory worker is not 8 hours. It's 16. Like, they literally sleep in the factory. They have bunk beds where all the workers go into like this big sleeping room of triple layered bunk beds lined all the way up across the wall. And they literally just sleep, eat, and work in that same building for like 2 to 3 month periods. Then they go home for a week and then they come back and start again. So that's the thing, man, is you're not thinking about it in like an actual realistic sense. Like, yeah, sure, you may make less at your job in the U.S. or whatever part-time. But the thing is you're not considering is that the average Chinese worker works 7 days a week. They live in the factory for months on end. And they're working around the clock, basically.
I know, math is hard.
So...
when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Yeah, Goddess Pokimane. So, yeah, the Chinese economy is one of the most astroturfed things ever, bro, because the Chinese spend billions to try and pretend like their country is in a better place than it actually is. In reality, the Chinese economy's fucked. Their country is literally a third world country with a first world coat of paint in certain cities that they have very carefully crafted in order to give this illusion of wealth and prosperity, which is not the reality for 90% of its inhabitants. So, yeah. You'll find wealth in every country on planet Earth, bro. There are millionaires in fucking Zimbabwe. But the problem is that wealth is not distributed whatsoever. You got motherfuckers in straw huts, and then you have motherfuckers in high-rise apartments. So, yeah. It's called wealth concentration. When you take all the money from everybody else and then concentrate it into a few cities, you can have this illusion of prosperity. Wealth is not well distributed in America either. That is completely false. You are retarded, bro. Do you have running water? Do you have electricity? Do you have a hospital near you? Can you get a job that pays you more than, what, $7,000 a year? Where you don't have to work 16 hours a day and live at your fucking job? Yeah, fuck off, bro. Alright, here we go. 5 minutes to think. There you go. Yeah, we have the greatest, like, The average person in the United States is wealthier than pretty much any other country's average citizen. So, our wealth distribution is incredibly fair. Yeah, the average American lives like a fucking king, bro. They just don't realize it. Like, we have it so much better than, like, 99% of the world. People want the Lamborghini lifestyle, but no work towards it. Well, the thing is, too, is, like, they'll see the quote-unquote Lamborghini lifestyle, and it's some dumbass who rented the fucking car pretending to be wealthy. Like, all of these influencers you see online are driving rented cars and apartments they can barely pay for, with a bunch of fucking clothes that, you know, they rent from luxury clothing rental companies to appear rich. Like, dude, all of it's fucking fake. There's literally places in LA that you can go and take pictures inside of a fake private jet. Someone literally made a business out of going and making fake private jets for people to take photos in. That is an entire business over in fucking LA. The influencer lifestyle is so fucking fake. Most of these bitches and people you see on Instagram and shit are broke as a fucking joke, man. They got no savings, no money to their name. They're barely able to pay their bills, and they're constantly just, you know, LARPing, essentially. But I don't know, man. Bro, they don't even have cars half the time. They'll spend all their money that they could have spent on a car renting one for a week. And then filming content with it. Yeah, and then people will spend, you know, $1,000 buying their influencer marketing course or whatever the fuck. It's like, Jesus Christ, bro. Nah, Jake Paul is legitimately wealthy. He was a Disney Channel kid, bro. He made money, so. No, Jake and Logan Paul are wealthy as fuck. Like, I'm sure Logan gets bank from WWE nowadays, too. Let's see. All Night Yahtzee with the 10. My bro is mad about the 50 series cards, AI, fake frames. I was telling him that the rapid advancement of AI, this whole issue of fake controversy won't be a thing before the 60 series comes out. Yeah, exactly. Yep, nobody will care. It'll be like a fart in the wind, bro. It kind of stinks right now, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, but give it enough time and it'll just eventually fade away, and you won't even remember it. That's most outrageous, though. You know, it's like when Apple removed the headphone jack. Remember that shit? Where that was like the end of the fucking world? And now nobody cares? Like, remember how big of a deal that was? I don't know, maybe y'all are too young, but that was like the biggest tech controversy ever, bro. Like, oh my god, they got rid of the headphone jack. And it's like, what does everybody use now? Bluetooth earbuds and headphones. And it's so much nicer because you don't fucking get tangled on shit. So, yeah, it was an overall net positive. Like, I much prefer having AirPods than actual, like, earbuds that are wired. It's way nicer. But, yeah. Let's see. So, Jethro with the 50 finished the rest of Advent Rising right now. Yeah, I have it open up on Xbox. And mute Brit again if she shows up. Alright? Because they're cheap and don't want to have to... Well, bro, you can just buy, like, AirPods. That's it. AirPods are like what, like $70 or something? They're cheap as shit nowadays. Like the normal ones are like 70 or 60 or something bucks. I don't know. They go on sale all the time. AirPods is 200? Yeah, that's for the pros. The AirPod Pros are 200 bucks, but the normal AirPods go on sale for like 60 bucks all the time. AirPod, what is it, the 3 or 4? Yeah, so the normal AirPods are 120 bucks, and if you get them on sale, which they're always on sale, they're like 70 or 80, I think. But yeah, you don't even have to buy AirPods. There's other options too. So yeah, 120 is not bad. So I don't know. I've had my current pair of AirPods for like 3 years now, so I haven't had an issue with them. They've lasted pretty well. Oh wait, yeah, let me pull that up too. Somebody just asked. I pulled this up. So yeah, Xbox support account is telling people that Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered is releasing on April 21st. So Xbox support is now officially confirming that the remastered is set to release on April 21st, 2025. And it is confirmed to be a day one launch title on Game Pass, which strongly suggests that it will be available for cloud gaming through Xbox Cloud Gaming. There you go. Direct from Xbox support. So, there you guys go. Yeah, a day late for Hitler's birthday, though. A day late. Dude, most of these conversations are just bots. So, it's probably just a bot answering the messages. Yeah, I don't understand the zero marketing decision for an Elder Scrolls game, but whatever. It's Xbox, man. It tracks with what was on the website, so looks like it's going to be the case. Alright, let me close out of this. I'll put you all over here. Xbox marketing is hot Cheetos, dog shit. Yeah, they don't do a good job of getting you interested in their shit. Maybe because it's trash. Yeah, I don't think it looks good visually. They ruined the art style of the original Oblivion. They butchered the art style. Like, the original Oblivion was vibrant and colorful, and it had like a watercolor painting almost effect to the landscapes, and you know, it just had a really unique color palette. And now it's like every other fucking brown and green Unreal Engine game. It's like, okay, wowie zowie, man. I guess we're playing Avowed now. How exciting. Avowed 2, baby. Oh my god. Can't wait to see how they butcher Shivering Island. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if they didn't even include the DLC? They're just like, yeah, nah, no DLC. Hopefully all the Nintendo bitches start, you know, keeping that same energy, right? Apparently it has a deluxe edition, so you have to pay extra to get some additional content. So it could be possible that the DLC is separate. I know horse armor is part of the deluxe edition. I think it's $40, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's full price. You're literally hot, dude? Hell yeah. Alright, we can skip this. Maybe. There we go. And then this one. Why the hell would I play shittier Oblivion when I can wait for the modded Oblivion to come out? Sky. I mean, that's a valid point, man. You know? You can always wait. Why is this dude stand like he got gaped? Because that happened earlier in the game. You just missed it. Griffin, you're right about Microsoft following Disney. They're going to nostalgia berry to extract cash. Yeah, no, it's the exact strategy Disney has. Buy a bunch of beloved IPs, run them into the fucking ground because they don't understand what made them popular in the first place. You know, oh no, we destroyed this IP, now we have to buy more to destroy further. And it's just like a never-ending cycle of destruction, basically. Where games just keep getting worse and worse and worse, and Microsoft just repeats the cycle, buying more shit just to ruin it. Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna suck ass when it comes out in 2050. I have zero faith, man. After Starfield, like, they don't even understand the Bethesda formula anymore, it feels like. Like, even that was, like, unrecognizable to me. Okay. What are we doing here? Microsoft should hire... Oh, yeah, dude. I would be a great fit for Microsoft's corporate culture, you know? I would be an amazing fit. Well, I mean, it would make no sense for them to make a Starfield 2 because they advertised it as, like, the infinitely playable game. 10 years... Or no, what? 30 years in the making. So there's no need for a Starfield 2, you know? It's already so expansive and large that you can play it forever. I guess I have to kill these. Maybe. No, the biggest thing Microsoft needs to do is just focus on making games fun again. Their games are genuinely not fun. And that's an issue. Okay, is this glitched? Or maybe I have to go this way. Yeah, okay, there we go. Dude, Phil Spencer has to have, like, the Epstein files or something, because, bro, that guy is never getting fired, it seems. Like, in any other industry, his ass would have been grasped by now. But yeah, he's got to have, like, the Epstein files or something, man, because he's, like, untouchable. Genuinely untouchable. He's a gamer like one of us? I guess so. Dude, he could be like Elon Musk and play or pay other people to play Diablo for him. Dude, we should expose him for the updudes, bro. Expose him for the updudes. Yeah, dude, Elon Musk is literally the most hated guy in my mind right now. I can't fucking stand it, bro. He ruined my entire life. And that's on God. I had a nice government job where I didn't even have to show up. And he took it from me. I guess it's not this way. Did I see the content cop on H3? No, I did not. I don't watch iDubbbz. I never really liked iDubbbz, so I never watched Content Cop back in the day regularly. I watched like certain ones, and I genuinely didn't really like them. I've never thought iDubbbz was really that funny. iDubbbz has like band kid humor. Or it's like slightly edgy, but not actually. He's still, you know, moral fanooks. Yeah, I saw like the fucking picture of him and Hassan, that fucking Jabba the Gut chick, and
Our data indicated that it would be
I
another day
forgot the
until
other
Ansible's
person, but
function.
yeah, he had like a bunch of lefties.
Recovered from our earlier attack and is currently charging for an emission. Agent 2 reports that Ambassador Kachel is en route from Eralt.
This message
Leafy
must not
was
be
better
sent.
looking than iDubbbz, despite iDubbbz calling him ugly. Yeah.
I'm receiving multiple
Well, that's. I think that was the biggest thing, though, that, you know, Leafy was retarded on. Is Leafy was normal looking. It's just he let the fucking jokes get to him.
Our plans have changed.
Like, if he would have just come out and said, like, yeah, my chin's fucking disgusting, blah, 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 and just played it off, like, nobody would fucking care.
The Seeker artillery must be in our hands before the fleet
But it's like he
arrives.
actually, like,
I will
tried to
take
defend
Sergeant
it.
with
It's
me into
like,
the
bro,
tower.
it's not that big
Thanos,
deal.
You will lead the remainder of
Why
the
are you
squad
worried
to
about a
Temple
physical feature that another man doesn't find attractive? It's like, just call him a fucking fanook and move on with your life. You know?
There are several new patrols guarding the entrance.
Just say, sorry, I'm not your ideal
We must
twink.
take
I'll
these
try to be
patrols quickly
fuckable,
and leave
or I'll
no
try to be more
survivors to run the
fuckable in my
base.
next life for you.
Our goal
Like,
is at the
done.
other end
I
of
don't
this
know,
battle.
man. Like, who gives a shit? Like, why do you care if another man finds you attractive or not? So that was his undoing, in my opinion. It's his inability to just, you know, laugh it off. and just move on from it. Because, like, that was a big proponent of his response, was the fucking Shin shit. Like, not every guy is gonna look like a fucking Greek, you know, Adonis, bro. It's just, I don't know. Am I streaming Marathon? Not if I have any choice in the matter. I'll grade a copy to put next to my copy of Concord, but that'll be it. Yeah, there's a lot of homo shit that goes on YouTube nowadays where it's like, you know, my YouTuber has to be my favorite YouTuber has to be the most fuckable twink. Like, I don't know, man. Personally, I prefer when YouTubers don't show their face unless they're an attractive chick. Like, I have no desire to get a close-up shot of some fucking middle-aged man talk about video games. Like, personally speaking, like, I've never understood the appeal of face cam videos. Like, unless you're like a 8 out of 10 chick, I don't need to look at you. So, I don't need to count the pores on your nose in order to hear you talk about gaming news. Shit, I'm gonna die. Can I not go in there? Oh, okay.
Guys, you know, shouldn't
they like to look at themselves when they... Yeah, I don't know.
Sacred.
There's definitely an ego aspect to it, probably. A lot of people genuinely do want to be famous, so...
Make no mistake,
I don't know. Personally, that whole concept does not appeal to me. The idea of getting, like, recognized or people walking up to you and shit, like, yeah. Not for me. But there are some people who like that shit. They want to be, like, famous and recognizable or whatever. That's why a lot of these YouTubers will do, like, their fucking gaming convention panels and shit. It's like, bro, why? I don't know. Yeah, I would prefer being behind the scenes. Like, I would never want to be, like, a politician myself, but I would want to be, like, an advisor. That would be more my desire. Like, I'd never really want to be the CEO either. I'd rather be on the board or something like that. Okay, I could make that. YouTubers really think they're select. Well, yeah, I mean, to a degree, they kind of are. Like, you know, once you hit like 1 million+ subs, you're like a micro celebrity. Like, there's a lot of actors in Hollywood that don't have that many followers. So, yes and no. But, you know, they're not like genuinely famous. You know what I mean? They're not, I don't know. It's not the same thing as like an actor or something. Unless you get to like an extremely high level.
10,000 years, human. It will hold for a little longer.
This incursion ends here.
Human, if we can just break through and put those doors at our back, we might be able to stem this tide.
Floating down the staircase.
Surrender and die.
The Hollywood guys see big YouTubers like Logan Paul beneath. Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree they are. So it's not the same, like, type of fame. Because, yeah, a bunch of kids on the internet know who you are, but, like, you know, adults and old people and stuff like that, you're not recognizable. So you only hit, like, certain demographics. You're not as, like, all-encompassing. You know? Because you have to be, like, in a certain niche to watch a particular YouTuber anyway.
What is this?
Yeah, Mr. Beast is probably one of the very few people that ever broke into the mainstream, because now he has, like, a show on Amazon. So that's, like, you know, that is breaking into the mainstream outside of the internet bubble.
It is a heavy weight you carry, human. Epochs of history, the tides of war, the blood of nations. All of this is laid at your feet.
But how can I possibly be held to? I mean, it's not.
Logan Paul and WWE. Yep, that's another good example. I think he has a TV show now, right? Doesn't Logan Paul have like a whole ass reality show? I remember seeing something about that. I'm not sure if it's airing yet or not, but I saw it got announced. Dude, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at Africa. That continent is fucked. The governments are so corrupt there, and the people are just so uneducated and just, you know, primitive that they don't fucking stand a chance. Like, you're talking about, like, people who try to eat a fucking soccer ball if you kick it in their direction. Trying to stand up against their, you know, warlord class of government who could fucking mow them down while they chuck rocks at them. Like, yeah.
So long.
You can't help Africa. Literally, you cannot.
Yes.
The only way to help Africa is to go in and completely wipe out the ruling class and insert, like, a westernized governmental
All right, awesome.
structure.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Which, as we see with South Africa, when you do that, the fucking local population still tries to fucking kill you, even though you lifted them out of the fucking Dark Ages. Or even worse, the fucking, you know, Stone Age in a lot of cases. Like, there's a reason why South Africa is the only habitable majority black African country. And it's not because of the native people. It's because the British completely overhauled that country. And ever since, the British have been, you know, exiled, essentially. It's gone to fucking shit. I guess I just jumped down. Oh, shit. Nope. Well, North Africa's not sub-Saharan African, so it's a different ethnicity. North Africans are more Arab or white, or closer to Mediterranean, if you want to get specific. Alright, so you can do that. Oh, shit. Ooh. Barely. Oh, did I backtrack? I guess I did. Yeah, I backtracked. Fuck. Alright. That's why I couldn't get over there. Yo, what the fuck is this new ability they just gave me? So you like dash? Oh, I guess that's good. You have to be targeted, which maybe is not the best.
To get that grate open.
Stand back.
I had not realized the conveniences accompanied with
Well, the thing is, dude, is what was considered prosperous 400 years ago is the exact state that India is at right now. So this is the problem. Is there are some cultures that just are not capable of, you know, moving to that next level.
You are brave.
And that's just the reality. And up until modern times, there was never like this sense of guilt about conquering people or taking them over or removing them and taking their land. Like, some cultures are just incapable of advancing past a certain point. Like Islam, prime fucking example. They will hit a brick fucking wall when it comes to advancement like nobody has ever fucking seen. Like, the Arab mentality is one of the most destructive and, you know, just idiotic, for lack of a better term, because they believe in destroying everything that doesn't 100% align with their, you know, religious ideology. So there's just certain cultures that are incapable of advancing because of the, like, you know, beliefs and values and, you know, just ways of life that they practice. So it's a number of different reasons. So there's a reason why, you know, the Native Americans were on this earth for as long as the Europeans. But why the fuck did the Native Americans turn out to be spear-chucking Neanderthals, basically, who were ripping kids' hearts out on the top of their pyramids, sacrificing to the fucking sun gods, while, like, you know, all these, you know, I guess, American colonist types or whatever were, you know, circumnavigating the globe, they were sailing across oceans, they had advanced technology, and, you know, most of the natives didn't even understand, you know, how to, you know, make steel. Something so basic that was like common fucking knowledge 3,000 years prior. So there's just certain, you know, individual cultures that are just incapable of progress for whatever reason. But yeah, I don't know, man. The all cultures are equal nonsense is fucking retarded. I cannot fucking stand that mentality. It is just a complete fucking lie. There are cultures that are better than others. And that is not a controversial statement to say that. Western culture is by far one of the most, you know, beneficial cultures to the average person in the history of humanity. Hands down. The average, like, you know, standard of living has never been higher for the average person at any point in human history than it is right now under current Western civilization. We have lifted billions out of poverty. We've made basic, you know, necessities, like, plentiful. Starvation is not a fucking thing anymore. How many homeless people starve to death? None. Like, we have completely eradicated the ailments of 99% of humanity's existence. No other culture is responsible for that. So I find it idiotic that people say, oh, well, all cultures are equal, dude. Yeah, the people throwing cow shit in the street are not superior, sorry. Or even remotely similar. Why do you think Europe advanced so rapidly? What advantage did they have? Well, the thing is with Western civilization is it's going back to the time of the Romans. Like, prime example. The Romans, when they conquered an area, they would adopt the customs and technology, the strategy, the food, the religion. They would adopt all these different aspects of the conquered people of which they had just, you know, won a war against. They would take the best aspect of every civilization that they came into contact with and find a way to basically improve their own while not sacrificing the nature of their individual culture. So they would take the best aspects of other people's societies, cultures, technology, whatever it might be, and find a way to integrate it into their own. Like, the Roman pantheon included the Egyptian gods, the Greek gods, you know, the Gallic gods, all sorts of different deities and stuff that were not just the normal Roman deities, which is a perfect example. But it wasn't just in religion. It was in technology and knowledge, information, you know, everything. And Europe has always had that mentality where we are willing to adopt new ideas and, you know, press forward and not just get stuck in our ways and just sit there and, you know, rot, essentially. I don't know. There's a lot of different factors, but I would say that's probably the biggest one. It's just the willingness to adopt and, you know, hear out new ideas and take on different perspectives on life and whatever it might be. That's why Europe and Western society as a whole is being ravaged by, you know, these immigration things. It's like, you know, we're not a very strict and hostile people. So we're more malleable. I don't know, bro. You can get into a whole conversation on that, but that's, I think, probably the best brief explanation I can think of. Across the... oh, I gotta go up, I guess. Yeah, every single piece of land at some point in human history has been taken by somebody else. Let me not go through. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna fall off. No! Damn. Do I support Israel or Palestine? I don't support either one. I honestly don't give a fuck what happens to either Israel or Palestine, to be completely honest, man. Just like I don't really give a shit about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I've got no dog in the fight. Now, out of pure spite, I want the Ukrainians to lose, but yeah, originally I didn't really care. I don't live in either country, so... has nothing to do with me. Yeah, I only support the U.S. Frankly, I don't give a shit what happens anywhere else. There we go.
So this entire thing is made of glass, eh?
A genocide? No, that's not a genocide. A genocide is the systematic killing of a particular group of people. If the Israelis were walking through the streets of Gaza just killing every single person that moved, that would be a genocide. Also, there wouldn't be Palestinians or Muslims living in Israel if the goal was to genocide the fucking Palestinians. Like, why are there Palestinians living in Israel if the goal is for the Israelis to fucking genocide them? Wouldn't they kill the people in their own border first? So, it's just very idiotic. It's just the typical leftist buzzword, you know, piñata, you know. Just, you never know which one you're gonna get hit. You don't know what's gonna come out next. Alright, let's see. So why did I need to come up here? Oh, I guess over this way.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There we go. Yeah, I heard Trump today stopped the Israelis from striking Iran because they're like working out a deal or something with the Iranians. Alright, so what gives? Maybe over here? Ah. Okay. The fuck? Well, the whole Gaza thing also started because Netanyahu has been losing his grasp on power in Israel for a very long time now. And, you know, this is also his attempt to reclaim power, essentially. Dude, my controller's not even plugged in. Why the fuck is it dying? I guess this controller's just shitting out. Take the battery out real quick. Yeah, this controller just must be shitting out. I don't have another Xbox controller. I guess I have to open one of those Elites. Audio's fucked? Alright, give me a second. Alright, we should be back. The Elite controllers are not the best quality control-wise, but they're the best controller you can get on Xbox. But no, I mean, I've had this controller since 2020, so this is my original Xbox Series X controller that I've had since the start of the gen, so it's been, you know, used pretty heavily. Because I also use this on PC as well. I just plug it into my computer or my Xbox, depending on what I'm using it for. I don't think a land claim from 3,600 years ago matters. I think whoever can defend said land has a right to that land. Every piece of land has been taken from someone else at some point. So what matters is your ability to conquer and defend said piece of land. That is what determines ownership. I don't have my DualSense Edge yet. I need to get one. But, you know, like all things.
I can't afford this shit!
Yes, this one. Yep. Alright, I guess that's all of them. Let's see. So Honcho Reckless with a 5. Do you think it bugs Mutahar that if he was ever seen in public, he'd be seen as the disgusting Indian he is? Yeah, I mean, that's why he left Twitter, is because of all the people shitting, no pun intended, on India about the shit throwing in the streets and stuff. That was right at the same time where there was all the videos of, like, the Indians having their shit-throwing festivals going viral. So it wasn't a coincidence. It was literally because he got pissed off that there was a bunch of, racism towards Indians on Twitter, when it was literally just people laughing about Indians throwing cow shit at each other during a shit festival. Like, I'm not even, like, there's no other way for me to word it. It's literally a festival where they celebrate cow shit, and they have a massive cow shit fight in the middle of the street like we would with water balloons. Only they, like, cover themselves in cow shit. And they view that as, like, a holy ritual. So, yeah. Honcho Reckless with the 5. iDubbbz was was in opposition to everyone. I liked Leafy, Keem, Rice Gum. I never liked Rice Gum, but I liked Leafy and Keem. I stopped liking Leafy when he snaked Keem, though. That's when I stopped watching him. I was like, bro, you're really going to play... That's the thing, is like, that's what pissed me off back then with Leafy, is like, all of a sudden he became a moral fanook when it came to Keem. So I'm like, oh my god, he told someone to kill themselves. It's like, bro, what? How the fuck could you, like, say anything like, oh my god, bro, he told him to kill himself? It's like, yeah, you fucking retard. That's your entire fucking channel. Holy shit. Like, dude, that shit drove me crazy. That's when I stopped watching. I'm like, yeah, you're literally just a little,
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
So, yeah, that's when I stopped watching Leafy. I was Team Keem before Leafy even existed, so, yeah, I knew where my loyalties lay anyway. Yeah. I've been I was watching Keemstar all the way back in the blog TV days, so. I was a fan of Keem before Leafy even became really that relevant. So. Super Straight with a 5. I'm 40 minutes behind, but watch. China is so affordable short, and that lines up perfectly with what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I'll pull it up. And Fallen Shadow with the gift of membership. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for spreading the positivity and love, dude. Leafy is gone. Bro, he's like whatever fucking Adderall'd out, apparently. His like Adderall addiction fried his entire fucking brain. Which is crazy, man.
The people in China work one job.
How the fuck do you... Like, I don't know how people do that shit to themselves. Like, Adderall is terrible for you, bro. Even if you have ADHD, it's bad for you. Completely fries your brain. Here, I'll watch this real quick since it's a short. And then I won't forget. Alright, that should be fine. I'm trying to do this on OBS.
The people in China work one job and they would work 40 hours and they can easily afford their life. And then I'm over here working 60 hours a week. Just me as a single parent.
Delivery driver. He's worked 30 days this month, 15 hours a day.
Yeah, exactly.
His final take-home amount is a little over 6,000 yuan, or about $860 to $870.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. So what? That's 450 hours of work. So about 160 an hour is what he's making.
So many people have this notion that China is cheap and it's much cheaper to live in China than the US. Well, maybe in terms of food and getting a massage or a haircut.
看一次病大约得花多少钱？
现在每个月得1万多。
你要做手术呢？
做手术得好几十万。
我的妈！
On the treatment of her son's brain cancer, China doesn't really have a welfare support system. Things like Medicare or Medicaid or even food banks for its starving population. And this is according to the Financial Times, which a country that claims to be socialist is only supplying about 6% of spending on things like healthcare and securities. There's a huge population in China, more than 600 million to be precise, according to former Premier Li Keqiang, that makes less than 1,000 yuan a month. So that's really poverty line.
The people in China work one job and they would work 40 hours.
What was I saying? It's a fucking astroturfed, third world country with a first world coat of paint in certain cities. China is a fucking, hellhole that 90% of the population lives in abject poverty. We have it so much better. So... Dude, I wish I could work 80 hours a week. Like, if my job asked me, like, hey, would you be willing to work overtime for, like, 60 to 80 hours a week? I'd be like, yes. I would gladly do that, personally. I wouldn't have an issue with that. As long as I got paid, you know, accordingly. But how will you be able to stream? Well, 80 hours a week averages out to what? A little over 10 hours, or like 11 hours a day. So, you know, I'd be fine. I could still squeeze some in. I wouldn't be able to stream for as long, but I would be making a ton more money at work, so it wouldn't really matter. You know, it'd kind of balance out. But, yeah, I'd still be able to stream. I just would only be able to stream for maybe like 5 hours a night instead of 7 to 8. So, not really too bad. Damn, bro. Alright. Bro, my stomach is fucked up today. I definitely think I'm getting sick. I've got something, bro. I've got AIDS? Nah. I haven't had any gay sex recently, at least to my knowledge. So I should be free and clear of that. Take a laxative. That's not a good idea. Taking a laxative when you already have the liquid shits is not a good idea, man. Your thoughts on the KKK? Yeah, they just seem like a really swell group of guys just hanging out, doing some fun shit on the weekend. The KKK doesn't even really exist anymore, bro. It's mostly just fads. Like neo-Nazis, they don't really exist. It's just a bunch of fads. Oh shit, I thought that it was like glass over that. Speaking of neo-Nazis, you gotta see the movie called American History X. I've never heard of that. What is it about? Well, I guess neo-Nazis. But, I don't know. Sounds like propaganda, dude.
Well done, Exalted One. On to the next.
Well, yeah, you have to make yourself the victim in order to claim victimhood. So, if you can't, like, point to an enemy, you have to create one, right? That's the logic behind it.
The seekers grow agitated. They begin to suspect. Throw the next switch, human.
Hopefully we don't need election. Hopefully we don't need elections after the next few years. Fingers crossed.
Only one more substation is due at beam polarity with the reverse. Hurry, Exalted One. Time escapes us.
Yeah, just name Trump dictator for life and pick his successor. I'd be okay with that. It's bound to happen anyway, so it might as well be our guy. That's my perspective on it. We're so close to the end times of, like, the Roman Republic. To where it's like the next step is a, you know, monarchy / dictatorship So we might as well get our guy installed, you know? Why do I think it's bound to happen? Because literally every single government in human history that's had any sort of representative government structure ends up in a dictatorship slash oligarchy or, you know, monarchy. It's just human nature. Power naturally, you know, coagulates, I guess, a good way to put it. But yeah, it's just bound to happen, dude. Would I bow down to my Emperor Trump? Absolutely, man. Yeah, dictatorships are the most effective form of government if you have a good one. Big if. Let's see. ACM 101 with a 5. The Switch 2 version of Street Fighter 6 runs better and looks better than the Series S, lol, and the X version too, I think. Xbots haven't said anything yet. Bruh, imagine if it actually is better than the Series S, that would be wild. I don't know if, in particular, I don't know if the PC gaming crowd could handle that one. I think that would be the biggest blow against them, personally. And Tim Marco, the 7, Bernie Sanders would like to remind you for the millionth time that the U.S. is headed towards oligarchy. Oy vey, don't look at my early life section on Wikipedia. No, the billionaires. No. Yeah, dude, fuck Bernie Sanders, massive fucking hypocrite. Just what a fucking joke, man. What an absolute fucking joke. Where'd that thing go? Did I kill it? guess so. Okay, so now what?
Has Marin gotten word of what happened? She'll want to hear about the ridiculously flawless victory we pulled off without her.
The Exalted One will delight in relaying his heroism, it would appear.
Come on, Norm. Is it wrong for me to be excited about overcoming incredible odds and defeating an enemy who's not only evil, but annoyingly smug?
Well, no, Exalted One, but...
And doing it with such style.
Now I suspect...
Switch to basically a RTX 3050 with more RAM, right? That's pretty good for handheld. I don't know, honestly. It'll be interesting to see what the benchmarks are, but it's an NVIDIA card, so who knows?
There's been a coup. A coup? But who would do this? I thought we had routed out all of the opposition.
Did Savan have any other admirers? He seemed like the type who would surround himself with other type.
With true Aurelians, who don't want the blood of
Flubble Nugget with the 2. I'm once again asking for your financial support. That's right.
I will not see our millennial
So I can pocket the money again.
You do not know what you do. If we fail to move quickly on the seeker forces scattered around
His $20 million book deal wasn't enough, guys. We need to fund his fruitless presidential campaign once more.
World to annihilation. No, Commander. You did that. By willfully challenging our rightful patrons with your embarrassing accusations. You have forced our hand, Commander. And we can only hope to pull something from the ashes by giving you and your conspirators to the Seekers.
I'm always asking for financial support, man.
And you really think that your loving patrons will let this go with a slap on the wrist? I've seen what these bastards do to worlds they don't like. They erase them.
This is my version of the sissy hypno.
I always found the old religion to be tiresome. And thus you seal your doom.
My Aerith card? Why, of course, kind stranger. And Bobby G with the 279, execute order 66. That's right, dude. Must kill the whatever the fuck these things are called. I don't actually know. Yo, why did it unequip on my shield again? Why did it drop my weapons? There's no need for that. Oh, dude, I'm about to become the Senate. Let's go. Yeah, this is definitely prequel coded, bro.
So now it becomes painfully obvious that this traitor has sold our centuries of labor and trust for what? For a myth? Will the destruction of our world, the wholesale eradication of our race, be worth the discovery of these hairy little primates, Inorum?
You irreverent fool, son. You've become one of them, haven't you? Have you not seen what these humans are capable of? The Seekers are killing them because they are terrified of the powers they possess.
If these humans are so amazingly powerful, Wysinor, then why are they practically extinct?
This debate is pointless, Savan. None of us here belong to the old faith. The few members of the council who did left when the coup began. We're not here to validate the deity of these humans. Let us get this sentencing over with and move on.
Yes. What has been the Seeker response to the coup?
The Seekers vow that their response will be measured, as long as we deliver the rest of the peasant party as we take them into custody.
The rest?
We have already delivered one of your exalted ones into their hands. The other will be there shortly.
This ends now.
You, the troglodyte, dares intrude upon our deliberations.
It appears a blow to the head was not enough to teach you proper etiquette, human. Perhaps something more direct is required.
Yeah, it's treason then. Cue the Palpatine spin move noise. You have the shatter power, use it to fire ice shards from your... Alright, well stop replacing my powers. I'll try out your other one, but...
We had to make a trade for the survival of our world. The Seekers would accept nothing else.
Exalted One, we must go. I know where the Enco will be holding Marin.
I'm not watching the new content, bro. I don't care about iDubbbz. I didn't like iDubbbz back in the day. Oh, shit. Oh, the gang's all here.
What's going on? Where did they go?
They have pulled back to regroup for the final onslaught. It has been the highest honor. Halt! These are ours! Status report.
We just secured the main ports and transit points above Arnis. The Eastern Rebels' defenses are crumbling, and their Seeker support is falling back to the
Rebel
islands.
scum.
We've won, Commander.
This victory will not be complete until every last Seeker claw is torn from our world. We have much to do.
We have caught an enemy unprepared. It is an enemy nonetheless, who outnumbers our fleet 2 to 1, who has superior weapons and hard fortifications. Three wings of our fleet have trapped the remnants of the Seeker Armada in the skies above the main Seeker base on the island of Tehran. The rest of the fleet is converging on this point. The Seekers see this base as the anchor to their rule over our world, and are confident that they can hold it indefinitely. We are about to prove otherwise. We rise from the water with the coming dawn and burn these demons from off our world in one fatal strike! The entirety of our fleet will strike at dawn as well and fill the air with such fire and noise as has not been seen on this world since its creation. Dawn approaches, brethren. Hone your blades.
Uh-oh, the beaches of Normandy, guys. Yo, what's killing me? I'm guessing that opened this. Maybe not. Gotta say, Private Matt Damon, I don't gotta do shit. I guess you can't go in that way. What is my camera stuck on? Uh-oh, the camera's broken. Uh-oh. Shit! There we go. This FBI's Brit. Alright. Oh god, the camera's okay. There we go. Whew. almost there. Uh-oh. I can probably fix my camera if I want. That's really annoying. That's a bad glitch. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'll probably play the Oblivion remaster, but the priority will be that Expedition 33 game. Brit flew, more like waddled. Oh shit! Fuck. The Expedition 33 chicks are alright. The redhead is the main one I would say is attractive. The other ones... Very careful. So that. Guessing I don't want to go down that way. Gotham Knights, bro, that is the greatest GAT ever made, bro. Hell yeah. The only redeeming thing about Gotham Knight is Batgirl. That's literally it, bro. They put all the right assets in place for her, but aside from that, the game's pretty meaty. Yo, what the fuck? Why did it stop? I didn't do nothing. Lord only knows. The Xbox sale is here? I heckin' love Xbox! It's a shame, man, because I'd rather support the American gaming company. If you can even call Microsoft American anymore. Yeah, most game sales are super underwhelming nowadays. Like, Steam sales have been pretty shit recently. PlayStation sales haven't been that good. Xbox sales have been shit. Like, nobody wants to put anything on sale anymore, it seems like. All the publishers are like, $20, that's a sale. It's like, yeah, okay. Not really. Oh, they just died. Yeah, Hellblade for 90% off. Still too expensive. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 for only $50. I remember when the complete edition used to go on sale for $10, but then Elden Ring became so popular, and then Dark Souls 3 started selling like crazy, so they jacked the price up. A dollary do, as FBI would say. A dollary do. $50 dues, which is like what, $90 AUS. When did Quartering stop wearing glasses? I don't know. I didn't know he did stop. I haven't worn glasses regularly in a long time, bro. I wear contacts. Oh, there we go. Yeah, apparently the Switch 2 is about the power of a PS4 Pro, is my understanding. Do I have hunter eyes? Yeah, dude. I don't know. What the fuck are hunter eyes? I don't, like hunter green? Like, is that what you're talking about? I have no idea what the fuck a hunter eye is. No! Well, this came out 2 years before Mass Effect, so... Mass Effect was a ripoff of this. To me, it's more of a ripoff of Star Wars, man. But... Alright. Bro, that looks like the ship at the end of episode 3 on Mustafar. You turned her against me. Yeah, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Yeah, but it almost looks identical. Alright, I gotta figure out where the fuck I need to go. Obviously, I can't get over there. Ah, here we go. Maybe. I guess not. Okay. I think this is the way I came from. Yeah. Huh. The fuck am I missing? Maybe I do have to jump across this debris. I was on to the right path earlier. Should have trusted my instincts. I am a pro gamer after all, dude. Yep, the last Star Wars movie came out 20 years ago. Oh, that reminds me, I need to buy tickets to that, you know, re-release of Revenge of the Sith. Should go see it again. Wonder if those are on sale yet. Oh yeah, you can. It starts on the 24th. That's cool. Yeah, I may have to go see that in theaters again. That shit's peak. Hold on 1 second. I want to see if they have it at my movie theater. Yeah, advanced tickets. Let's see. I think they're giving out free shit too if you go. So I'm gonna try to go somewhat early. I need to buy these because it'll sell out by the time I go. Alright, so yeah, that should work. Selected. Continue. Oh, sweet. The back row's open. I'll probably go on Friday next week. And Apple Pay. Somehow Palpatine return. Why not watch the movie at home? Because, bro, you don't understand. The experience is much better. It's much better if you go in person. Not to mention they're giving out these posters, which I went to the 24-hour like Star Wars Complete Saga screening or whatever. And I got like a episode 1 poster. I sold I got I think 4 of them. I got 4 total. Each one I sold for over $80. So literally I got paid to go fucking watch the Star Wars movie in theaters. So yeah, I don't fucking care. I'm gonna go see it in theaters again. Episode 3 is the best Star Wars movie and probably one of the best movies ever made. So Yeah, exactly. It is.
Guy!
Going to the theater alone. Yes, I'm gonna go sit in a dark room by myself. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Oh, this has nothing to do with what I was just doing. I gotta check something on eBay. 1 minute. Three isn't bad, but I'd still put any of the original trilogy over. Bruh, there's no way. Oh shit. What the fuck did it just do? Hold on. Dude, I fucking hate eBay's messages. I really do. I just went to a different app for like half a second. I really fucking... It just deleted all my text. Fucking bitches. I'm having to deal with some Australian dude who bought a card from me and goes, "Oh, this isn't the card I wanted." It's like, retard. It's literally in a graded PSA slab, so I'm dealing with the eBay return, which is not going to be returned because he got exactly what he ordered. Yeah, it probably is FBI's retarded ass, man. Just give me a second. Okay, yeah. Alright, we're good now. Jeez. Yeah, I just have to reply because, you know, I don't want eBay siding with them and then I have to pay for international. Some Indian move right now? No, like literally, it's a graded card. The label on the card from PSA says exactly what the card is, which matched the listing description. He buys it and goes, "Oh, well, this isn't what I thought it was." Like,
Nigga, you ain't funny.
Like, bro, unless you just can't read, then I don't know what the fuck is up. It was written in 2 different places. I guess I'm not damaging him. You have to throw rocks? Oh, great. That jank-ass levitation mechanic. Alright. I guess you can't catch it. How long does this take? Oh, so you don't have to throw rocks. Bro, what's the point of having the dodge roll if you don't even have an invincibility? Alright, there's gotta be some fucking gimmick. I'm not even damaging him. Let's look this up. What is it called? Add. Keep shooting at the shatter at the face. You need him to do the vertical punch, then do the overhead throw thing. If he doesn't do it, keep running away. Run at him, charge full powers to surge, and yes, button down. Huh? Alright, well, let me just try this. What is surge? This is fucking gay, man. Set this up again.
Do not realize that I am on your side.
My side.
What is this link? I need the volume. I have no idea what the fuck this guy's doing. Says the calls level 3 alt fire charged. What? Instead, use Surge and then hold the mouse button to charge it, unleash it while the Skinwalker is holding the rock above his head. Then you can wail on him with whatever weapon you want. You'll have to do this 3 times if you don't hit him. Bro, what the fuck? Why is this even in here? This is retarded as shit. So this is Surge. So I have to charge it all the way up. Alright, that is fucking retarded. Like, you'd think you'd be able to just grab the rock that he throws, or...
This is Gideon. What's wrong?
Use the surge attack, just blow it back in his face. I don't fucking know.
It is triggered to go off shortly. You must
Bro, those don't even look like pants.
Typical.
We gotta go. We're pretty deep underground. Hope you brought your running
What
shoes.
are you talking about? We're standing on a landing platform. Cover me while I get this thing airborne.
RIP the ship. Okay. No ammo? Shit. I don't really like the sniper. I don't know why it does that. It's like backwards. What hand is which? The fuck? Bitch, I did not press that twice. There we go. They went full Jew Tendo? How does that work? Wait, is he actually 40? Bro. That shit's sad if true. Yeah, that's what somebody said, so I don't know how true it is or not. Yo, what? guess I gotta get on foot. No, stop. When the ending credits play, let it run for 3 minutes, then you'll have the final. Okay. The Aryan bloodline will continue. Once more, the whites will rule the galaxy. Hell yeah, dude.
You've gone local on me. I kinda like it. It's beautiful.
Is it going to be hard leaving so soon, Enorum? It seems as though we just arrived.
It is always difficult to leave my home, Exalted One. But the home I leave now is very different from the Aurelia I left to find you.
How so?
It is a place filled with hope. Never before have my people stood so united. The possibilities spread out before
Yeah,
us
she does
seem
kind of look
endless.
like Luna Freya.
We need to be down to the envoy vessel shortly, my friend, so I'd better go and make some final assignations. If you'll excuse me.
Did he really just call us friends?
I thought my translator had gone buggy.
I wonder what this Galactic Senate is going to be like. It seems like I'm still getting used to the strangeness of this world.
I don't know. Norm said that there are some races out there that even make the Seekers look tame.
Is it too late to change my flight?
Hey, come on, no worries, man. You happen to be traveling with someone who can shoot fire out of his hands.
Oh, Gideon. There's something I've been wanting to tell you.
Finally.
Well, you're not the only demigod on this flight.
Superhuman sex, dude. Yeah, that's a woman worth saving, exactly. Exactly, dude. You don't have Zendaya 3.9. Yeah, nowadays it would be like, basically... It would be basically, you know, you would get a bald black queen, dude. Like, you save the entire universe to get a bald black queen who's like 300 fucking pounds, covered in tattoos, fake fucking nails. Yeah, if I had to fucking save the universe to go home to Deborah Wilson, I'd just blow my brains out.
The Senate recognizes Commander Inoram Tenspur, envoy from the client world Aurelia.
Members of the Senate, I have come before you today with news that is both shocking and unavoidable. The Enkal have been carrying out a program of systematic genocide for eons against a race that is both defenseless and unaware. A race which has long been thought as nothing more than myth and superstition. This race we know as human.
These charges are serious and damaging, envoy. You had better provide ample and undeniable proof of these heinous accusations.
Members of the Senate, I present to you a spokesman, the human Gideon Wyeth.
I can't afford this shit!
I am here to accuse the Seekers of destroying my world. I was witness to their bloody arrival on Edumea, their deliberate and directed murder of my fellow people, and the complete eradication of my—
This is simply unbelievable! These charges are preposterous! The Seekers are responsible for the sapiency of many of us in this very room.
I recommend that you use your vaunted sapiency, Senator, for this data is undeniable.
The Enkul have requested the floor, as is the right of the accused. Senator Mega, how do you wish to respond to this?
These ridiculous and obviously fabricated accusations are unworthy of a response, Your Honor.
The evidence is in front of us all, Senator. If you wish to debate its authenticity, then provide us with your counterproof. You and your race stand on the brink of being accused of the greatest crime in the history of civilization. I will ask you one more time, Senator.
Hello, brother.
What the fuck?
This drama has gone on for long enough. You look upon a true human, my children. The collective history, countless religions, all bear witness to me.
Tim Marco, the 279, Tommy Tellerico in the credits, yeah. Back before he declared war on the gaming racists, dude.
This small, hairy thing which stands before you today is the pathetic remnant of an over-ambitious race, which were too proud to worship me and my kind. They even dared to emulate our divine forms. This crude blasphemy, this sacrilege, was too warrant for us to allow. They were warned, they were commanded, and still these arrogant fools ignored our counsel. We concluded that only the most stringent actions could end this war. We enlisted faithful and Co, whom you aptly herald Seekers, and commanded them to clean this arrogant race from off the face of our galaxy. I come here before you today to absolve them of any crimes. I come for another reason as well, my children, to return from the shadows of power, to retake our throne of stars, and to rule our scattered children once more. Rejoice, my children, for your gods have returned.
No! This is a lie! I have seen the true power of humanity. This creature intends to deceive us. No! No!
Uh-oh. Is there a gimmick for this guy too? Need to use nope. shit. Oh, I already ran out of ammo? Shit. Fuck. What happened to my gun again, bro? Can I just, like, not do anything? Dude, why the fuck are they throwing gimmick bosses in the last fucking act? Like, really? Doing so good until just now. Alright, I'm about to look it up. Oh wait, what is this shit? This doesn't say. Let's see.
Do not real. Charges are preposterous.
Okay, you have to use lift to use the rock. Yeah, this is fucking dumb. Like, why is it a gimmick boss all of a sudden? Like, there hasn't been a single gimmick boss until the last hour. the fuck? Shit, dude, the camera. It's gonna kill me. Oh, there we go.
Once loved, but you are not him.
I tire of this. Give my regards to Oblivion.
Uh-oh. Bro, what the... How is my controller disconnecting? It's literally still on. Look. I can't... Bro, this game... I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Xbox, man. The Xbox is destroying my controller. I don't get it. I have to restart it constantly. X-Slop. Yeah, I'm probably gonna open an Elite controller and see that works. But I'm about to be done with this. I don't know when I'll be playing another Xbox game. No, my controller does it in every game, whether it's back compat or modern or whatever. It's just, for whatever fucking reason, it disconnects from the console randomly, like for no fucking reason. So it makes no sense. Yeah, if I play the Elder Scrolls remake, though, I'll buy that on PlayStation. The cliffhanger ending? Oh, shit. They should use some of the Fortnite bucks to make a sequel, because didn't the guy who made this work on Fortnite now? He works, or he worked on Fortnite. I don't know if he still does. Shit. I'm guessing this is the right way? I have no idea. No, it never got a sequel, I don't think. Oh, you just have to die. Okay.
Come with me, human. There is much to be done.
Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back. guys. That's the intro to Star Wars Episode 5. So did this have a multiplayer, or was it just single player? Meet your maker? What the fuck is that? Bro, I swear to God, like, Xbox sometimes just puts random shit on my, let's see. Meet your maker. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Looks like some sort of shooter. I don't fucking know what this is. Bro, I've never seen that before in my life. Yeah, I swear to God, bro, like, I've had some other stuff just pop up on my wish list before, and I have no idea. Maybe they pay to have Microsoft put random shit on your wish list.
As someone who spent a good deal of time tending to the entity's beloved meat hooks in Dead by Daylight, I had high expectations for whatever developer behavior interactive would work on next. And thankfully, it's delivered yet another fresh idea that I can't stop thinking about with a unique first-person action game, Meet Your Maker. Pitting yourself against the creativity and cruelty of your fellow players in raids is tense and hilarious, and hours fly by while building your own playgrounds of destruction and watching players die to them. The options in your tool belt are—
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have put this on my wish list.
A little bare bones, the world and story hardly even try to do anything interesting, and there's plenty of bugs and general jankiness that need to be smoothed over. But I've never played anything quite like Meet Your Maker before, and even though it still feels a bit rough around the edges, the fact that it's just so refreshingly different makes me want to spend all my time tricking my friends into the death traps I've created.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what that's like. But, you know.
Meet Your Maker takes place in a Mad Max-like post-apocalyptic world that's as generic as they come. The flimsy story describes a world that's fallen to an unnamed disease, leaving humanity fighting one another for uncorrupted genetic material to create a cure. You play as a custodian, a cool-looking robot with a sword, a grapple hook, and some sweet ninja moves, and spend your time raiding outposts to collect genetic material to bring back to your not-at-all creepy chimera, who insists she has humanity's best interests at heart as she encourages you to murder everything you see.
Look upon the carnage you have wrought!
If that sounds like an awfully convenient excuse for you to raid bases, that's because it definitely is, and at least for now, the story doesn't develop at all beyond this vague premise. The good news is, however undercooked the story might be, the dungeon raiding action it sets up for is absolutely fantastic. Divided into two parts, you'll spend your time either assaulting player-made bases to steal their genetic material, or building your own deadly fortresses of destruction for your peers to assault, both of which are a blast. Player-led level creators aren't new, Mario Maker being a popular example, but Meet Your Maker's Doom-like first-person shooting perspective and downright evil traps set it apart.
Extinction envelops this planet. Can you feel its
I
grip
have
upon
no
us?
idea if this
As the
succeeded or
attacking player,
failed.
you'll pick from a list of outposts randomly selected from the community across 3 difficulties, each of which—
Judging from the view count, I think it did okay, maybe? I don't know.
differ wildly in their average quality and structure. Some creators lack imagination and merely fill their bases with bad guys for you to shoot.
I mean, that's a pretty decent amount of views, though, for a game that failed. Like, most IGN reviews for, you know, flops get like 100K. Like, yeah, let's check. $200K, so it did better than South of Midnight. Oh shit, there's mine. Nice. I don't think anybody really reviewed this game, so yeah, I probably am in search. That's probably why I have the, you know, black supremacist up in arms. Not made for whites. You're all racist. Yeah, we watched that. Why does everyone hate it? Gee, I wonder. Because it's made by people that hate me. So, I like the thumbnail for this. I think it actually turned out good. I don't think Synthetic Man reviewed South of Mid. It's probably not a good idea to, because nobody fucking cares about the game. It's mediocre as slop. So, yeah, it's like not even a popular fucking title. So, I don't know.
While others create...
It's not really worth reviewing. Nobody's going to care about it in a week.
Founding mazes overflowing with traps waiting to kill reckless explorers. Since you're a badass robot, you have the advantage of being able to move quickly, especially when making use of the all-important grapple hook and an impressive double jump. You can also wield a variety of ranged and melee weapons alongside other gadgets like grenades. Unfortunately, you die in a single hit from almost any source, which sends you all the way back to the start of the level, a brutal policy of which I'm quite fond, aside from the irritating loading screen that accompanies each death. And more painful still, the ammo available to you is extremely scarce, meaning you can only keep your distance and play it safe for so long before you have to—
This sounds like absolute ass, yeah. I would not play this.
Dive headlong into the unknown and face whatever the world builder has left.
Extremely scarce ammo in a shooter. Yep, nope.
Waiting
Not
for you.
interested.
Because building bases is an expensive hobby, you'll need to spend most of your time exploring the levels of your fellow creators to amass the resources required to level up your arsenal. Luckily, doing so is a ton of fun, not only because grappling around as you dodge traps and fight off mutants feels great, but because you'll likely never play the same stage twice. This level led me underground to dodge tricky traps and narrow hallways, while this one was a massive work of art that had me climbing a foreboding tower filled with enemies.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck this got on my Xbox wish list. I definitely wanted to put it there. I know for a fact, man. That is not my type of game.
All right.
Not at all. I don't understand how Compulsion was even still in business to make South the Mid after We Happy Few. Because Microslop bailed him out. That's why. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck you're Microsoft and you're like, wow, dude, We Happy Few was amazing. Yeah, I gotta send this back in. There's no way the corners are a 9, so I'm gonna send it in for a re-assessment on that. U Generation with the 2, how much to play Stubbs the Zombie? What the fuck is that? Give me a second, I'll pull it up. Oh, he's back to Rich Tomorrow now. Not the basement.
What's up, gamers? DramaCastGuy here, and this is Does It Suck, the show where we take a deep dive look at a new game and see what's good and bad about it. This week I actually decided to go and play the Stubbs the Zombie remaster because this is a game I played back in the day, but I haven't played it since. In fact, it's been about 15 years since I've had a chance to be this rotting zombie menace, and this game has managed to age remarkably well, but this is a very different style of remaster. They haven't done pretty much anything to the graphics themselves. This is better resolution, but for the most part,
so it's a remaster.
This is the exact same game that existed back in the day, except with some slightly modernized controls. So I want to try and break this game down as if you've never played it, just kind of examining what makes this game good and why I think that in 2021 it's not exactly the best experience ever. Now let's start things off by talking about the gameplay itself, because this is definitely the best part of it. Now of course in this game we're playing as Stubbs himself, who happens to be a recently awoken undead, but instead of just being a typical shambling corpse, Stubbs has some very unique abilities that kind of make him able to completely take over the city himself. As we get a chance to very brokenly run through the series of levels, we're going to be doing things like trying to eat some brains, making an army of our own undead minions, and even doing things like using gut explosions, setting off grenades, or even trying to mind control soldiers to have them shoot their buddies. Your toolkit as Stubbs is surprisingly diverse, and here's where you really get a chance to appreciate the modernized controls, because while at times the graphics aren't the best, and definitely the animations are kind of archaic, I really appreciate the fact that this still feels like a modern indie game. It feels like everything you're trying to do is very, very accessible, from driving cars to setting off explosions. Everything is definitely exactly what I wanted to.
So is this a, like, linear game, or is it open world?
To be. Now I want to take a second here before we go deeper into how you play this. I want to just say something about the setting, because this is something I feel like makes this game actually age the best. So this takes place in the 1950s in a city called Punch Bowl. Now Punch Bowl is supposed to be a city of the future. They've got robots and flying cars and cops that talk into gigantic sci-fi looking walkie-talkies and stuff, and this definitely lends a lot of room for the humor. And I have to say that typically jokes age incredibly bad. If you look at some comedy routines from even 10 years ago, they're just so cringe at times. But I feel like because this is making fun of like that futuristic version of the 50s in this simultaneously outdated game, it really, really works. Jokes like a huge robot that actually works at the gas station and basically humps your car to fill up the gas tank, or something like these singing quartet guys that like to constantly sing about how they're going to kill you. It's so silly that this still manages to function so well, but every joke surprisingly lands incredibly well. Now, part of the reason this game got so much attention back in the day is because, yes, it's very fun, but additionally, this is built inside of the Halo engine, so it means that a lot of times the lighting effects, the sparks, the explosions, or even times you're trying to take on people, it all works exceptionally well. You can definitely tell that even though people aren't going back to play Halo anymore, this still has that incredibly tight functionality, and getting a chance to just go around and take over the city one bite at a time, it's impressive that it still just sits together in such a nice ensemble. But I want to actually talk about the bads. The biggest bad about this of all is that this game, it sadly feels as if there's like two separate chunks of this game that have just been very poorly pasted together. And what I mean by that is the opening chapters of this game are incredibly just free-spirited. You get a chance to explore, the environments are very open, everywhere you walk there's people you can eat, there's not a lot of like craziness around. So you get a chance to kind of appreciate this goofy city before we completely burn it to the ground. But the second half of this game, pretty much all the humans we fight have guns, and we're not just talking about pistols and stuff. These people have magical laser rifles, people have things like machine guns or shotguns or even long-range rifles, and it becomes much more difficult. Now, the difficulty itself is not a problem. It's because, honestly, the AI is incredibly bad. I mean, not to make a bad joke, but they're almost brainless. And so typically the way you do this is you just walk up, you wait for the...
Don't spend more than 20. I spent way under 20.
And miss their opening shot, and then you try and bite them. But it definitely makes huge sections of this game felt like hide and seek, and it really kind of slowed down the pace of a game that otherwise felt much, much more swift. One of the things I would do is, in the later half of the game, you get an ability to mind control people specifically. You throw one of your hands, it grips onto their skull, and then you're able to do stuff through their eyes, including shoot their guns. Most of the time, I just find a soldier that was heavily armed, and then play through the entire level as them. And so because of this, I'd use their rocket launchers or their sniper or whatever to try and just go through and no-scope everybody. And then after I've cleared the entire mission, I have to go back to my body as Stubbs and walk through the empty environments. And this to me feels a little bit flat. It makes it where these final chapters are just so much slower and drug out. And frankly, they're just not nearly as thrilling as the first half. And it makes it where at times this really seems like it wanted to be a third-person shooter, but they wouldn't commit. I mean, the fact that they won't just let Stubbs himself pick up a freaking gun and pull the trigger at times became frustrating, as I had to try and just continue to play hide and seek with shotguns. The only other issues I've really had with this game is more of the technical aspects, which is the fact that the biggest thing is that playing this on a PlayStation 5, the game crashed very frequently. During the 8 hours it took me to finish this game, I had this completely crash on me about 11 times, and in fact, at one point, the game crashed during an autosave, which corrupted my save file. Now, thankfully, I was able to pull a previous save file out of the cloud and still beat it, but it's still kind of frustrating that this doesn't manage to actually work a little bit more smoothly. With how much this managed to, like, really update the control schematics and make this feel very smooth, at times, the technical issues, the glitches, the random times where people are falling through the floor and stuff, it feels like it needs a very, very substantial patch to try and make this feel a bit more updated. Now, the other half of this is that I wish they'd managed to do a bit more with the resolution or something to make this look more modern. Like, frankly, I play a lot of like old school PlayStation 2 games. I've even done things like play things like San Andreas or Grand Theft Auto, whatever. The old school games, this doesn't look like it's gotten that much of a touch up. This is just straight up the old school code, except now with some dramatic upscaling. And to me, I wish that they'd done just a little bit more to make it where this very unique art style had a chance to pop. These jokes are still good. The voice acting is still good. The sound effects are still so good. So the fact that I'm not able to actually appreciate all the visual tapestry that was originally put into this is a bit of a letdown. Okay, so we've heard some good and some bad, but let's go over the ratings board and put a big number on it. I am giving Stubbs the Zombie a 7 out of 10. If you're really craving something that's purposefully old school, something that's going to bring back those fun memories of the time period where games were just so wacky and wild, and
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to playing this. I don't know if I would beat it, because if it's like 10 hours, I don't know how fun that would actually be. If it's like a 10-hour game, I don't know. But yeah, I would play it. Diego Hernandez with the 5. Check out SkillUp's video. Okay. The Switch 2 looks really good. Screen looks good for LCD. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. That's what everybody's saying, is the screen actually looks good for what it is, even though it's LCD. Did you like the dance segments in Final Fantasy VII? Because there is, well, I guess, I don't know. Which dance segments? Like at the honeybee? Let's see. Yeah, that's the point, I'm Key. It was supposed to be gay. That was the joke. That was the joke. But yeah. Alright, well, I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta go take a shit real quick. Nature calls, so this should not take long because I've been in and out all day today. Perks of being sick. So, yeah, I'll be back. Give me like a few minutes. I'll leave you with something to look at. Don't worry. Don't you worry about a thing. There you go. Everyone can enjoy the view, and I'll put on some music for y'all. And I'll be back. Alright, I'm back, guys.
Guy!
No and no, I'm Key. I did not. Samus was the hottest Nintendo woman, but now the Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. That is no longer the case, so...
Gaming.
Out of the women Nintendo made themselves? I don't know, bro. I think I'd rather have Zelda, personally. Like, Zelda comes with a whole ass kingdom. Not to mention, you know, Samus has kind of a man face. Which Zelda? Obviously the one from Echoes of Wisdom, dude. Taking my Adderall? Nah, it's some Tic Tacs. Sorry to disappoint. His fent pills? That's right, dude. Pure fentanyl. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I love my fent. Oh wait, I'm already on this fucking video. I can just type it in.
Hey there, gamers. DramaCastGuy here, and today we're talking about...
Here we go, dude.
The Nintendo Switch 2 is just hated, and honestly, the hate continues to get worse.
That's right, bro. Everybody hates it. It's hated.
Today, I want to talk about the fact that over the course of the last 24 hours, we've seen multiple stories come out from major people basically talking about how obviously disastrous the launch is very likely going to be because, I mean, we still haven't heard the final price, but there is discussions that honestly, the Nintendo Switch 2 is very likely going to cost $600 or $700 in the United States.
Bro, this is going to age like absolute milk, and I cannot wait for it. I honestly can't wait for this shit, bro. This is going to age like absolute fucking milk.
We're going to take a look at the sources on that, but I also want to talk about the fact that other big executives and stuff are starting to say we're now officially in the lazy era of Nintendo. And today, one of the inspirations for this...
Yep, the Switch 1 didn't even sell out at launch. You could pre-order it pretty much up to release. And then all of a sudden, everybody wanted it right when the Breath of the Wild review scores came out.
Is that one of the biggest, most unbiased content creators, a group that I think is so respected, is Digital Foundry. They're pixel counting maniacs who are able to unbiased slice frames and stuff.
That's funny.
They're doing sponsored Nintendo content, and their fans are pissed. They're literally being paid to advertise. They're posting.
So? Bro, you have fucking Factor Meals, or you have sponsored videos for Alan Walk 2, or you had sponsored videos for Ubislop. Who fucking cares? Nobody gives a shit, bro. You're allowed to make ads if you want to.
Commercials saying be sure to buy the Nintendo Switch 2, and their fans are pissed. But let's talk about all of that.
Yeah, how fucking dare they do a sponsored video, man. Holy shit.
I hope you're having a great day, and if you could...
Fluffle Nugget with the 2 Dreamcast guy will eat his own words, and it will be so good. I know, dude. He's going to be, like, fucking soying out over it when it comes out, so...
Please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I wanted to start with some headlines that I haven't had a chance to put in previous videos, but this is one of them I found to be incredibly fascinating personally. But this is Shuhei Yoshida, one of the founding members of PlayStation, and not only was he at there for decades and decades and decades, but his insights kind of into current day gaming, to me, are intriguing because not only did he face against Xbox and Sega and Nintendo during the console wars, but I've always thought that he definitely is a gamer. He has a respect for good gameplay and good design, and basically said Nintendo is losing their identity. He said Nintendo used to focus on new experiences, and now they just say this is just a better platform. And I think this is an interesting...
When has Nintendo focused on new experiences, though? Like, Nintendo has pretty much made the same type of games since the N64, I feel like. They haven't really innovated way too much recently.
Observation, because yes, classically Nintendo did do something that other people didn't have the guts to do, which is that they would innovate. They would actually just invent completely new stuff. If you are playing the Nintendo, you go to the Super Nintendo. Now you've got shoulder buttons going from the GameCube to the Wii. Now you've got the first motion controls. It is weird to consider.
Yeah, but was that a good innovation? I don't think so. Motion controls suck.
The fact that going from the Switch to the Switch 2, it's the exact same system with more horsepower. Like, the reason I find this to be so strange is that, think about this.
Yeah, but that's exactly what everybody wanted. Everyone wanted a new Switch with more power. Like, bro, how many videos did he make on the Switch Pro? Hyping that, yeah, I think the biggest issue that people have with the Nintendo Switch is that it's not powerful enough. Like, bro, he made probably like 15 videos on the Switch Pro. Just like everybody else did, saying that they love the Switch, but their biggest complaint is they wish it was more powerful. Well, ding, 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 here you go. Here's your Switch Pro, exactly what you wanted. Yeah, the mouse is a new gimmick, which I actually think is really good. That's a cool gimmick.
The 3DS. The 3DS is still, in my opinion, the most mind-blowing thing that has ever been invented in gaming. A 2-screen system that not only had tons of RPGs and interesting platformers and crazy puzzle games, only Nintendo could have sold that, and they sold it perfectly. They made tens of billions of dollars off that. Modern day Nintendo is now literally bragging about how boring the Switch 2 is. They did an interview exactly 2 weeks ago where they straight up said, yeah, we specifically wanted to not make anything unique. We wanted this to be the safest, most boring.
Yeah, because they want third-party support. Another complaint people had. They don't want people to have to remake a game just to bring it on the Switch 2. That's exactly what they mean. Not creating unique hardware features was an intentional choice, meaning developers will not have to redevelop their games for the Switch 2. They can just port it.
Boring, bare-bones system. I almost feel like this is part of the reason people are perhaps more critical of the Switch 2 than some people probably would have predicted. I do think that a lot of it comes down to the fact that there's not that interesting change. Typically, if you're seeing it, it's like, wow, here's that cool new innovation. It's worth that high price tag because this is the Nintendo-only experience. Whereas now people are saying, okay, I've already got hundreds of...
Okay, but what other console is a dockable handheld that lets you play all of your games on the go? What other console lets you do that? None. There's no other console on the market that gives you the functionality of the Switch. Still, the Switch and the Switch 2 are completely unique in that aspect. So that's still the gimmick, is you have a home console that you can literally pick up and play anywhere you go. Microsoft and Sony do not have that.
The games in my backlog for my Nintendo Switch original, am I really going to buy an upgraded system that's the exact same thing, but, 10% better for 8 times the freaking cost? No.
What are these fucking numbers he's throwing out?
Nintendo Switch original, am I really going to buy an upgraded system that's the exact same thing, but, 10% better for 8 times the freaking cost? No.
10% better for 8 times the cost. I'm going to start having a retard fit. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. What the fuck is this?
No, absolutely not. I do find it interesting that when you actually click any Nintendo tweets, this is a Nintendo of America tweet from last night.
Yeah, I don't know like how fucking methed out you have to be to think that's mathematically, even close to what you're trying to get at. But yeah, what is it, like 30% more expensive? And probably 8 times more powerful. So, Jesus Christ, bro. All these statements are just going to age like fucking milk, bro, and it's going to be funny as fuck.
Night where they're talking about the upgrade Switch 2 editions of Zelda, and 100% of the comments are pissed. How about dropping that price? How about drop that pre-order date? It's crazy that they're hyping up these 2 Zelda games from years ago. These editions, by the way, they specifically mentioned the fact that these do not have the DLC included. These are extremely expensive, $80 editions with absolutely nothing. If anything, they're worse than the Nintendo Switch versions, but...
What? How the fuck are these worse than the Nintendo Switch versions? Dude, what in the fuck is this? We have a $700 console. We have him misrepresenting what it means, no unique hardware features. We have him saying that it's 10% more powerful for 8 times the price. And now there's no actual improvements. In fact, it's worse for these 2 Zelda games on the Switch 2 compared to the Switch 1. Bro, this is like, he is on some shit, man. This is some desperation tier rage bait, dude.
I do find it interesting that any amount of this pushback, the price tags are also enhanced. I think it's interesting because typically when it came to Nintendo, and especially Nintendo fans, I feel like Nintendo has always done something very smart that the other industry aspects have not done as well, which is that, let's face it, Nintendo exists for a profit, the same way that Square Enix does and Capcom does, but typically the way you would...
No way, really?
Make the most profit is by making the best games or making it so that people are excited for the next Splatoon or the next piece of DLC. You try to get people so excited that not only are they going to buy the next game, but they'll share that love with other people. It does feel like, to me, Nintendo Switch 2, this feels like the first time I've seen a system by Nintendo where it does feel like they have a giant knob that says price tag, and they've just been slowly cranking it up to see how high they can turn it before people just straight up refuse to buy it. Now, let's talk about the price tag. So, right now, as of the recording of this video, I'm posting this here on April 16th. We still have no idea what this thing is actually going to...
This is fake news right here. China made Nintendo Switch 2 in line for 145% tariff hit. Nope. The Switch 2 that is sold in the United States is made in Vietnam. Wow.
To cost. We don't have an official price tag yet.
Crisis averted, guys. Everyone can, calm your down votes or whatever the fuck.
Other regions have been able to pre-order it, like parts of Europe and Asia and stuff, I think have all been able to pre-order it, but here in the United States and also in Canada, you still can't pre-order it. And a lot of it's because the president is doing these very flip-floppy tariffs. This is an article from 2 days ago saying China-made Nintendo Switch 2 is in line for the 145% tariff hit. Now, two pieces of update. One, we do know for a fact that a lot of Nintendo Switch 2s are being made in China.
They also switched their manufacturing as well in retaliation to China copying the Switch. I remember that as well.
A lot are also being made in Vietnam. As of the recording of this video, literally about 2 hours ago, I think they just raised the tariffs up to like 170%, or sorry, 200.
Let's fucking go! China BTFO'd.
170%, something insane. But I feel like part of the problem is the fact that Nintendo's in a spot where they're trying to bet on the profit. They're trying to price it so that they admitted that the original $450 price tag, which even that was so damn expensive, that
is not expensive. Holy shit. Bro, you are a grown-ass man. Approaching 40 fucking years old. $450 for a fucking video game console is not expensive. Maybe if you are a fucking child who has to save up their allowance and mow lawns in order to buy the new Nintendo Switch, dude. Holy fuck, bro. You are a 40-year-old man. 40! How the fuck is $450 expensive? For something you were going to use for the better part of a fucking decade. Like, this is not some throwaway item. It's not like a $450 concert ticket or something like that. This is a fucking game console that you're going to use for the next decade, bro.
The pre-tariff price. What are they going to do if the tariffs go up to like 300% or start to hit worldwide tariffs? Nintendo is going to try to make it as profitable as possible. They're going to charge you more. There is a good chance that if these tariffs aren't removed, not just these, he keeps pausing it and unpausing it like every 2 days. These companies...
No, he's not. He really isn't. But... you know,
are going to price it high enough that even if the tariffs do get paused or do come back, they're still going to make a profit. I do think
that's not how tariffs work, Dreamcast guy. That's not how tariffs work. Oh my god.
There is a very strong chance the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be $600. Maybe.
Dude, I don't have that dun 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 on the soundboard anymore. Shit.
Even $700. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to sell at all. I know some people are saying that I'm being cope to think the Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey, Dreamcast guy. PlayStations and Xboxes are made in China. Why aren't those $700 now? Why is the PlayStation 5 not $700 now? If tariffs are that fucking big of a deal. Just a, little food for thought. Why are PlayStation 5s and Xbox Series X's not up from $500 to $700, if that's the case?
Even has a chance of flopping. I do 100% think that if you have to pay over $550 for this system, no shot is the thing. This is going to have such a weak year one, especially because you're like, buy Zelda.
Yeah, he literally bought the PS5 Pro. His entire argument's moot. Like, this is so fucking stupid.
The ports for $100 a pop and Mario Kart for $100, but I think what kind of conveys Nintendo's panic is the quiet lack of communication. And this, to me, this really seems like a red flag. I think they're kind of tipping their hand as to how desperate they are. So I saw this over on Games. I like to go over to Reddit/Games. It's super interesting because these people are super, if anything, they're kind of stale. They're people that very much just post the facts. There's no emotional baggage. It's just, hey, here's a trailer, here's the talks, here's the numbers. And they posted, I was absolutely shocked to see this video pop up my feed, but Digital Foundry posts a Nintendo Switch commercial. Not a thing.
Guy!
There's no voiceover by the Digital Foundry. It is literally a commercial. They literally posted a pure-on commercial for the Zelda ports.
Who fucking cares? Dude, if a game... Bro, you're telling me, Dreamcast guy, a fucking game company number 14 walks up to you and goes, hey, we got a new game coming out. If you upload the trailer to your channel, we'll give you $10,000. Anyone would fucking bro, upload a fucking trailer to your gaming related channel. Who the fuck would not do that? That's so stupid. That's like literally free money, man.
This is it. This is literally just a commercial, a 7-minute commercial being posted on the official page. Now, as you can see, it is being downvote bombed into the dirt.
We did it, Reddit.
Now, I've done some sponsored content in the past, and I do know that they were very likely paid tens of thousands of dollars. They were probably
Yeah, why the fuck wouldn't you take that money?
paid $20,000, $30,000 to post this. Something ridiculous, right? So a lot of people, though, are saying, okay, but this really, really hurts your brand. In my opinion, the reason
How does posting a trailer hurt your brand? Dude, these Redditors really need to fucking leave their house, honestly.
Don't do more ad content, you'll probably notice that when
his mind is rotted by Reddit, he's calling dislikes downvotes. Yeah, I like to call them, updoots and downvotes, but, the updoots, bro, hell yeah.
I do sponsorships, I typically
I
like
forgot where I heard updoots, but yeah. It's definitely, I don't know, man. I hate Reddit. Reddit is so gay. Like, honestly, if you could just take a list of active users from one particular social media site, I don't even think I'd have to think about it. I would take every single person that regularly uses Reddit and disappear them. Like, if you could disappear any social media site's user base, Reddit would be the one I would pick. Without a moment's hesitation.
to do food and drink, here's Factor, stuff like that. I want to make stuff that's easy to convey. Okay, here's a paid opinion. Here's a honest, genuine opinion, right? Here's a game review. There's nothing on that, right? I think stuff like this kind of tarnishes your reputation. Now, I'm not hating on it. A lot of the Digital Foundry guys, I've talked to them. They're very nice. I still think they're some of the best.
Hold on, guys.
This video is sponsored by Epic Games. Over the course of the last couple weeks, I've been getting these mysterious Alan Wake boxes. Each of them are filled with a lot of different evidence, talks of murder, a lot of mystery and mayhem going on in Cauldron Lake, the setting of Alan Wake. Now, I'll be honest, I don't really know what the heck these mean thus far, because the puzzle... This video is sponsored by Epic Games.
Oh no, it tarnished your reputation. Oh, his brutally honest review. No! Oh my god. No, Dreamcast guy, your reputation is shot. You did an ad read. You put a fucking sponsored video on your channel, you piece of shit.
I'm curious though, because whoever is in charge of the channel, greenlighting this is definitely going to cost them subscribers, and it's definitely costing them a lot of goodwill. All of the comments are like, this is the first time I am really disappointed with Digital Foundry. This should have been marked as an ad, not as sponsored content. This was not even made by Digital...
Wait.
This should have been marked as an ad, not as sponsored content.
This should have been marked as an ad, not as sponsored content? Do you know what a fucking ad is? This is fucking great. Reddit moment! We did it, Reddit! Hell yeah!
This was not even made by Digital Foundry. Seriously, guys, this is straight up an ad. Literally, every single hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments saying, you've been acquired by IGN. I keep clicking through the video to try to hear the voice of John, Alex, Rich, Oliver, any of the people that actually work on it, but it's just that crappy Nintendo narrator. It is interesting to me that I think, to me, this does signal very clearly that Nintendo knows stuff is about to be bad, that when they actually reveal the price tag of the Switch 2, it's going to be met with a tremendous amount of backlash. And I think they're almost trying to build up a groundswell of positivity. Even if it's got to be paid, they're at a point where they will just literally smile and wave. Just stop the bad presses, even for a second. I'm in a spot where the Nintendo Switch 2, I am still curious to try it. But at this point, the word hyped is definitely not the case. I can say with full-throated...
He's still gonna buy it. After they insulted gamers and called people poor, and it's a ripoff, and it's damaging the fucking industry. Like, perfect. He's still looking forward to it, man. He's not quite excited, but he's looking forward to
it. Conviction. I am not excited for the Switch 2 at all. I don't think I've ever been so underwhelmed by a Nintendo system ever. But we'll see how it's actually received at launch. How do you guys feel about the Nintendo Switch 2? And how do you feel about this Digital Foundry drama? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video...
This is drama nowadays, guys. A company does a sponsored video on their YouTube channel. But, you know, this is A-okay.
This video is sponsored by Epic Games.
Oh my god. And then he reviews the game and calls it a masterpiece. Wow, I wonder if this had anything to do with it. I wonder.
This video is sponsored by Epic Games.
Oh man, I just love it. It's so easy. It's okay for him to do sponsored content on a particular game, but it's not for Digital Foundry. Oh yeah, Epic Games is definitely more anti-consumer than the Nintendo Switch 2, 100%. Minute World with the 20. At first, I was on board with the criticisms and bashing on Nintendo over the Switch 2 because to me, the criticisms were and are valid, but I swear with every new video on this drama, the more I don't even give a fuck anymore. That is how I feel about 99% of dramas nowadays. I am so sick of the people themselves. Like, even if a company is blatantly doing something wrong, I just have so much hatred for the fucking types of people that milk controversies that, by default, I just want to see those people seethe. Like, in all honesty, it's more entertaining to watch people like, you know, Young Yeah and DramaCastGuy and whoever else sit there and mauled and then walk back everything they fucking said and be a good little consumer and go and buy the thing that they, you know, claimed was ruining the gaming industry. So, yeah, I actively root against people like this. You know, the "we did it" Reddit mentality has single-handedly made me so completely numb to any of this stuff. Oski Woski with the 2. I love DramaCastGuy and his videos.
That's right! That's right!
Yeah, bro, I was already going to get 2 Nintendo Switch 2s, but now I might get a third one for my dad. Just to own the libs, bro. Hell yeah.
Be sure to give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Own the libs.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
Apparently the pre-orders are coming on the 23rd, so that's the latest word on the street, dude. DSP speaks on his parents' health, doesn't care about them, and does... I haven't seen them since... Bro, imagine that. You haven't seen your parents since fucking 2019, and you're a fucking game streamer? Like, bro, go see your fucking mom and dad. God damn. Or better yet, invite him to come stay at your fucking house. He has multiple bedrooms in his fucking, you know... whatever, snort fort. He could easily invite his parents to come visit him.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Fancy Leo with a 15. Did you hear about Gura graduation? No more. Yeah, apparently, like. So I think like isn't the VTuber shit kind of like K-pop where the companies basically own you? So I guess that makes sense. If you have a fallout with the company, then they take all your shit, and you're left with nothing. But, yeah, it's kind of stupid. I would have just kept streaming on it. You know, milk it for all it's worth. But, whatever. God, that ass. What ass? Dude, I don't remember the women in Pokemon looking like that. What the fuck? Shit. The Black Queen on the... Ew. Yeah, no, that's gross. Diego Hernandez of the 5. Check. Switch to. Let's discuss all this. Okay. See what it's about. If it's like a general overview, I might skip around because we've already heard a lot of this shit.
Figure it out.
Hello, this is Adam Koralik from Figured Out Productions. The following video is a video of some kind, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hey guys, it's Adam here, and today we're going to be talking a bit about the recent Nintendo Switch 2 announcement from that April 2nd Direct. A little bit of what's been happening ever since then. We'll go over the Direct a little bit and just give some kind of thoughts.
I don't get why RTU always shows up in everybody's feed after it's down. Because we watched a Kino Casino video on Rich, I'm pretty sure.
Impressions and just, I don't know, generally talk about the Nintendo Switch 2, because a lot of you guys have been asking me about it.
I have no idea who this guy is.
Though, if you guys can do me a favor, please like this video, comment down below, subscribe if you've never done that before, as well as check out all the social media stuff in the description. I've got Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Patreon, Spreadshirt, Travel Channel, etc. Appreciate the support on those platforms. Thank you so much. Let's get into it. So, like a lot of you, I watched the Nintendo Switch Direct, or Nintendo Direct on the Switch 2 on April 2nd, 2025, and like a lot went through my mind. And I obviously want to take a little bit of time here to discuss it with you guys. A ton of you were commenting on my various social media outlets, particularly on YouTube, being like, yo, where's the Switch 2 video? First of all, I didn't have time to make it right away. You know, I was doing other things. I was at a convention in Milwaukee, but also I kind of, with news, I typically like to let it sit and marinate a little bit, especially big things like that, because a lot changes so quickly. I was trying to keep you guys a little bit up to date as best I could via Twitter and Facebook, and, you know, to a lesser extent, like within the YouTube channel, and just like the posting function. But, you know, aside from that, I just wasn't ready to make a video on it. Also, I hope you guys enjoy the fact that we have the fancy microphone out now, because this is a discussion video. You guys seem to only like this in the discussion videos. When there's anything else, you successfully did what it was supposed to do. It got me kind of excited about the system. I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. You know, like, I'm kind of into this. Obviously, they had a big focus on Mario Kart World, which admittedly looks like a really awesome game. They, you know, showed off more elements of the hardware, saying, okay, you know, it's an evolution of the concept of the Switch. You know, it has it supports higher resolutions, it supports higher frame rates. We've also taken into account some of the things that people kept saying they wanted, things like game chat compatibility and, you know, stuff like that. All fine and good. And then it kind of wrapped up by giving us just some more basic information. It showed us a lot more games, things like the new Donkey Kong game, which was a bit of a shocker. Obviously, the plethora of third-party developers that are like, hey, we're bringing X, Y, and Z games over to this thing, etc. Kind of the usual PR stuff that one would expect. They also talked about some of the other functionalities, like it's going to have a camera option so that certain games can support that, or game chat, etc. can support that. They're going to give you online access to, you know, Nintendo Switch Online for various things for a temporary trial. There's certain online elements that are going to be free, I think, until March of 2026. And then after that, the full subscription is required again. Nintendo Switch Online is going to, and I actually predicted this like 2 years ago, although I thought they would do it for Switch 1, was that I think I said the future of the Switch lies in the past, referring to the GameCube, and that's exactly what's happening. They're going to bring GameCube titles over to the Switch 2 via Switch Online. Those will not be on the Switch 1. And then finally, they basically went over the release date, which is June 5th, 2025. That's all the Direct itself really did. After that, we started getting more information, and this is kind of the dirty stuff. So where to even start with this? I guess we'll go with price point. So prices started leaking throughout the world because of various different contexts. Nintendo themselves did not really give an official price, but various retailers in different countries paid, and some.
All right, we don't need to hear all this stuff.
You know, about the same in euros, but, you know, slightly higher because, again, with the value of the euro as big, a really distinct reason this is happening. But a lot of people are not bothering to learn why that is. Like, why would Japan? Because I think they're getting a version of the Switch 2 that retails for like about $300, something like that. Why? Why do they get one that's so much cheaper? Well, why wouldn't I just buy that?
Because the yen's collapsing and they're giving it to them at cost.
Import it, and it's like I have no income duty, like, you know, fees or taxes or anything like that. Systems are region free. Obviously, I'm just going to do that. No, Nintendo knows you're thinking to do that, so they intentionally are making that version of the system region locked to Japan. apparently. Now, Japan is going to have a cheaper variant of the system, as well as what they're calling, think the global version or international version, which version, not virgin, version. There will be a lot of virgins playing this thing. Let's keep it real. But anyway, I should hope so. They're children. What's wrong with you? Setting all that nonsense aside, no, there's going to be a more expensive version of the system that's available there that is what we would think of as the standard version of the Switch 2. While the Japanese, domestic version has to exist for reasons I think that most people around the world, particularly Americans, are not bothering to try and learn the reasoning behind. This was an actual point of contention with my Discord. People being like, how come they get it cheaper? That's not fair. The reason they're getting it cheaper is because their country's economy is collapsing in on itself. The geopolitics.
Yeah. The yen is at an all-time low right now, so their economy is in the fucking shitter. Nintendo wants to support their local market, which is nice, and offer it to them at an affordable price. I think more companies should do that. Treat your home customers well and say fuck you to the rest of the world.
Of Japan is not in a good place. So you've maybe noticed, at least casually, if you're into video games, that a lot of people, such as myself, have been going to Japan a lot more frequently. There's a reason for that. The country is cheaper than ever to attend. Not because Japan in of itself has just decided, hey, everything's going to be cheaper. It's because the value of the yen has utterly tanked, especially in comparison to the American dollar, making it, from our perspective, cheaper than it's ever been.
Yeah, and it's a good time to go to Japan, too, because it's before the country is going to be inevitably culturally enriched. So get in your Japan trips while you still can if you want to experience Japan, because soon they're going to start importing the third world to try and save the economy. They'll elect some lefty at some point who will completely destroy the ethnic makeup of that country. Mark my words.
However, that does not, correlate to their own domestic production. So economics is complicated and difficult, but let's put it this way. If you earn minimum wage in the United States, that is not a lot of money. Just like in Japan, if they're earning a minimum wage, that is not a lot of money. However, with the adjustment in the currencies, an American minimum wage now looks like not a primo salary, but looks far better in Japan, aka your buying power is far less. I see memes that are very misleading all the time on the internet of people being like, how come Japan has $3 meals? It's not fair. Why does my sandwich cost $14.99? Whatever. Because in Japan, the $3 meal is essentially the equivalency of a $15 buying power. They have no choice but to deal with it that way. Yes, to you going that one direction, it looks great. For them coming in the other direction, if they were to have their normal buying power of the yen show up in North America, it would be like buying a sandwich for $50. It would be ridiculous. So they have no choice but to create a cheaper variant of the system that only their audience can use. And frankly, region controls are the only police protection, if you will, that they have to keep the system domestic. This will also lead to other oddball issues in relation to the carts. Now, I can't spend an hour talking about the geopolitics and the economics of why Japan is in the situation that it's in. It largely has to do with demographic collapse, which a lot of countries are dealing with. The only country in worse shape than them is South Korea. Basically, if you think about population, right, it's supposed to be in a pyramid. The oldest people being on the top, people who are 100 years old, and then theoretically at the bottom is your youngest, newest generation of people who are born. And the natural progress of time, people die off, but new people replace them. Since the end of World War II, that pyramid in most urban developed countries has gone into this. It is completely...
Gee, I wonder why.
Flipped upside down because of medical advances. People are living longer, but also because of economic hardships and social changes, aka not everybody lives on a farm anymore. People are, instead of having 10 kids, they're having 1 or none because kids are extraordinarily expensive. The end result, project that forward after about 80 years, is a pyramid that's...
I wonder why after World War II of all times.
Upside down. And that's basically what's happening in Japan. They don't have a new tax base and a new economic base to start doing all that work. They don't have people working in factories because they just don't exist. So that's creating a new problem. And what little youth they do have, they're now starting to be like, well, what industries can we still be successful in? A lot of it has to do with tourism. Tourism economy is a trap for any society. Look at anybody in the Caribbean. Their entire existence is just cater to rich people coming to us. The Japanese...
That's what Europe's going to turn into, which, no offense, Europeans, but Europe is going to become an open-air museum. So that is the fate of Europe as things stand right now. It'll become an open-air museum that people go to visit, and that's going to be the main source of their economy. They're already headed down that path. Because I think it's 70%. So, their whole goal was to import all these people. That was, Angela Merkel's idea, was to import the third world, and then they would make up for the collapsing population. Well, it turns out that 70% of all these immigrants don't even work. 70% of all these fucking imports of people they've brought in are living in government housing, on government assistance, with government welfare programs and everything else. So literally, they have just brought in people who are raping, murdering, stealing, making the country objectively fucking worse. And they just are propped up by government subsidies. They're not even contributing anything to the actual economy. So it's like a double-edged fucking sword. They've completely destroyed the ethnic makeup of the countries themselves, and it's introduced additional financial hardship on the existing social programs of said country. So yeah, Complete fucking disaster. So Europe's only headed one way, and that's down, unfortunately. Unless they decide to get their shit together and just start mass deporting these people, which is probably not going to fucking happen. So, you know, Europeans are absolutely fucking mind-cucked when it comes to immigration, unfortunately. By and large.
You're fucking poor!
Let's see. So Fancy Leo with the 15.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
'Tis time to game over someone. If she's not mine, then she is not with anybody else. I'm gonna make sure she knows her place. P.S. This is a joke, please. What do you mean game over somebody, man? I have no idea. Is that a Minecraft term? And Scotty Man with the 5. Thank God I was born in the USA and not a disease house. Yeah, bro, I saw a stat where it's like you have a 40% chance of being born in India. Remember to thank God daily that didn't happen. Fancy Leo with the 6. That's a camel toe moment. God bless the Emperor. Yeah, dude, that's literally like the left-wing strat. Is import the third world, overturn the entire, you know, citizenry of the actual country itself in order to install your permanent leftist government. Oh boy. But doesn't that sound swell? And Blast Radius with the 10, the same people who say Israel should be a Jewish state are the same people pushing multiculturalism, cultural Marxism in Western Europe and eventually Japan. Yeah, it's like fucking insane. Rules for thee, not for me, right? Dude, the lefties are just so... Like, this is the thing. Is the leftists are just so desperate to have power. They don't fucking care. They genuinely don't fucking care. So, they don't think it's going to affect them. And... I mean, we see it all the time, dude. Like, how many stories do you hear about, like, these California millionaires getting stabbed on the fucking street? Like, the CEO of Cash App. He was walking down the street, worth billions, walking down the street of his, you know, liberal, you know, wonderland known as San Francisco, that he and his company have actively worked to make a leftist shithole. And he gets fucking stabbed on the street and robbed and dead at like 30-something. So, you get what you vote for. But unfortunately, we have to go down with them.
Are very aware of the problem. They see it coming.
So, yeah, it's a fucked up situation, man.
They have no way to deal with it. And so that's a very long, convoluted story that doesn't have anything to do with video games, but that social box is why you're getting a cheaper version of the Switch, and so that you don't continue to exploit them, which is frankly what a lot of us do, myself included. When you go over to Japan, you're like, oh my god, the yen tank, this is so great for me. You're exploiting their failures and their problems. That's essentially what you're doing. So they're trying to police...
How are you exploiting their failures by injecting foreign wealth into their economy? That's kind of stupid. It's not like you're over there, like, buying up all the property and scalping homes and shit. Well, there might be some people who are doing that, but the average tourist isn't.
That a little bit, hence the cheaper version. Now, because that technology clearly exists, they might use... Nintendo may be willing to do that in other countries for other reasons. I mean, we live in a strange, turbulent time. I'm not going to get into all that because it's irrelevant to the video. But that solves that part. Now, let's talk about the game cards. So here's the thing that we understand about this. There are physical media game cards for the Switch 2, which sounds great, except that they don't really work the way we would traditionally associate Nintendo game data to function. They actually function more like Xbox One discs. Now, the Xbox One, and to be honest, the PS4 and forward, what they've always done is they said, okay, the physical card is mostly just ancillary to make guys like me feel like, oh, I bought a thing. There's not really a thing there. It's an option. You can do it, but in most cases, it won't be. Now, what we understand, and this is still kind of, you know, a little bit from some buddies I've talked to in the industry.
Thanksy Leo with the 15. Did you hear about the Birmingham garbage men strike? It turns out that they gutted their pay to give waiters and cleaners free money. Yeah, let's take away money from actual, you know, necessary services and give it to, you know, waiters and cleaners. Yeah. Fucking wild, bro. Yeah, honestly, like, if I could... I've thought about maybe buying a property in Japan, but I don't want to have to pay to upkeep it. That's the problem. It's like, if you own a property in a foreign country, you have to pay somebody to, like, actively manage it for you. Because, like, bro, you could get a house in Japan for, like, $100K, and it's huge. And I was thinking about it, like, shit, I could go over there, like, once or twice a year. You know, if I have property, I'll have a guaranteed visa. I could use it as a storage, like, facility and just buy a bunch of shit and then store it over there. And then every once in a while, I could go back over and ship a bunch of stuff back to the U.S. to sell in the U.S. But, yeah, I don't know. I just don't really want to have to deal with, like, international stuff, you know? But I've thought about it, because I could easily make that 100K back, you know, doing import-export shit. But I don't know.
Who are actually working on this, and there's certain details that are coming out of this. There are multiple size cards that developers have the choice to use. Now, from what we understand, CD Projekt Red, for example, who's going to put out Cyberpunk on the Switch, has decided to go for a full physical media release. And they're using a 64GB card, which is currently considered the maximum. Although there are rumors, and I keep it there as rumors, that there are bigger cards, maybe up to 128, that only Nintendo themselves has access to currently, where they have that much data capacity. Now, because they're using a 64GB card, CD Projekt Red is able to just barely get Cyberpunk in its completion on a single card. But they're kind of the outlier of people who want to do it right. Technically, you don't even have to have data on the card. You just have to have it say, like, oh, this is the game, go download it. I guess the standard size is going to be much smaller, maybe down to like 8GB. Now think about what modern games would fit on 8GB. Now you might be like, well, why don't they just put the game data on there and just like not even worry about it? Because every size higher you go with the data, the cards get more expensive, and there is no financial incentive for the developer to care about that. Now let's take a Ubisoft or whatever. It doesn't matter what company. They're sitting there like, okay.
Tony Esquire with a 5. I don't want to super chat you, Griffin, because you don't do Pokemon card giveaways. I've moved on from Pokemon cards, bro, to the superior Final Fantasy card. But yeah, I could be like one of those cringy giveaway channels where it's like, alright guys, leave a like on the video, leave 10 comments down below, make sure you're subscribed, hit the bell, and share this video 20 times on social media, and you'll be entered to win a Fat Gay Pikachu. Yeah, I probably could do that, but I don't know. However, your voice is so goddamn beautiful. What up, Griff? Not too much, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope all is well with you. Yeah, YouTube. Well, dude, the problem is nobody uses their sub feed anymore. So that's a whole nother issue. Is nobody checks their sub feed anymore. Like 5% of your views come from sub feeds now, which is really low.
We've done some analysis, and we see that most people are downloading our games anyway, so it doesn't really matter how we distribute them. We'll put out a token physical media release just because we want to, so that people can say they bought it in store shelves, we get some sales from that. But really, they're just going to download the same file we already have up on our server. So there's no incentive to put out the 64GB card, which costs us more money to produce, and give them the full game, when we could easily just put out like the smallest card available with just the file that says go grab it. And then we expect our client to basically, or our customer, to go and just wait, until the file is downloaded. Unfortunately, that's the reality we set up for ourselves. That's how most companies are going to approach this, because it's more cost effective to do it that way. And sadly, and I've been warning you guys about this for really since the inception of this channel nearly 16 years ago, this is coming, and now it is here. We have reached a point where physical media really doesn't matter anymore. And that kills me as someone who obviously loves physical media and the right of ownership. But that's effectively gone. The Nintendo Switch 2 effectively gives Nintendo the option to say, hey, we offered it, it's there, anybody can do it, while not really addressing the fact that nobody is going to, because the financial incentive is not there. There is not a rallying cry around customers to have all data on the game card or on the disc. We lost and gave up on that battle over a decade ago. The last time we had any sort of meaningful attempt there was the 2013 Xbox One DRM debacle. And since then, we've just been slowly accepting.
But that wasn't even about having the game on the disc. That was about having to pay for an additional license every time it changed hands. It didn't really have to do with anything being on the disc.
The shit they're throwing in our faces. It's just how it is. So we have arrived. Now, it does technically...
Griffin, are you that Wait, are your dopamine receptors that fried that you literally speed up a video to bear watching it? You fucking retard. JTF, stop with your homo-ass advances on me, for one. And two... The guy is talking slow as shit. So, yes, I'm going to speed up the video because I'm not going to fucking sit here for 40 minutes watching a video on 90% of stuff we've already heard about the Switch. Fancy Leo with the 30. Here's the video from my favorite VTuber about Ben Men. Oh, God. We'll see how we get through that. I don't know if I can make it through 20 minutes of a VTuber, but we'll see.
Use physical media, great, but in most instances it won't matter. I would bet that Nintendo themselves are probably a little less guilty of exploiting that because they've always been kind of good about it, but I would expect a lot of third-party content to not really care. Now, the reason I brought up why that kind of ties into Japan is, so if Japan has its own region-locked variant of the system, we could be taking a step backwards here, because a lot of games that came out on the Switch, and especially like even other modern
platforms... Yeah, I only listen to videos at 2x speed.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
I use the 3x speed on the YouTube app on mobile now. So they added that feature, which is great. It's even better. So I can get through like a 30-minute video in 10 minutes. It's nice.
PS5, whatever, Xbox, etc., have just decided to effectively have the same release across all.
90% of YouTubers don't fucking chop out dead air, and it drives me fucking insane.
regions, and then just depending on what variant of the system you have or what language settings you have it set to, it just plays in your language. Not in every case, obviously, but in a lot of cases that seems to be. But in Japan, if you have your own locked ecosystem for your own locked market that's homogenous in its language, you may find scenarios where the Japanese variants of the games just truly don't bother with an English dub anymore, because if they're using the actual data on the card, it's wasted space effectively. That's a step backwards, and that really sucks, and that's probably going to play out further as we go. But I guess I would warn you, we don't know yet, but I would warn you to be a little wary of whatever Japanese exclusives exist, because they may not work on your future Switch 2. Okay, with that kind of stuff out of the way, let's talk about some of the other features. We know now that the backwards compatibility option is limited for a reason. It's not true hardware. It's like half hardware, half emulation, kind of the way the European launch PS3 handled PS2 support. Games out of the gate, Nintendo's own website already says, like, yeah, there's a bunch of games that won't work. Then it says, here's the games that like kind of work, here's the games that work better, here's the games that seem to work.
Yeah, on mobile, there's a 3x speed. I don't think you can do it on here. Yeah, no. Yeah, but on mobile, it goes up to 3x now.
Here's the games that work really well. That's how they're doing it. They're breaking it down. And to Nintendo's credit, they're like openly telling everybody, like, yeah, it's not going to be perfect. Their own website admits it's basically just emulation. So I would say consider Switch 1 functionality on the Switch 2 to be a bonus feature and not a replacement. So if you really like the Switch 1 and the games you have for it, don't trade in your original Switch thinking...
Okay, let's see.
I mean, I really don't know, which is kind of a sad point. Like I said at the beginning of this, I watched that Nintendo Direct. And I was having a good time with it. I was like, I'm on board, I'm enjoying this. Like, there's certain quirks I'm not a huge fan of, but whatever, like, I'm into it. But all the side stuff is the stuff, like the complicated stuff. The fact that Switch 1 stuff is an afterthought. Okay, so basically you have to go into this being like, this thing must stand on its own. Despite
Raymond, I'm going to keep fucking muting you if you tell me what the fuck to do on my own stream.
the fact of what it obviously is, which is just a physical firmware update. That's what the Switch 2 is. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys saw my Xbox Series X review back in 2020, but my assessment of it in short was, this is a physical firmware update. They gave us the exact same ecosystem as the Xbox One. They obviously upgraded the hardware. As soon as you logged into your account, you were back right in the same thing, minus some stuff that didn't work. In the case of the Xbox Series X, Kinect games no longer worked. But outside of that, pretty much everything the same, but running a little better. And that's cool in the convenience factor, but does not exactly feel like a wholly new experience. I am old enough to remember that every console was supposed to feel like an entirely new experience. Like it wasn't just a box that lit up.
Well, not every console is supposed to be a brand new experience. The reason why every console in the past felt like a brand new experience is because that every single console was a massive technical leap. We've plateaued technology-wise. So no console moving forward is going to feel like a brand new experience. Technology is too stagnant right now.
Played some games. It's supposed to be an entire story that's trying to captivate you. Not only with its design elements, but really the messaging of the system and what they're trying to achieve with it. The Switch 2 lacks that because it's just a firmware update. It's like cell phone model stuff. They're just upgrading it. Fine, I accept that. That doesn't make it exciting to me, but I accept that. Now, with that said, it seems like under the hood, it's going to be kind of the same way, as far as what it does with performance. Again, emulation from Switch 1 games, fine, whatever. But Switch 2 stuff, they're like, well, we technically can hit 4K, technically we can hit 120 FPS. However, from what I'm hearing internally, almost nothing actually reaches those benchmarks. It's like the PS5 said 8K on the box, because technically it's able to do that, but nothing is actually created that can really hit that mark. It's going to be kind of the same way with the Switch 2. No game, other than maybe some very small indie titles, are going to hit 120 FPS at 4K. The hardware simply isn't there. Even Nintendo admitted as much within the Direct. When I believe they were talking about one of the I think it was Metroid Prime Remaster, maybe it was one of those games, or Metroid Prime 4 even. It was probably Metroid Prime 4. They were basically talking like, we can have 4K mode or 120 FPS mode. Like, which one do you prefer? Go with whichever you prefer. Do you know why they have to do that? Because the hardware is not capable of doing both, which no one expected. No one reasonable. I expected this thing to be essentially a PS4 Pro in your pocket, and it looks like that's basically what it is. And that's fine at this point in time. The soft bigotry of low expectations. That's all I expected out of Nintendo, was just kind of, as far as the hardware.
Switch.
Is that acceptable? Maybe, because we've been tolerating Nintendo giving us kind of mediocre hardware for nearly 20 years since the launch of the Wii. We no longer expect them to be hardware competitive.
Yeah, but is that mediocre for a handheld? I mean, that's way better than a Steam Deck. That's almost, I think that is better than the ROG Ally, but I'm not 100% sure, so. I feel like that is pretty impressive for a handheld.
Just passable. Fine. What else do you want to say about that? So, kind of the last thing I want to say on that element of things is, so we do know that there are going to be specific Switch 1 titles that are specifically enhanced for the Switch 2, but it's not like, hey, you put it in the system and it gets like a full 1080p update. You have to buy said update. And so like a couple of the games they pointed out was like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, like the Zelda stuff, for example. They're like, yeah, you can play the original version on the system. However, you can also buy like a $15 upgrade pack that gets you like modern textures and modern resolution support, et cetera, to make the game, feel like a new Switch 2 experience. Effectively paying for the upgrade, paying for the patch. And only today did we find out they're not going to be including DLC. Today at the time I record this, did we find out they're not going to be including the DLC within that. That's weird. And then at the same time, if you don't want to do that, if you're like, I never bought the game in the first place, or, and I think they're actually, to their credit, again, this is rumored now, we'll find out if this is true when it launches, but supposedly, at least in Nintendo's own house case, certain games, like again, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, are going to have dedicated Switch 2 physical editions, so you don't, so like if you're that guy out there who owns the Switch original versions, you're just like, hey, I want to try it with the new upgrades, I'm just going to pay $15 and then pop my original Switch card in, and boom, I'm on my way, fine. However, if you're like, no, I love physical media, and I want like the true upgraded experience, and I want to feel like I'm owning a new thing, they're also going to allow you to buy the full package, supposedly. Again, we exist in a world where this stuff isn't released yet, so, who knows. But I'll give them credit for that one, but at the same time, it is really just reselling you the same thing over and over again, but that's the era we're they're in. You know, like, unfortunately, I've said for years, you need to vote with your wallet, and what a lot of people have voted with their wallet for is to buy the same stuff over and over again. So again, that brings up the ultimate question, like, you know, do I want to buy this? Do I actually want it? And I'm the guy who owns 2 Nuons. You know, I own an Apple Pippin. I own the Casio Loopy. I own a PV1000. I have all sorts of junk. It's junk I love for the reasons I already said. I like a console that's unique and has a history. It has a story. There's a whole thing behind it. The Switch 2, to me, lacks any sort of compelling story at the moment. It feels simply like we need a new thing.
A story? I don't know. I've never looked at game consoles that way, but hey. I feel like the games are the story. Like, that should be what you are focused on, is how good are the games that you're getting on that platform. That's all that really matters.
Thing, because we've pushed the original Switch too far. It's been around for 8 years. It's time to move on. Let's just do an upgrade. Historically speaking, when consoles do this well, like in the case of the Switch, the thing that follows it up comes with a lot of mistakes. Nintendo has done this. You know, the Wii famously did very well, and it killed the Wii U because they made a ton of mistakes around that arrogance. This, in a lot of ways, feels like that story again. Because the Switch, a lot of people, and I'm sure you guys remember this if you're going back and watching YouTube videos for the last decade almost, a lot of people don't consider it a home console. They consider it a portable, the true successor to the 3DS and the DS line. Well, others, such as myself, consider it a console. Others consider it a hybrid, what have you. But one thing I think we can
It's both.
all agree on is that part of the reason that these handheld systems were always so successful is because the idea was it was just a pick up and go experience. The Switch is not completely immune to that. You know, it has needed patches and things, but for the most part, the games existed with on the cart. You could just kind of pop it in and just go. If you're creating a system where the majority of games have to download and have to update on a regular basis, much like an Xbox One or a PS5 or anything like that, Series X, whatever, are kids in particular, who are famously not patient people, going to want to deal with that? Are they going to want to get on the bus?
Yeah. Kids literally only play live service shit nowadays. They're absolutely not going to care.
Go to school and like, all right, guys, I'm going to play. Oh, I can't play it because like it needs to update. And I forgot to do that before I left the house because I had homework or I was eating breakfast. Or I'm 9, so I didn't think about it. I don't know. You know, I feel like this is people. I used the example before, like say Ubisoft or something, saying like it's cheaper for us to produce a version of the game that just has to download the files, and that's as far as they're thinking about it, as opposed to how does this work in practical terms? How will people respond to the fact that their portable on-the-go system is never really ready to go? I will give Nintendo credit. At least they're not locking these game cards. I don't know why people are giving them that much credit for it exactly, because I've seen a bunch of people celebrate like, oh yeah, we can have resale media. I'm like, we've always had that, except for when Xbox tried to get rid of it. But yay, they did the bare minimum. Like, why are we celebrating that one? But whatever. So at least they didn't make it worse. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I am still not decided on actually getting a Switch 2. And it's not for the lack of the games. I want to make that very clear. A lot of the games actually look a lot of fun. You know, and that's just kind of a given with Nintendo. We know they're going to give you a good gaming experience. The actual games will be fun. It's more about like everything else around it.
Yeah, I think we've heard enough, man. I mean, the problem is with watching the Switch 2 stuff is we've already heard everything 800 times. There's not really anything new that's like left to be said. It's the same thing over and over again. The haters can come up with anything new. Oh, he can't come up with anything new? It's just... Yeah, it's just regurgitating information. Like, I don't understand who's watching this type of stuff, honestly. I don't know, man. Like, do people really need to hear the same thing, like, 700 times? Like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But then again... Most people do not have an internal monologue, so once you learn that, you realize they need constant affirmation. So they can't work out shit in their heads, so they need other people to tell them what to think. Yeah, I just don't give a shit about Nintendo Switch 2, other than I'm going to buy it. So it's like, the outrage to me is just completely gay. It's fake and gay. I don't know. I'm doing God's work or something along those lines. I have no idea. Alright, we'll see what this video is. It's by a VTuber, so I highly doubt we're going to make it through this. I highly doubt it. But we'll see. God, bro, this thing will not fucking highlight. Jesus Christ. Stupid fucking YouTube chat. Oh, God, it's this thing again. The one who pretended that she wouldn't notice that she was surrounded by only black people. Yeah, fucking, bruh. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, if I was at a barbecue and I was the only white person and everybody else was black, I wouldn't even think about it. Yeah, shut the fuck up, you dumb whore. You're a lying cunt.
Is it like a rat disease? You get bit by a rat and turn into one? Rats! You turn into some Welsh person. On how
yeah, I'm so not racist, dude. I don't even see skin color, bro. Like, oh, fuck off.
The Act contributed to this and how it may cause similar strikes across the country. What are they talking about? Equality? Equal lefts and equal rights. Boom, boom, boom. Right in your balls. In 2012, 174 former Birmingham Council employees brought an equal pay appeal to the Supreme Court. Okay. They argued Birmingham City Council had provided a lower pay to women in predominantly female jobs, cooks, cleaners, and care staff, compared to refuse collectors and road workers.
Gee, I wonder why.
They won their case. Birmingham Council was found to have contravened equal pay legislation because they failed to provide bonuses to cooks, cleaners, catering, and care staff, but did offer them to bin men, street cleaners, and grave diggers. Oh my god, they dig up graves too? Damn. Judges heard that 170 women were among female workers denied bonuses similar to those
they dig up graves. Holy fuck.
handed out to employees in traditionally male-dominated jobs, such as refuse collectors, street cleaners, road workers, and grave diggers. Okay. This is not a case of women being paid less than men for the same work. The claimants drew a comparison between manually taxing jobs with higher labor shortages and unsociable hours. Bin men, yeah, you have to. They collect trash over there at like 2 to 3 a.m. up until like 6 a.m. Yeah, because it's obviously like, whereas there's less people on the street. Yeah. And more popular jobs like cooking and cleaning. Because they lost the case, Birmingham Council have had thousands of equal pay claims brought against them. So far, they have paid out 1.1 billion pounds! That's more, chat, by the way, for Americans, that's more. It's probably closer to like 1.3 or 1.4 billion dollars. To former employees in equal pay compensation. They estimated further liability in the region of 650 million and 760 million pounds. Holy Toledo, that's a lot of money. That's taxpayer money. Oh my. What a steal. Yeah, a steal is not what I'd call it. Do you want to be smoking hot at the gym this summer? In September 2023, they issue a Section 114
Yeah, you could tell she's ugly.
notice declaring the council to be in negative general fund position due to the cost of providing equal pay claims. Yikers. Okay. Yeah, ding dong, no money. Give us more money, taxpayers. The second consequence, the council urgently had to equalize pay for binmen and catering staff or risk further payouts.
Bro, you can tell by the voice when a girl is ugly.
But, look, I'm sorry. I have worked in retail and not directly in catering, but I did do like barista work for a time, so it's kind of adjacent to catering. I don't think it's the same as picking up garbage for like 5 hours and like having to fucking stink like garbage all day and lifting up people's garbage and getting garbage juice all over my fucking clothes and shit. Yeah, I don't think
ugly women always have ugly voices. It's just a one-to-one relationship.
Equivalent. Like, yeah, I think both jobs can suck in their own way, but I think one of them is definitely fucking worse.
Can anyone think of a woman who has an ugly voice that is like, you know, legitimately hot? I can't. I genuinely can't. Your mom? Yo, are you saying my mom's hot? What the fuck? Bella Ramsey? Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that. Let's see. George F with a 2. What is this?
Hey, while you're at it, don't let the news hit you along the way.
Oh, God.
I can't afford this shit!
Gamepass. Cody Booth with the 14 months. In October, I go on vacation, so I'll be in Japan for a week, then a week in Seoul. At least there, I won't end up in a barrel of acid. There you go, man. You gonna hit up the local cuisine, if you know what I mean? But yeah, that'll be kind of cool. I don't know. I've always kind of wanted to go to both of those places, but I don't know. The idea of traveling by myself is super unappealing. But I hope you have a good time, man. And Tim Marco with the 279, she probably the fuggliest goblin alive behind that. Well, the thing is most chicks that do VTubing are already ugly because, you know, you can make way more money as an actual, you know, female streamer. But
I can't afford this shit!
Or at least like worse in like hard work. Because they were bankrupt, there was only one way to do this, by cutting pay for refuse collectors. No! No! Chat, there's no way! This is crazy, man! No way they cut garbage men's pay because waitresses were complaining they weren't making as much. I have to be like misunderstanding this. And not only did they cut garbage garbage men's wages, but waitresses and cooks got literal free money because they were discriminated against? This is absolutely fucking wild. Holy crap-a-moly. That makes no sense. That's not even fair. Birmingham Council has been finding ways to cut the pay of those in male-dominated professions. Unite report that they've cut $1,000 in shift pay already. They've also cut the highest-paying refuse collection job, waste recycling, and collection officer. An 8,000-pound pay cut for some. That's like $10,000. Oh my gosh. Like, and that's super important. Like, no joke. Like, it's hygiene. That's hygiene. Like, that's horrible. Deserve to strike? Yeah, they do. They really do. This reminds me of the Simpsons episode. I forget what it was, but they, like, cut the pay of all the garbage people and they went on a strike, and then the mafia had to take over.
Dude, you know what she sounds like? She sounds like that obnoxious sub-5 Asian toad, Extra Emily. She has a similar, like, speech pattern to that fucking aughts.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of that. The council is at a total impasse. They have to make these cuts if they don't risk further equal pay lawsuits. Oh my god, that's so bad. They are bankrupt, so they simply cannot afford to bring up the pay of cooks, social care workers, and cleaners instead. Oh my gosh, UK is so cooked. Yo, any UK garbage men in the chat? I'm sorry. Living in trash! You would say that! You would, you're a little rat! My chat loves this, they're rats. Like, our mascot is like a rat. Birmingham won't be the only council to experience these problems. Refuse collection is tough work. Councils need to pay more recognition of this, but the workforce is around 73% male, so we'll always be vulnerable to equal pay lawsuits. Chat. This is unironically the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Bro, women aren't gonna do certain jobs.
The Gamepass song is now associated with True Love. I can believe it, honestly. I could believe it. They love those modern messages that Microsoft puts in their Gamepass games. Majora Jeff with the 2 sing the Gamepass song. I cannot sing. That will not be happening. I'm not singing.
Women, like, there's not a lot of women. Women don't want to be truck drivers or plumbers or garbage men. This city or whatever this is, like, council area, it's literally going to run every male-dominated profession into the ground by doing this. Like, people go into the sewers and have to clean the sewers so that we don't get clogs and shit. Like, I'm sorry, I've seen enough documentaries about dirty jobs and all that, like all those episodes of Mark Rowe, and it's always men doing the dirty jobs. There are women occasionally, of course, but holy crap. This is so bad. Equal pay for the same work is a hard-won right that should be defended at all costs, but equal pay for similar work, as deemed by a judge, is madness. It will bankrupt businesses and councils and make it impossible to provide basic services. Thousands of ASLA workers win latest stage in decade-long equal pay case. £1.12 billion. The case centers on the fact that the mostly female shop workers are paid up to $3.74 an hour less than the predominantly male warehouse staff. Yeah, because the warehouse has to work longer hours, very likely, because they have to lift up shit and also work night shifts, and night shifts also, they get paid more usually. And also they break their backs and legs. Like, what are we really talking about, man? Different work equals different pay now? No.
Griffin doesn't want to sing because he sounds like Steve. Nah, that's PWR, bro. And he's got the voice of an angel.
No, that's sexist. You can't say that. No, like, highest...
The reason why this is more annoying to listen to than Melanie Mac is because you have this thing staring at you the whole time, bro. Like, it just makes me want to punch. You know? I just want to beat whatever the fuck that thing is, bro. A fox, anime girl, whatever.
Like, let me Google this really quick. Highest...
If this was in front of me in real life, my uncontrolled rage would just drive me to fucking square it straight in the fucking jaw. I don't know.
Ill-dominated professions. Construction, firefighting, and some areas of finance and technology. No, I need like a statistic. Ah, here we go.
Like, it just makes me hate.
Okay. Yeah, this is the U.S.
It's like an insult to my intelligence, bro. I'm telling you, like, I hate this fucking anime slop, honestly.
Department of Labor. What's dims? Let's look at it. This is not the UK, but this is the U.S. Let's just, like, read that.
I genuinely fucking hate the anime style. Like, it's just so fucking disgusting to me at this point. I can't fucking stand it.
Oh, this makes so much sense. Wow. Oh, all of my little chatters. Chat, do you have one of these jobs? I bet you do. I bet most of you do. There are people who don't do this kind of work, but I bet most of you do. I can't read. You can't read it. Yeah, automotive, look at that, machinist, repair workers, welding, landscape, groundskeeper. Chad, look at all these jobs that they're gonna get to cut pay too in the UK. Wow, industrial truck and tractor operators, painting workers. Is that like painting roofs and like walls and stuff? Electrical and electronic engineers, construction managers, machinists, construction labor. Wow, it's almost like a lot of these are men.
Dude, I guarantee you people are jerking off to this fucking thing. I don't, like, my brain is not fucking retarded enough to jerk off to anime tits. I'm sorry, like, how is this sexually appealing to people? Like, I don't fucking get it. I really don't fucking get it, dude. Like, I wish I could be retarded enough for 10 minutes to understand, but it's like, bro, there is nothing appealing about this at all.
Occupation with the smallest share of women workers. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Just look at that. Landmark equal pay went for thousands of workers against retailer next.
Like, just sitting here gooning to this all, because you know that's what they're doing, bro. They're just sitting there on Twitch like, oh, Oh my god, dude. Oh yeah. Read me the news article, you hot, sexy dog girl anime chick. Oh yeah. Oh, Mom, get out of my room. No, I was just scratching my leg. Stop. No.
Saying that retail is equivalent to like putting boxes and moving stuff, and also if you work in a warehouse, you have to have a license for a forklift. I know that you have to have
I guess the good thing is the type of guys who are jerking off to this shit, their dick will fit in the palm of their hand, so it's not like their parents would see anything if they did get walked in on.
At least. Yeah. You like actually have to have a license. Of course they're gonna pay more because you have to get a license, therefore. Forklift licenses are like blinker fluid. They're not. It's stupid. I have no idea. Need more qualifications. Well, at any rate, I just think that, you know, backbreaking work like, you know, picking up boxes and moving them is very likely more intensive than putting stuff into a bag. And ask me how I know. I worked retail when I was a teenager. Yeah. Sabotage in your Department of Sanitation, you're heading towards drowning in garbage? Yeah, tell me about it. Look at this. They are it's literally as tall as the lady almost. Or man, I don't know, I can't tell, but they are almost as tall.
The Dream of the Fisherman's Wife? I've never seen that here. Let me look it up. The Dream of the Fisherman's Wife. I've never seen that. A young Ama diver entwined sexually with a pair of octopuses? What the fuck? Bro, I've never heard of this shit. Oh my. Is this the original fucking hentai of tentacle rape? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I don't think I can pull this up on stream, but Jesus Christ. Is that like the original sauce for tentacle hentai? I don't know. How old is it? Let's see. Published in 1814. Yup. So this was the original source of the fucking tentacle rape hentai. Nice.
Tall as this person on the side. Like, holy guacamole. What's the legislative change that needs to be made to end such mad rulings? Clarification of equal pay legislation with Equality Act that only applies to the same work, not work of equal value. Very small change that could save billions in lawsuits. Okay, that's a fair criticism. Chat, so like, currently the city in the UK is experiencing a garbage man strike, and look at all the trash in the streets. Oh my goodness. Now imagine the truck drivers go on strike. Like, goods stop being delivered and moved around. The firefighters, the mechanics, the repairmen, the construction workers. This is literally premium levels of retardation. You cannot compare pay gaps with different professions. Like, you just can't. It's not a level.
Yeah, I know it's canon in Pokemon that people used to fuck their Pokemon. It's in Gen 4, I think.
Come on. This is so bad. Birmingham is a fucking shithole. I've never been there. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. All of Birmingham stinks. I've been to Birmingham. It's a picture from years ago. It actually looks like that. Okay, man. Alright. I wouldn't take it that far, but sure. I've never been there, but I wouldn't know. Imagine being a hardworking guy taking out people's trash all day and you get your pay cut because some Karen's bitching about, like, having to, wait tables at a restaurant. Whose trash you also have to take out, by the way. Yeah, this is certified.
Thanks to Leo with the 6. That's basically everything. You've suffered enough. I appreciate it, man. Oh my god. USA people calling it Birmingham? What are they supposed to call it? Birmingham? Is that what you're supposed to say?
You're fucking poor!
I can't afford this shit!
Oscar the two talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Yeah. Pronouncing it wrong, it's pronounced more like Birmingham. Yeah, I forgot. In order to speak true British, you have to forget letters. I notice a lot of men use fancy mics to make their voice sound more mellow. I guess so, yeah. I don't know. I use a fancy mic because, I don't know, it's nice. I think everybody just uses the same mics, to be honest, though. Everybody uses the Shure SM7B. It's like the default mic for YouTube because it is the best. It's the best microphone because it doesn't pick up background noise. So instead of having to use like a software filter to filter out background noise, it does a pretty good job of not picking it up in the first place compared to other microphones. Plus, it actually has a good sound quality, which, you know, USB mics sound like shit. So... All right. What is this?
The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mass and weight. The rain is very heavy.
Dude, what is that face? It looks like his jack-off face again.
Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has
Doesn't
lots
it?
of mass and
It's like...
weight. The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mass and weight. And volume. The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mass and weight. The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mass and weight. The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mass and weight. The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mass and weight. And volume.
Oh my god. Phil is just in a constant state of pain. Yeah. I would be too.
Way, because Game Pass is not for everybody, Phil Spencer says.
You hear that noise right here? This is why you don't use a USB mic. Listen to the background noise.
Hey, while you're at it, don't let the news hit you along the way, because Game Pass...
You hear that? That's exactly what happens when you use USB mics. It picks up noise from the USB connection. So XLR mics like the Shure SM7B don't have that issue.
Hey, while you're at it, don't let the news hit you along the way, because Game Pass is not for everybody, Phil Spencer says. And...
Wait! I thought Game Pass was for everybody. I thought Game Pass was your one-stop shop to play all the best new games. It was like your Netflix subscription, $20 a month. They're going to capture billions of gamers worldwide on mobile, PC, and console. You know, Game Pass is the future of Xbox. Now it's not for everybody. Oh no! Are we having yet another fucking reversal of the talking points? How will the bots keep up with this?
The reality is, obvious.
The title is based. Yeah, I want that controller. Well, I already have 4 pre-orders, so yeah.
It's not for everybody, because there are people,
3.
People who like to buy their games and own their games. And to be honest, Game Pass does not deter you from doing that. He knows, you know.
Yes, it absolutely does. It absolutely fucking does deter people from buying games, because every single time a new game gets announced on Xbox, people are in the fucking replies going, I'll play it when it's in Game Pass. Why isn't it in Game Pass? I don't want to play it until it's in Game... Like, bro, it literally has. It has 100% deterred people from buying games. It changes consumer spending habits. Just like Netflix deterred people from buying Blu-rays and DVDs. It's the same fucking shit. Or digital copies of movies. They'd rather just stream it. They don't care. They don't need to own it.
We all know. The funny thing, though, is he's saying...
That's why it's a big deal when, like, something comes back to a streaming service. Like, oh my god, dude, The Office is back on Netflix, for example. I guarantee you people are like, oh my god, wow. Because they didn't go out and buy the series digitally.
This at the cusp of Game Pass growing 30% on PC, because
I would love to see the source on that.
Apparently, value is something that is now coming into the picture and the perspective. And the reason I said don't let the news hit you along the way is because if
it's grown 30%, huh? Well, let me see the stats on that one.
If you think about it, even PlayStation is continuing.
So let me get this straight. They had a 2% increase in revenue with a 20% increase in price, but we're supposed to believe that Game Pass on PC had a 30% uptick. Interesting. Again, I would love to see the numbers on that one.
To make a case, as they've also now increased.
Nah, the regular Xbox controller does not look good, in my opinion. Like, this looks like shit, honestly. That does not look good. But that looks fucking awesome. That's a man's controller. A real gamer's controller right there. This is like, Happy Meal toy, kind of like the yellow fucking left bumper, the green. It looks like almost like a Halo controller. This is fucking sick. It's got the red translucent plastic on the front so you can see the components underneath. I don't know. This is definitely where you should put your money towards. And, you know, God forbid they actually make a custom console instead of a fucking carpet that you wrap around your console. But yeah. Anyway.
Increase the subscription price in Canada, according to reports. Kid you not. The subreddit games. Okay. Apparently, this is not just a PlayStation thing. This is a general sentiment thing, I guess. Maybe. Somewhere, somehow. And they put the article here.
Oh my god, that buzzing finally stopped.
From industry news saying Xbox Game Pass is not for everybody, Phil Spencer says. And they put the full quote. This person says, for me, I look at Game Pass as a healthy option for certain people. It's not for everybody.
That is, bro, that is a complete reversal of what he used to say. He literally used to say, we want everyone on Game Pass. We're putting Game Pass on as many devices and screens as possible. So that's the way that everyone can interface with the Xbox ecosystem. This is 100% a fucking backtrack.
If you play 1 or 2 games a year...
You didn't hear the buzzing? I bet you don't hear that ceiling bird either, you generation, huh?
Game Pass probably isn't the right business model for you. You should just buy those 2 games, and that will make total sense. But I want you to have the choice. So we remain focused on everything that's on Game Pass is also available to buy. This is the very funny thing that I had to sit here and my brain cells were at risk of depleting because it was insane to have to tell people, bro, there is a buy button on Xbox's platform just like any other platform where they sell digital games. It was so weird to have to go in and spell that to adults, but apparently this is not something that I'm not used to.
You don't get it? Oh, come on, bro. They clickbaited me. I typed in ceiling bird, and apparently it gave me actual birds. I bet you can't hear that, you generation, huh? Nothing? There we go. Yeah, I have my ceiling fan on, so I'm going to have a hiss.
This person, though, Quickster, had to go in and make it really weird. Guess what they said? Translation, Xbox Game Pass has plateaued. You know, this particular lie that they foment in little corners where they're raising their subscription prices on the other side. Oh, yes. And it's not making enough money to fund the 45 studios we bought. So now we're...
It sounds like a shoe on a basketball court. I never thought about it that way. Yeah, I guess so. True.
We're selling our games everywhere.
It gives them the same dopamine hit as seeing, fucking LeBum.
To try and recoup Microsoft's investment and try to keep Xbox from becoming the next Zune. Guys, I told y'all that these so-called PlayStation fanboys lurking everywhere can't shut up. I told y'all and try to keep
Xbox Game Pass is plateaued and it's not making enough money to fund the 45 studios we bought. So now we're selling our games everywhere to try and recoup Microsoft's investment to keep Xbox from becoming the next Zune. What the fuck does this have to do with PlayStation? Yeah, these PlayStation fanboy, like, not even mentioned. Nowhere in this statement was fucking PlayStation even brought up once. But yeah, he's a PlayStation fanboy.
Xbox from becoming the next Zune.
This is what you have to do in order to make this type of content. You have to label every single person who doesn't 100% promote the message from Microsoft as an Xbox fanboy. Let's see. Fancy Leo with the 15. What do you mean you don't use headset mics? Don't you want to hear me farting? Also, about my dog dreaming. Oh, wait. What about my dog dreaming? Me breathing after gooning? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't use headphone mics. I should buy a headphone mic just to show you how bad it sounds, but I don't think I have one. I kind of wanted to get Astro A50s again for, like, you know, headphones to use while streaming, but I wouldn't use the mic, obviously.
Guys, I told y'all that these so-called PlayStation fanboys lurking everywhere can't shut up.
How was that guy a PlayStation fanboy? He literally didn't even mention PlayStation.
Number one, Xbox Game Pass has plateaued.
How do you know he wasn't a Nintendo Switch fanboy? How do you know he wasn't a fucking Steam fanboy? You have no fucking clue.
Did you not see the financial report where PC is now a thing? These folk are...
What is he talking?
Are very tunnel visioned. That's why Xbox is beating PlayStation into the ground, and even they...
I'm sorry, yeah. The companies... Yes, Xbox is beating PlayStation into the ground so fucking hard that they had to put all of their games on PlayStation because nobody was buying Xboxes. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely, dude. You know, expert analysis on that one.
Can see it, but can't see it because the haymaker is coming and they don't even know. Oh, taken out. Because they don't realize that Xbox's business is that diverse, right? So they're over there talking.
Does he not realize that with the added revenues of Xbox and Activision together, that it's still smaller than PlayStation? Like, even if we're just talking about a pure revenue basis, not profitability, because the profitability of Xbox is definitely in question now with all of these studios. Like, does he not realize that Sony is still bigger than Xbox post-Activision Blizzard merger? Revenue wise, right? I mean, I just want to check. Cuz a lot of these guys don't actually know the numbers. They love to like flaunt out there. Damn, bro, I need to fucking drink something. Shit. Let's see. Majora Jeff with a 5. Honestly, every Xbox video I see, people just call you PlayStation or Nintendo fanboy. It's really weird. I'm a fanboy of everything, bro. That's how it works.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. And Xbox is over there making money in front of them.
Are they actually making money? Why is Xbox not publishing their profitability numbers? You know, they took out the cost breakdown of Activision as a standalone business unit. Why? Was it because every single quarter they owned them, they were losing money on that business unit? Interesting. Let's see how profitable Xbox is. Where can we find that number?
Same time, coming out to say things like, and it's not making enough money is not true. It's not true.
How
to
do
fund
you know?
the 45.
How do you know? Where is your insight on the studios of Microsoft's financials? What is your expert analysis coming from, bro? You can declare everything not true, but it doesn't mean it's right. Major Jeff with the 5. If you're a fan of everything, why do people call you a Sony pony?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Because they need content, basically. In order to make this type of content that we're watching, you have to label everyone that does not suck the Microsoft a PlayStation fanboy. This guy who didn't even mention PlayStation or anything other than Xbox itself was labeled a PlayStation fanboy. Where in here is PlayStation even mentioned once? How can you label this person a PlayStation fanboy when they literally have said nothing about play? It's just, yeah, it's desperation. This is how you make this type of content, is you just grasp at straws and, you know, straw man everybody in order to find a new topic to make a video on whatever day of the week it is.
5 studios we bought, and now we're selling our games everywhere to try, imagine that, saying try and recoup Microsoft's investment. Ladies and gentlemen, what's wrong in recouping investment? If you're going...
That's what he's saying, bro. This guy has to be from the third world. Like, come on, bro. What's wrong with trying? He literally said that's why they're doing it, to try and recoup Microsoft's investment.
Going to actually sell your games. Do you know what's wrong in trying to recoup investment? Let me tell you what's wrong in trying to recoup investment. Do you want to see it? Oh, yes. It's when a company lays off its employees because of cost of its development.
You mean Microsoft, where they laid off how many thousands?
That is a bad way to try and recoup your cost, because already
from 2013. Hold on, let's see. Microsoft Activision layoffs. Oh wow, dude, look. I can do it too. 2024. Wowie zowie, man. What do you mean when they lay off 2,000 employees to cut costs? Aw, man. I could do it too.
You've admitted that you're...
Is this guy, like, slow? Like, honestly. What the fuck is this shit?
Management and your spending is a problem. 2023, December 21st, Sony reportedly...
Wait, hold on.
Recoup your costs, because already you've admitted that your management and your spending is a problem.
So what the fuck does that make Microsoft?
2023, December 21st, Sony reportedly pressured its studios to make big cuts amid increasing development costs.
What's wrong with that?
Yet, this person here on a subreddit 4 hours ago can open their mouth and console war in the face of this reality.
How is this console warring? He didn't even mention another console, you fucking half-wit. Jesus Christ. How is console warring not mentioning another fucking console? He didn't go, bro, PlayStation owns the fucking Xbox. They're having to fucking try and make their money back because PlayStation's #1, dude. No, you fucking half-wit. This is not console warring.
Reality. Thank you, God, for information. If not, we would be under the cloud of darkness of these liars and attempting gaslighting twats.
Oh my god. Bro, is this a crash course in projection 101? Like, what in the fuck?
And recoup Microsoft's investment to try to keep Xbox from becoming the next Zune. Bro, Zune was something that, in my opinion anyways, I don't think anybody cared for. But if you think Xbox...
Yeah, and nobody gives a shit about Xbox anymore. That's why nobody buys them. They sold 3 million consoles last year. PlayStation sold like 20 million. Bro, it's Jover. It's absolutely Jover. How many iPods were sold compared to fucking Zunes? I guarantee you it was a similar proportion.
Xbox as a console is Microsoft's primary business model. You need to go read what PlayStation has assessed about their own business. I made this video because this particular article is more than likely going to be misconstrued everywhere. But this is exactly what it is. Thankfully, somebody put the full quote on the subreddit, but bro over here had to go ahead and hop on over. I don't know who you are, you know? I mean, it's just a, you know, an account.
I don't know who you are. He's a PlayStation fanboy. doesn't mention PlayStation, I don't know who you are.
Bruh. And pretty much
how do you know he's not a Nintendo drone?
Jump the gun and try to make it seem like it's about you. It's not about you. Go back to PlayStation and enjoy what it is that they're doing, and then late at night when everybody's sleeping, fire up your Game Pass subscription and play those games. Are you kidding me? You see, all I was waiting was for a roll call at some point, and I have my roll call. The PlayStation talking heads that actually foment conversations like that, they all use Game Pass. Oh yeah, the business model apparently works for them. Just watch how they're going to stay quiet though, because everyone's going to be like, well, don't you have Game Pass? Or didn't you have Game Pass? Because they've already basically partaken of the, in quote, forbidden fruit of trying to be much more, dialed into value. Phil Spencer discusses why Xbox Game Pass isn't for everyone these days. Now, the options are there. That is the beautiful part of it. With this Variety article, it's obvious to see that the very first thing that anybody must come to is Xbox is creating options for the user and options for themselves. I made the video this morning where I talked about all of their pillars and how they've basically gone ahead to fortify themselves. Game Pass bringing in billions of dollars, the biggest shooter bringing in billions of dollars, third-party games bringing in money for them, first-party games bringing in money for them. They already have a formula that's interesting. The next frontier for them is PlayStation. They need to get into PlayStation and farm more billions of dollars.
Why do they need to go to PlayStation, you fucking halfwit? I'll give you a little hint. It's exactly what was stated in that comment. They spent $100 billion on mergers and acquisitions. They have to recoup those costs. And Xbox Game Pass ain't fucking cutting it. They're not going on PlayStation because they wanted to. Phil literally is on record saying that these acquisitions are to bring great, Xbox exclusive content wherever Game Pass is present. That has been changed as a result of them shelling out all this money for acquisitions and not seeing a significant uptick in Game Pass. So,
that to me has always been the play, and I've been saying this from the rooftop, saying, guys, we need to see more PlayStation dollars start moving to the Xbox side.
Why? Why do you need it, though? Nintendo doesn't need Xbox or PlayStation money. PlayStation doesn't need Nintendo or fucking Xbox money. So why? Why does Xbox need that money?
Maybe that will wake PlayStation up, because that's what I've always wanted to see, a PlayStation that's awake, not one that's basically sleeping and going ahead to basically raise its own subscription cost. What? I mean, I cannot imagine that they would dare do something like that while people are talking about how Game Pass is not for everybody. For what? In Canada.
Yeah, the Canadian dollar tanked, dumbass. Of course they're going to raise the price. They're a US-based business unit. If a foreign country's currency declines in value and your business operates on the basis of US dollars, you're going to increase the price in that foreign country to account for the fucking exchange rate. Wowie zowie, dude.
Do y'all see what this what's going on?
Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. This is just like insufferable. Like, these guys really think they're smart. They genuinely do. And it's just pathetic. Give it up, bro. Microsoft has given up on the fucking Xbox. They don't care anymore. Neither should you. It's done. The 360 was great. The beginning of the Xbox One generation, I liked it, personally. But ever since the will of Phil has come into be, it has just been a disaster. And a slow death spiral that has been accelerated in recent years.
Going on here? Could this be the tariffs like Zubitech tried to point out about the increase of the PlayStation hardware prices, which was a flat out nonsense? PlayStation Plus prices have increased in certain regions, but not in the US.
What does that mean? Think about it. Use your brain, buddy. Come on. Put that whatever country's education system to work. You know, why might the prices have increased in a foreign country, but not in the United States? I really just can't think of why it would be that way. I don't know. Wow. I mean, what do you do when you make money in one country and then you want to bring that money back to your country and spend it? Well, you know, they have those things at the airport with the big signs that has like, oh yeah, $1 equals 0.97 euros. What does that mean? Well, last week it was $1 equals, what was it, 0.9 euros? So the value of the euro went down? Huh? So you're saying that my foreign currency was worth more compared to what it is now when I go to exchange it? Like, oh my God, this is so fucking basic, dude. Jesus Christ.
Look at this.
I just, like, genuinely, how are people this fucking stupid?
Are y'all seeing this? This is weird. Shout out to
No,
Princess
it's
Peaches,
not. It's not fucking weird. It is not fucking weird. All right, look. What is hold on. Let's see. How much is a 12-month subscription? So, previously $95. Let's do this real quick. CAD to USD. All right. Here we go. So, Canadian dollars. What was it? 95 originally? So that was $68, okay? What is the annual price of PlayStation Plus in the United States? $80 for a year. Normal price. So the Canadians were paying $12 less in American money for the same thing. So we raise it to 110. What does that bring it up to? 79. The same price as it is in America. What is the difference? Oh, I don't know, dude. Maybe the fact that the Canadian dollar has taken a fucking shit. It's taken a fucking shit. So yes, the Canadians were dramatically underpaying for PlayStation Plus relative to the United States price when you actually put it in to an exchange rate calculator. So they raised it from $68 to $79, which is literally the price of what it is in the United States. Crazy. Wow, that's how exchange rates work. Wild shit, dude. When you have Justin Trudeau and his liberal government in office for 10 fucking years, you know, your currency kind of goes down the fucking pipes.
Audience members in the channel, he messaged me this morning and said, hey man, did you see this? PlayStation Plus Essential is now up in price point.
No, it's not.
Really? They want you to pay $110 for this? Then PlayStation Plus Extra,
I bet he thinks that's American money.
They want you to pay $190, and then PlayStation Plus Premium, they want you to pay
He probably thinks it's US dollars, bro.
$225 in Canada. Now, in dollars, we have to look at the conversion rates, but
oh, here we go. Let's see if he comes to the same conclusion.
I say, dadgummit, where else have I seen a subscription service that actually gives you much better? See, if you're over here giving your money to PlayStation, you should make sure that you...
Oh, we're not going to pull up the conversion rate. Why? Why aren't we going to pull up the conversion rate? Because it completely breaks apart the narrative that it has anything to do other than with currency fluctuation. Crazy, man.
You are very certain that that's where you want to play your games. All this talk that we come ahead and see articles that say, oh, PlayStation is increasing its prices, and then this article on Vice says, and players are not happy about it. What do you mean players are not happy about it? A lot of
go blame your liberal government.
Of these players walked into buying a PlayStation console when Game Pass was there since 2017. What are you talking about? Did many of them just accidentally roll into the platform? They knew what they were signing up for. Or maybe they didn't know that they were going to be signing up for pretty much covering PlayStation's own deficiencies and pretty much being the subject of their premium sales model as their central approach. Oh, yes. What did you think, though? Like, I mean, when you started seeing this particular generation hemorrhage, what did you think? I'm wondering, for those people who are the PlayStation fans that are not happy about this. I mean, maybe this writer, Brent Cope, just forged those people. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe he's making it up.
What in the fuck is this video, bro?
But if you are not happy in being on PlayStation, what did you expect was going to happen?
Wait. Look at this. Look at this. Canadian PlayStation owners are outraged after Sony unexpectedly increased the price of its PS Plus service by an astronomical amount. An astronomical amount. Dear fucking God, man.
It up. But if you are not happy in being on PlayStation,
what is the, like, bro? Jesus Christ.
What did you expect was going to happen when
you would have thought they tripled it or something? Like,
right in front of you in 2023, this leak came out. You saw their game plan.
Yeah, the previous price hike was across the board, like in all regions. They bumped it from $60 US a year to $80. So yeah, it was way worse. This is just a regional adjustment because of conversions of currency. The Canadian dollar has decreased in value steadily for the past 10 years. Let's see. CAD to USD chart. Let's just see here. Like right here, you can take a look. Look at this shit, man. So back in 2011, the Canadian dollar was a 1-to-1 exchange. It's now all the way down to 0.7. So in the past, like, decade and a half, give or take, you know, there's been a 30% reduction in the value of the Canadian dollar. So, of course, they're going to raise the price in order to be in line with the United States pricing. The money is not the equivalent of each other. So I don't understand why adjusting for an exchange rate change is some sort of like, oh my God, bro, they're so anti-consumer. Like, no, you fucking tard. If I'm a U.S. company, which the PlayStation business unit is based in California, for better or for worse, you know, why would you accept less foreign currency? No, you're going to demand more if the value of that currency drops in relation to the dollar. That's common fucking sense. This is only an issue if you're stupid.
Yet, you didn't do anything about it. What is the problem? Because I'm sure people who may have seen this stuff or don't care about this stuff continue to play on PlayStation, which is their right to do. But those who are saying that they're not happy about it, what is making you unhappy? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit there and keep taking it, or are you going to do something different? The ball's in your court. Peace out.
Oh my God, bro. Yeah, it's just, the bots really do piss me off. Because the pseudo-intellectualism that has to take place in order for them to justify the most inconsistent company in the industry somehow being the market leader is crazy to me. Like, yeah, Microsoft is getting their teeth kicked in at every opportunity. Nobody's buying the Xbox. PlayStation's outselling them fucking 5-to-1. The Nintendo Switch is outselling them like 3-to-1. 8 years into the generation, and somehow Microsoft just has their finger on the pulse of exactly where the industry's going, but is unable to actually sell their own shit. Like, does that make any sense to anyone? How is the company that is just consistently worst at everything they do, like the worst, hardware, software, service revenue, like everything down the fucking tubes, the only reason they've seen revenue growth is because they keep buying up the industry? So it's idiotic to me, man. How are we going to sit here and LARP that Xbox and Microsoft have unlocked the secret of the video game industry, when in reality, they have no fucking clue what they're doing? They're literally engaged in a throw shit against the wall and hope it sticks strategy. They're not putting games on PlayStation because that was their master plan. They're putting games on PlayStation because Phil Spencer was wrong. And Microsoft wants their fucking money. They spent $100 billion to prop up his vision of Game Pass. It did not materialize. And guess what? The money has to come from somewhere, so let's put our games on a platform where people actually buy games. Because if Game Pass was this massive profit-driving mechanism for Microsoft, then all of their games would only be available on Game Pass to encourage people to buy Game Pass. Very convenient that we can constantly shift the goalposts for the company that consistently does the absolute fucking worst in this industry, but is somehow, you know, this Nostradamus of the industry that just knows exactly what's going to happen 10 years before it happens. Crazy, man. Majora Jeff with a 5. You know, I'm starting to feel bad for these Xbox guys. They can't seem to stop cucking themselves for Phil. Yeah, it's just... But, like, the dishonesty, too. It's like an astronomical price increase. It's like, bro, if I'm selling something in Japan, let's say, and I sell it for $10 US, and at first, that's 1,000 yen. 1,000 yen converts to $10. I get my $10. Hooray. But let's say, you know, the yen declines in value, and now all of a sudden I need 1,500 yen to get my $10. Am I going to be like, oh, well, you don't have to give me 1,500 yen. You can just give me 1,000 still, and I'll just take $6. Nobody's going to do that shit. No company is going to be like, yeah, I'll just take a massive loss on the currency exchange rate so you can keep buying it at the same price. No, of course you're going to raise the price. You're going to demand more yen in order to keep getting your $10. That's how exchange rates work. So if Canada is underpaying by $12 compared to the United States pricing because their currency is on a decline, of course, they're going to raise the price in Canada in Canadian dollars in order to account for that. That is very common currency exchange. That's called arbitrage. There's an entire multi-trillion-dollar industry where people move trillions of dollars around on a daily basis trying to take advantage of exchange rates and make money. So I really don't understand how this is a problem, but whatever, you know? We got intellectuals in YouTube videos telling us what we should and shouldn't think about things, so. Griffin wants terrorists for gamers? Absolutely, man. Somebody tell Griffin Guy and Ponies that you got the PS5 for nothing. I paid $700 for my PS5 Pro. I don't know what the fuck you mean I got it for nothing. Griffin oh wait, no, I read that. Griff, stop lecturing me. Never, PK. Nope. I will lecture you forever. Xbox is the Biden of console. Yeah. They're just stumbling around trying to figure out where the fuck they are half the time. So. That's right. PlayStation personally gave Griffin a PS5 Pro free of charge. Yeah, and, you know, Shigeru Miyamoto is going to be delivering my Nintendo Switch 2 and a hand job. So, for all my shilling. Major Jeff with the 2. Alright, let's see what this is.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money.
Kano Casino reacts to PWR becoming a DSP detractor. Plans to go to Hogan's Hang. Yeah, I heard about the Hogan's Hangout thing. That's based as fuck, man.
I really need that money.
need that money.
You shouldn't bend over for corporations, however. Who's bending over for corporations, bro? You used to play on PC, now it's shilling for Sony and how am I shilling for Sony and Nintendo? I'm sorry the truth hurts, buddy. You know? I'm sorry the truth hurts. How am I shilling for PlayStation and Nintendo? Give me a specific example. I want an exact example of how I'm shilling for either Nintendo or Sony. Please. I would love to hear it. Zongzino with the 5. Do you think the Great Awakening was inherently satanic? It sought to put man before God and defy the natural order. In my opinion, it's the start of man's downfall. Yeah, I think the removal of religion out of daily life in general is a bad thing because, you know, religion is what creates a cohesive society. You know, when you have a common religion, morality is not up for debate. Because, you know, it's literally put into place by a being that's higher than any man could ever achieve. So, yeah, I would say typically the further humanity has moved away from having religion as a prominent feature in daily life, the worse off it will be. Ask an atheist how they know what year it is. Bruh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what year is it? Yeah, that would actually be funny.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money.
What do I suggest Microsoft do? There's not really anything they can do now. They're way too big. They basically have to abandon ship at this point. They got way too bloated way too quickly. They have way too much overhead, and basically they have to become a third party now. Because Activision and Bethesda only maintained their size by being third-party publishers, putting their shit on everything. So in order for Xbox to continue operating those companies, they have to keep them third-party, which means everything else has to be third-party too. And their consoles aren't selling. The quality control is not fucking there. There's no actual vision or common theme for the platform or studios. Like, it's just kind of over at this point, man. It's just kind of over. It's kind of too little too late for whatever it is they try to do. The fate of the platform is sealed at this point, unfortunately. Because they've already made it abundantly clear that everything is coming to every other platform. Why would you buy an Xbox next generation? There's no point. There's no fucking point. Buy a PlayStation, a Nintendo Switch 2, or buy a PC and a Nintendo Switch 2. You will get all Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo games, and then all third-party games that way. That's where we're at now. Xbox offers absolutely no reason to buy its console. Buy a Series X if you want backwards compatibility. But next generation, there's no reason to buy an Xbox because back compat is already perfect on this gen. So you can get the old Xbox Series X and use that as your 360 and original Xbox emulator. And there you go. Majora Jeff with the 5. I hate the people that are soying over the Steam Deck still. Well, yeah, the Switch 2 is going to be way better than the Steam Deck, so that's going to be a rude awakening for those people.
Really need that money. Really, that money.
His last 40...
Yeah, I need to upgrade my computer, but yeah, this guy never replied with how I was shilling, so like I expected. You know, all these dudes come in here like, you're shilling, you're a fanboy. And whenever I ask, how am I a fanboy? Nobody ever says a fucking thing. Or they'll be like, you bought a PS5 Pro. Okay, I bought a game system. Wow, that makes me a shill, right? It's just like, it's the most retarded shit ever. I don't know, dude.
$40 to fill. And the next day was forced to starve. He starved for days because he couldn't afford food. because he gave the last of his money to Darkside Phil. In addition to this, he was so depressed and so messed up that he took a razor blade to his wrist for Phil. And
I still can't believe that shit's real, bro. Blades to the wrist for DSP.
He started self-harming himself in order to get people to stop making fun of Darkside Phil. He was broke as a joke, severely depressed, mentally unstable. He's living with his mother. He's 35 years old. There's not one hair left.
You fail to call out Sony's anti-consumer practices at every chance. It's about consumer practices, not market leaders and what anti-consumer? No, I said a specific thing, not the you don't talk shit about. No, give me a specific example of how I shill for PlayStation. I want to know what I do to shill for PlayStation, not what you think I should be doing. Give me a specific example of where I have shilled for PlayStation.
Left on his head. It was tough. It was really tough. But PWR, despite the fact that...
You play Halo too much? Yeah, exactly.
You know, he's had a lot of challenges in life. He has bipolar 2. He has...
Griffin, well, that's not PlayStation, bro. Aerith is a Square Enix entirely owned property.
ADHD.
I love my Square Enix, bro.
Despite all of this, he's actually become a pretty entertaining live streamer.
He's funny.
He's pretty much become the exact opposite of Darkside Phil.
Well, he is DSP, but for all of the good reasons. Like, he's basically a good version of Phil. PWR is basically DSP if he wasn't a massive piece of shit, actually gave a fuck about what he was doing on stream, and actually cared about having a community.
Actively engages with his community.
Yeah, dude, it's my dream in life to accumulate enough money to buy Square Enix. So, one day, maybe Aerith will literally be mine. Legally, that is.
He takes phone calls from everybody. He has no fear. He has no anxiety about any of it.
He's hot.
He's super positive. He's super hot.
He's hot.
Even every single time somebody tries to shit on this guy and take him down a notch, he just rises above it and stays positive and stays hot. And he's really funny. And, you know, he's both unintentionally funny and intentionally funny.
He's smart.
And so what we're going to watch here
He's
is
smart.
him
Yeah, that's a bit of a... I understand they're, like, trying to get him to, like, meet up with them, but, bro, that's a bit of a reach.
The fruits of his labor. He finally received a YouTube partnership.
Griffin, you can buy Aerith for around 8K. I wish, bro.
And the super chats are coming in like crazy. The memberships are coming in.
I got to get my money up quickly before Tencent or somebody buys Square Enix, bro. I got to become a billionaire.
Like crazy. The audience is hot.
I got to petition Elon to give me a small loan of $4 billion to go and acquire Square Enix stock.
Excited. They love to see it. And originally, PWR hated the casino. Because
he burned us down in The Sims.
He burned us down in The Sims and all this crazy shit, and he killed us in Fallout New Vegas and all this stuff, right? And but now he's starting to turn around because we offered him an all-expenses paid trip to Hogan's Hangout. Darkside Phil turned down this trip.
Yeah, my mom told me to kick fucking rocks when I asked her to buy me Burger King. She said, "You're a grown-ass man. Get it yourself." I said, "But Mom."
Bar is now thinking.
And she said, "Shut the fuck up, you sniveling brat."
And maybe it's time to start working with the casino. So let's have a look. This
Hell
is
yeah.
his stream from yesterday.
And by the way, he felted Ralph effortless.
Oh, yes.
Ralph
Destroyed him.
was like a big, the hollering hog, of West Virginia. Nope. Effortlessly, he felted Ralph. But here we go. What does he call him? The ass man? He calls Ralph
Mr. Ass.
Mr. Ass.
Because he loves to eat ass.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Look at him go.
Oh, man.
It's time to get to business. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stand up, the accountant.
Sure you guys will
Let's
really
get some subs for PWR's sexy boy striptease routine.
Let me just do something
The
real
showmanship that he has. Like DSP would never.
I need to get hot on stream and order a Roadhouse King. Yeah, I gotta move to Canada first.
Do that for the fans. Phil would demand $1,000 to do what fucking PWR just did. You're zooming into his image.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have 2 scenes here that we could switch between what he's watching and his face.
Okay, but the thing is, some of the donations do pop up.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna switch it whenever we have to. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There we go. Is that fine, guys? You like that?
That's good.
I'm trying to make it hot. You know what I mean? All right. Here we go.
Make it hot.
All right. There we go.
So, oh my goodness, like, there's freaking super chats going out to freaking.
And it was coming in like every second. It was like ding, 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 ding. He made so much money on this stream.
Yeah, Ralph is jealous just like DSP is whenever somebody's more successful than him.
It was unreal. And it just, Dark Side Phil's seething.
Oh, he's crying.
He's boiling that Phil, after his 16 years, can't even make 1/3. It was a lot more than Phil's goal. It was probably he made 5 or 10 times what Phil's goal was.
Have you noticed, ever since the PWR incident, like his growth, DSP looks tired on his streams.
Oh, yeah.
Like tired, and he's posting it like...
Griffin's jealous too. Of course, bro. I want all the monies for myself too.
3 a.m.
But yeah, I don't really care.
On Twitter and shit, like his schedule.
This ain't my main gig, so, I appreciate any small amount of shekels that come my way regardless, because, this is all basically icing on the cake as far as my cost of living and stuff, so... Major Jeff with the 2, that's his face. He looks normal. Yeah, dude, I was not expecting PWR to look that normal. Like, I was expecting him to look like that undercover cop from Breaking Bad.
I think this PWR thing is keeping fucking DSP up at...
Griffin literally begging right now. I'll show you begging. That's the beg button.
Yeah, he loses sleep.
Streaming is Griffin's Aerith card fun. You're goddamn right. So.
I can't afford this shit!
But yeah, I have a good job and everything, so I'm good, money-wise.
Oh, buddy, he's falling asleep while...
What's crazy is he could have...
For now, at least, unless I get laid off, dude. If Trump destroys the economy.
This guy, PWR, the young hotness, the young hot dude on the block, he wanted to work with Phil. He wanted to be the co-host on Smart Guys, and if Phil had any intelligence at all...
Griffin has so many ads in his stream. Oh, are the ads bad? I just have it on the feature that YouTube auto-inserts. If they're really bad, I'll turn it off. I didn't know it was an issue.
He would have hired him as the co-host of Smart Guys, split everything with him 50-50, because this guy is hot. This guy's got lightning in a bottle right now. It's a meteoric rise. Inside 2 weeks, 5,000 subscribers. He's a YouTube partner. He's making way more money than Phil.
By a lot.
He's getting 5, 6, 7, sometimes...
Well, if you have premium, you don't get ads on anything.
800 live viewers? Yeah. So fast.
Yep.
And Phil could have been a part of all that momentum and money, but he was a dirty piece of shit that was selfish and shit on his own fans.
And DSP blocked the term PWR in his chat. Anyone who mentioned it,
called him a detractor meme.
Stop.
And it's like, this guy, he actually cut his wrists for you to try and get people to stop making fun of him. Like, he actually did. This guy self-harmed for Phil, right? This guy, he forgoed eating for Phil. Like, he chose to starve so that Phil could have money on his birthday.
Yeah.
And then Phil turns around and calls him nothing but a detractor meme and shits all over him. That's disgusting from Phil.
Keto Pool Boy for 10 subs.
And the King for 5
King of what?
subs.
Kidding. Thank you, King. And Anissa Santit for 5 subs. Big support.
Huge. Let's get some subs.
Away. Yikes, guys. Let's figure it out. All right. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
For making that spectacular entrance.
Thank you.
So hot.
Okay. And we got a lot of members joining. And somebody just super chatted 19.99 fans.
Wow.
I love how, by the way, there's a Dr. Jamha for $15 in the donation, and he really believes it's a real doctor. It's so keto, bro.
There's like 18 doctors.
There's like 50 doctors in his chat that call in. He's like, we have so many educated people in the chat. It's crazy.
the show if you guys are going to keep sending these contributions. Thank you so much.
Dr. Horsey Pantsu. There's a $20 bomb.
Dr. Horsey Pantsu.
And it's all happening within minutes of the stream. He didn't have to ask. He didn't have to beg. He didn't have to set a goal or anything. The people are just organically donating because they want to support him. They enjoy his content. They think he's funny. It's amazing. It's great. It's the complete opposite of Phil's community, where he has to shame people for withholding. And by the way, every dollar that this guy is getting, he's so grateful for. It's great to see.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of DSP, where it's like, I didn't get my $150 that I'm entitled to.
Oh, yeah. And he donated to charity, a cat charity, and other people, and he's so nice.
This guy has fucking nothing. He's living with his mom. This is the first real money he's had in a long time, and he chose to give a big portion of it to a charity to help kitties because he likes cats.
Yeah, same here.
It's just very wholesome.
I love it.
It's very nice.
Love you, brother. We won't be scared off by your sexism. Well, I appreciate that. You know, I speak openly.
Did you hear that?
I try to be fair.
Base. I speak openly about my hatred of women.
So shows. Us women, we love you. Like all the women are so wet.
Let's go.
This guy,
they're
they're so
wet.
fired up for PWR that they let him be sexist. When you're as hot as PWR is, they let you be sexist. They let you be an incel. They let you be toxic. When you're as hot as this young dude, holy, the sky's the limit.
But you know, it's something I'm adapting my behavior around. I can't believe it. And that's the thing, is we're all celebrating. We made partner.
Yes, he's now a YouTube partner.
YouTube partner.
His last stream had the money sign on it. Let's go. Let's go.
Half the friggin' night trying to get it up and running. Okay.
Tony Banford sub to his channel. Look at that.
Become a member. Let's go. The legendary
Griff is an incel confirmed. Nah, dude.
Tony Pamfer.
Let's go.
This is overwhelming. I mean, the amount of support is incredible. I never expected this. I knew you guys were hot for it. I knew you guys wanted it. You got it. I was up half the night. Tony Panther, $50, and is
$50.
Let's go.
Huge dono. That's 1/3 of Phil's goal.
Oh man,
it wasn't even 5 minutes into the stream. Just massive support.
No, I'm not a member, but if I see him streaming, I was planning on dropping a member bomb in the chat. Now that I know he was partnered, because I asked in one of his streams if he was going to turn them on. But, yeah. I don't really like to become a member on other people's channels, because I don't really use the chat very frequently. But I'll gift memberships.
What a legend. What a legend.
It just me, or is it getting hot in here?
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Let's go.
Today's game. It's going to absolutely get hot. We got Cody Thompson with the 5 memberships to the viewers. Well, thank you. I didn't even start the
you know DSP is absolutely fucking fuming, bro.
game. Get hot. All right. I'm trying my best. I'm struggling, fans.
And another $50 from JW. And you see like all the names across the top. Avarice for 10. The Hustler for 5.
I'm banned from DreamCastGuy's chat. I can't become a member.
He was raking it in, just hand over fist. And it's nice to see a young, hot dude like this win.
Yep.
It's nice to see it.
Yes, incredible. We all hit it. You guys, wanted an all
Tony Panther for 10 subs!
Let's go. Big support.
Go!
43 away from the goal. And Psycho asks, where's the casinos? Bro, I brought every piece of merch he has. I got an email yesterday saying it's all being produced right now. And I have all the 3 shirts there. I might buy the hoodie.
Yeah, 35 is not a hot young dude, bro. As a 27-year-old, I definitely feel old. I mean, 27 on the internet's basically ancient, to be fair. So
I'm looking at the hoodie too.
Let's go.
Alternative, you wanted to embrace this lifestyle brand, and this is just showing what it's all about.
His show is a lifestyle brand?
The lifestyle brand, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is no wife, no life, no ass, no hope.
Yep.
And that's the lifestyle.
No friends, no hope, but that's all right.
And those are words to live by, folks. You don't want a piece of butt bossing you around, telling you to stop fucking playing video games or watching wrestling. You don't want that. And this guy, he doesn't have any bills. He doesn't have any responsibility. He lives with his parents. He's free. He's winning.
I had a funny joke, but I'm not going
to. So thank you. Oh, yeah, brother. You know who that is.
What does he play? Bro, what is this?
You don't know what this is.
Sting! Yeah!
Look at him! Look at him go!
WCW.
Bro,
Oh, WCW.
He's so fired up about Sting, bro. He starts fucking pounding the desk like a fucking mongoloid about Sting. He's fucking marking out for Sting so hard in the game. Like, that was crazy, bro.
There's Steve! That's Steve's the Sting boy!
So he's referring to Sting by...
This is basically factual, guys. This is how the internet works nowadays. You know? This is basically what you have to do when it comes to navigating the internet. When you're 17, you're a literal toddler. When you're 18, you're a fully grown adult that has a job, a car, a house, a wife, kids, everything. You know, even a nice watch on his wrist. And when you turn 20, you're basically Jeffrey Epstein. So, yeah. I mean, this is just the generally accepted rules of the internet. Bro, this is how all the discourse on the internet surrounding power dynamics and shit is basically perceived, in my humble opinion. But, yeah. I didn't make this. I saw this on Twitter a long time ago, and I saved it because I thought it was funny. But, yeah, this shit's so fucking accurate, man. You know, you're 17, you're literally a child, dude. 18, you're a fully grown adult with, you know, all the responsibilities and shit that go along with it. And then 20, you're basically ready for the retirement home. So, this is how you have to navigate the internet when it comes to age.
By his real name. I didn't catch that. But so I looked it up. I'm like, is he referring to Sting by his real name, which is Steve Denton? Of all names. Steve Dent? The Stinger! Steve Dent!
Holy shit, what the fuck?
Buddies.
George F with the 5, I have autism myself, and I feel I have a normal face. You think autistic people are ugly? No. I just thought PWR would look like a meth addict. Honestly. Because, like, apparently he has an addiction problem. Like, he used to snort coke. So I thought he would look more like a drug addict. That was more so what it was. It's because apparently he's been in and out of rehab and shit for substance abuse. So, I didn't really think he would look different because of his autism. It was more so the fact that he was a drug addict. More than anything.
Stop, buddy, yeah.
About Ablatius for a sub. Thank you so much. Big support.
Let's get some subs for Steve Denton.
60 away from the goal. Big support.
Yeah.
Let me
Oh,
go.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah, he said he's 6 months clean, so hopefully that sticks.
Hulk's
Coke's nasty, bro. That shit rewires your brain if you use it for an extended period of time.
He's hot.
in fire.
Yeah, he doesn't have the face of Dream. Exactly. That's what I was getting at. You know, Dreamcast guy, you can definitely see the effects of his substance abuse.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to just take a quick minute
Bro,
to really, genuinely.
He goes, Hulk's hot. Hulk's hot.
Hey, thank
He's
you.
gonna
I
be
mean, I
hot
never
when he's
expected
doing
this.
the karaoke on stage with Hogan, buddy.
You guys have just blown me out of the water. Clearly you want me to keep doing this. God, oh
Yeah.
God. Scooter has super chatted $9.99. Are you still a DSP fan? Well, fans, I got something to say.
Here you go.
If you want me to get into it, I'll get into it.
Yes.
But
We need to have him say, F Phil, you effing coward.
I don't think some of the fans are going to be too happy with what I say.
No.
But here's the official statement. Here's the official statement. I have absolutely 180'd on Phil.
Let's
Oh, no, Phil.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Thank God, man.
180.
Ring it up.
He's
DSPL.
free.
Full
Bring it
heel
up.
turn.
Bring it up
Oh
hard.
my
This is
God.
his babyface turn, brother.
Yeah, no,
This
exactly.
is
I
going to
know.
be his babyface run on top, buddy, and he's going to draw mega dimes.
Buddy.
He's the babyface of the company. He's the ace right now. He's hot.
Nah, I don't think it's an X to doubt, bro. Phil has banned him from the chat. You can't even type PWR in the chat anymore because Phil bans it and auto-filters it. Like, bro, Phil has gone full, you know, act off Pigler, restricting any mention of PWR because he's fucking pissed off that, you know, one of his fans is more popular and more successful than him now.
You know, but yo, he took a lot of abuse. Like he fucking waited. He's like waited out.
He's taken over this industry, brother.
Mhm.
He paid his dues. He was just a jabroni, taking L after L. Nobody even paid attention to him. Just a mere ham and egger jabroni.
Is it possible these are secret geniuses with a group of friends giving? No, like people genuinely like PWR. Like, you know, everybody went for the fucking, you know, train wreck where, you know, he was crying about not getting Burger King from his mom or talking about, like, I mean, he still talks about that type of shit. But the thing is PWR is harmless. Like, he's a genuinely funny guy. Like, he's fun to laugh at and with. So that's the difference between him and Phil. Phil is a piece of shit that no one actually fucking likes. Everybody just likes laughing at him. PWR, at least for now, has redeeming qualities. So people genuinely like his content, even if they're like trolling him and stuff. So it's all done in good fun. So people actually do, you know, support him financially because they get entertainment value out of his content, which is cool. So I think that's perfectly fine. And I think it is like legitimate interest for now, at least. I don't know.
But now he's making it to the main event. He's on this massive push. It's lightning in a bottle, brother. This is like Austin 98, Hogan 85, fucking John Cena 2006. He's on a fucking mission, brother, and he's taking over.
That's fucking wild, dude.
And quite frankly, the thought of him at this point makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh my god!
Oh, suffer, Philip! Suffer, Phil!
Buddy, this was like this really affected DSP. Like it really did. And by the way, I like how if we open up the chat here, look at this. No one's like, "Oh, really? You don't like DSP?"
Everybody's fired up.
Everyone's
saying
like, yes.
everyone's hot. An effing coward. Speak your truth. You know, hell yeah, you're looking hot. There's flames in the chat.
A lot of flames.
Majora Jeff with the 2 is PWR autism. Oh yeah, definitely.
The fans are with him, dude. Phil's lost the people. Just a few weeks ago, Phil was on top of the world. He had legions of fans. They've all become members of the PW Army.
Yeah, even
all of Phil's top donors, all of his dents, they've all submitted to the PW Army and the new lifestyle brand. It's amazing.
Well, why
wouldn't
wouldn't
we got 4th place for 5 subs?
Big support, 38
Let's
away.
go. Let's get some subs to gas up the PW Army.
But why wouldn't you switch over to fucking PWR, aka Light Side Phil?
You know, the other brand, the alternative brand in this industry, it's ice cold.
Exactly.
Brother. It's ice cold. It's an old man, grumpy and cold.
Oh,
and
guys,
it's sad.
pizza party. Want a pizza party?
This is happiness, positivity, winning.
Hot.
You know, it's unreal.
God,
young.
No wonder I was friggin' having such a tantrum that day. My mom said, you can get a video game after you go to the beach.
So I just love how every story of him acquiring a video game involves him throwing some sort of tantrum to get his mom to buy the video game for him. It sees every episode of the show. He told a story where he peed his pants, I think, to get Donkey Kong Country 2 in the middle of Toys R Us. He just dropped trow and pissed everywhere until they bought the game for him.
You know, I mean, it's a tactic. It works.
I was slamming on the Walmart door. I literally was. Just the lady like put the keys in and was just walking away.
So I don't know. It's fucking ridiculous. I hit play.
On that freaking Walmart door, as hard as I effing could. She turned around, opened the door, brother, and I ran to the N64 section. And, you know, pointed and said, "That's the one I want, Mom."
By the way, do you notice something? Every game he plays, he has like a story. Like it's got like a background, lore.
By the way, it's almost like he actually enjoys video games and is passionate about it. Unlike,
God forbid.
Like somebody else we know.
I wish I was still passionate about video games, but those days have long gone.
Unlike the alternative brand that's ice cold, this brand is white hot with real passion, real positivity, and real meaningful content that comes from this guy's heart and his connection to the game.
Yep.
Unlike the consumerist slop AAA garbage that the other brand is trying to present, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, where it's 90% boring fucking silence. This guy, he's making it happen. He's hot.
Yeah.
The one I want.
And bend over is like, are you going to troll him? No, this is not like a DSP.
No. The thing is, like,
he's actually funny.
Listen, I think the truth of the matter is the audience all wanted us to snake Phil. But the audience won't. This is the deal.
If
the
we
audience,
snaked
the
him,
audience
we'd be
won't
killed.
accept. The audience won't accept us snaking PWR.
I don't want to, though. I don't want to.
You are passionate about Final Fantasy. Yeah, but that's not new. That's not anything new, bro. That's like old news at this point. But I don't know. The general industry itself is shit. There's very little I'm passionate about when it comes to gaming still.
And even if we wanted to, which we don't, because this guy right now
I like him.
is where it's at. Right now, he's white hot. Now, maybe he won't stay this hot forever.
Oh, he'll be hot.
You know, maybe he won't be the young hot.
Yeah, well, the thing is even if PWR's support wanes a little bit, like, even if he gets 150 viewers, like, that's still great for him. And that's probably way better than he was doing previously. So, if he gets, like, a, you know, I guess, loyal audience, even if it's not the largest that he's ever seen, it's still going to be great for him.
Maybe he'll get old, maybe he'll get cold, but right now, this guy, we gotta scoop his heat, brother.
Yeah.
This is the mega.
Yeah, well, Rebirth isn't old, but Final Fantasy VII is old, which is what Rebirth is based off of. It's not like an entirely new property.
Fucking program that's gonna take us to the top, buddy. This is like WrestleMania main event showcase of the Immortals, grandest stage of them all. The crossover between the Kino Casino Maniacs and the PW Army, dude. It's going to be the mega powers, brother.
Well, here's the thing, too. The people that, when I'm editing, right? Like
Final Fantasy sucks. Yeah, and so does your whore mother, PK. What's your point?
Ralph or TU or DSP or whatever the fuck, right? When I'm editing them, I got to put it on 2x speed. I got to, like, delete stuff. And I got to, like...
I'm watching this guy, like, 4 hours straight editing.
Yes. I actually go like, oh, put it on while I'm playing games or doing something or editing or drawing for the game or whatever. Like, I'll watch him.
You almost have to put him on half speed so you can savor
Get
it
all
more
of it.
and enjoy it. Yeah, twice as long.
And not being sarcastic, too, by the way.
Super straight with a 5. I'm tempted in asking Keem if he can have PWR be a new host on LolCow and put a PWR segment for Keem to react. Yeah, honestly, that would be kind of funny if they got PWR on LolCow Live to promote his show. He could pick up some, good viewership there because all the Phil detractors watch LolCow, so that would actually be good.
And we're celebrating it here at the start of the show as Lex Luger hits the power bomb.
Nah, Rebirth is only a year old at this point.
Oh, incredible.
A couple of major points. Now, I'm going to go on...
What, are they going to want to come in and film me, put a suppository in, or what is it this
What the fuck? A suppository?
time, brother?
No.
Can you imagine? I really hope...
Bro, what the... His mind goes straight to putting a fucking suppository up his ass. The Playgirl magazine, the suppository, clarifying that he doesn't like men, women, or children... Hot young guys. Like, I don't know, man.
Hope he lets us film a suppository being put up his ass.
Yeah, you know, that's really fun.
Listen,
that was a great idea.
George F with a 5. I find it interesting because I don't act like him. I guess every autistic person says, well, yeah, that's why it's like the spectrum. So, yeah, if you're, most likely you have, like, high-functioning autism. If you're even autistic at all. That's the other thing, too, that I'm not going to get into. But the autism diagnosis is thrown around way too fucking loosely nowadays. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, he's more closer to probably low-functioning than high-functioning. So, yeah. I mean, if you do have, like, actual autism, you're probably a high-functioning autistic person, which just means you have, like, a little social quirkiness to you. But, yeah, PWR is definitely towards low-functioning.
That's a really good idea he came up with. Can you imagine? There's this Gorski's with we're gonna have to draw straws for who's gonna have to put the suppository up his ass.
Okay,
I'll do it. Is it draw straws for who will do it? Like you win?
Wait, you're just volunteering to put the suppository in his ass?
Dude, I mean, why not?
Like you, Griffin, no kids, no wife. You're sus, dude. I know, man.
He's a hot young dude.
Dr. Warski.
Try to keep it a little brief just because there is other fans, but I respect you and I will give you a chance, but just do your best.
I sincerely appreciate that, and I will try my hardest to...
Like in a bro way.
Yeah.
Like not in a gay way.
It's not gay if you're bros. You're helping him.
know.
It's a medical emergency.
You know?
We're going to have the enema segment of the documentary.
Exactly.
Oh, but we're filming him post-enema on the toilet. He's having the
We gotta do one of those. What is it? The coffee enemas.
Oh, stop. Oh, my God.
Thank you.
Point one. Not only do they still want to carry forth with the documentary, but the thing is that it's not going to be that style. It's not going to be at your house. You actually brought up the fact that going to Hulk Hogan's, what is it, beach house, whatever it is, shack.
His beach house.
His beach house. It's called Hogan's Hangout, brother.
Whatever, to Tampa. You said that might be your tipping point. They want to basically, if I understood correctly, all expense paid. You, them, Tampa, Florida, Monday night, where Hulk Hogan.
Oh my God! Don't tell me that.
Like,
how excited he is.
Really, remember?
Oh my God. But, you know, you've got Phil who's like, no, I won't go.
Actually, I got a schedule.
Like, by the way,
Let's show our threats.
Roswell the cat has gifted 5 subs. Let's go.
Fucking go. 12 away.
Maybe Griffin should stream WWE. Nah, I know nothing about WWE. I'm good.
Information that I didn't hear.
I don't have an interest in wrestling at all.
All right.
So, here's the
76 org resub.
do that. All expense
11.
paid. Hulk Hogan's Shack, whatever it is in Tampa.
Hulk
Live.
Hogan's Shack. Like this guy,
oh my God.
This guy had me.
It basically is. I'm not gonna lie. And I told PWR this in the DMs. I'm like, listen, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of a fucking dive bar. Like, it's a bit greasy, brother. But the beers are cheap. The food is decent. They got fucking weed coolers, buddy.
Jeez.
And Hogan's there every Monday for karaoke.
And I'll be DD. I'll be DD for that night. So no Ubers needed. Andy will drive. We got here Tony Padford for 5 subs. Nose Goblin for 3 subs. And Monolithian for a sub.
And Dick Dickstein, he says in chat, DSP would lose his mind if you took PWR to Hogan's Hangout. And that's why we're doing it, right? Like, that's part of them. And that's why we're not going to snake this guy or anything like that. We just want him to win.
Ash. Sorry, guys. We're 1 sub away.
Griffin, just wait until his hat comes off, then you will see the lolcow phenotype. What, PWR has like a receding hairline or something? Majora Jeff with the 5. My speech is not that good and my reaction time is bad. Well, yeah, I'm not sure like exactly where you'd land, but yeah, there's probably a pretty big difference. PWR is like towards the lower end of the spectrum, so I can't give you a diagnosis over.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
He can date Hulk Hogan's daughter. Is she hot? Let's see. Hulk Hogan daughter. How old is she? 36, bro. Oh my God. Almost the exact same age as PWR. Yeah, she's not bad. There we go, dude. That can be PWR's next piece of ass. She has super... Oh my... Bro, that is not a super wide shoulder, but whatever. You might be gay if the shoulders are what you're focusing on. That's kind of homo, I'm not gonna lie. Her shoulders are a little too shapely for me. Like, come on. Nobody's looking at the shoulders. PPP needs to help him out and work up some... Exactly, bro. Yeah, she's a year older than PWR, so maybe she could teach him some things, dude. Bruh, that would actually be fucking hilarious if he hooked up with Hulk Hogan's daughter. That would be the ultimate fucking story arc for sure. Dude, look at iDubbbz's disgusting wife, bro. She's so gross looking. Ugh. She's your type. Too old for me, bro. But yeah. Skinny white women. 2 thumbs up. Jesus Christ, YouTube is putting the same random bullshit videos in your feed as mine. Yeah. Well, you probably are watching the similar stuff that I am, so. Anissa said she doesn't have an inner monologue and can't visualize a spinning apple. Yeah. It's probably retarded. That's why. Acts that way for sure. Let's see. Where what? Yeah, let's watch this.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Snort, snort, snort. Code drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
I'm sorry to hear that. Someone says
New Generation with the 2, the iDubbbz content cop was awful. So like every other one. But yeah, I can imagine, bro. He has 0 edginess left, so it's probably a massive.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Just Fanuc fest. So yeah, I can only imagine how bad Content Cop is now. And I wasn't even a fan of it. Majora Jeff with the 5. This is cool because you use autistic as an insult to people and you're being nice to me about it. Well, yeah, I'm not being serious, bro. That's the thing. I'm not like actually like anti-autism or something. I don't know. It's just like, you know, calling somebody a pussy. It's not like I hate women or something. You know, that's, I don't know. Don't take it personally. That's the number one thing I can say about anything said on the internet, not just for me, is just don't take it personally because it's not, you know, directed at you in a personal manner. It's like saying retard. Like, I don't hate people who are, you know, mentally retarded. It's just, I don't know. Well, you hate women, Griffin. It's personal. No, dude. If I hated women, then why would I have this? This is a woman, dude. Real or fake. Doesn't matter. Griffin, you are autistic yourself. Maybe, man. Who knows? Anything's possible, right?
Thanks for making me feel good with your stream. Sadly, recently I've come to grips with my own parents' mortality. I know that your parents are up there in age like mine. My father recently had his first...
Trent Lamar with the 32 months. Speds are still crying in your last video. I know. I'm a racist, dude.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Exactly. I didn't like South of Mid, so therefore, you know, obviously, I hate all black people. You know, bullseye. Wowie zowie, dude. What a genius conclusion to come to. Majora Jeff with the 2. I mean, Oski is an asshole, so F him, dude. That's right, bro. He's a,
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
God! I've fallen and I can't get up moment. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? It's sad when your parents get older and they're just not like they used to. Like, no exaggeration, it sucks. I haven't seen my parents since 2019. The idea was I moved out here in 2014 and my parents were going to visit once a year or maybe once every other year. Okay. That was the whole point. Because I told them outright, I said, I want you guys to understand something. I don't want to go back to Connecticut. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing really there. There's a zoo.
He won't even travel back to Connecticut to go see his parents, bro. What a fucking, like, what an actual piece of shit. Yeah, Mom and Dad, I don't care enough about seeing you because there's nothing to do there. There's just a zoo and, bro, what a fucking literal prick. If I was his parents, I'd give all the fucking money away and say, fuck you, Phil. You're a failure. You're a loser. And you deserve none of our money, you fucking piece of shit. What a fucking asshole. Do you know what is in Connecticut, Phil? Your fucking parents. The whole reason you're going there. You're not there for a fucking vacation, you fucking ungrateful little shit. Holy fuck, man.
And there's Italian food, and that's it. Like, if they come here, there's stuff to do, right? When you come to Seattle, there's all kinds of fun things. There's restaurants. There's all kinds of tourism. There's things to do here. For me to visit them
and you're not going to do any of that shit. I got to stay home and stream.
Connecticut, there's fucking nothing going on. It's boring, okay? And it's
no, you're there to see your parents, Phil. You're not there for a fucking vacation. Holy shit.
Expensive, too. So that was the idea, is that they were going to come visit me maybe every year, every other year. You know what I'm saying? And then what ended up happening was basically they visited that first year for Christmas, and then they visited in the summer of 2016. And then everything fell apart. My aunt got ill, and so my parents had to basically be taking care of her constantly. She eventually passed away. Then their health both turned for the worse, to the point where...
So you don't get off your ass and go see them? What a piece of shit, man.
They can't travel. They basically are kind of like... Not that they're completely homebound, but they can't really do much.
So you get your ass on a fucking Spirit Airlines flight and go see your fucking parents.
They can't. They outright told me there's no way we could fly out there. You know what I mean? To spend time with you. We just can't. So, you know, it's life. And I was like, damn, the whole plan fell apart from the get-go. You know, we were planning on this. Just within 2 years, the whole thing stopped. So, you know, sucks. What can you do? Right? But I hear you. And it's not just them, too. I have other relatives and other friends and things that I hear about all the time. It's like, damn, this person passed away. Passed away? That's insane. They were, you know, young.
Dude, imagine that. You have parents who wanted to make the effort to come and see you. They're too sick to travel. So what do you say? Oh, well, I guess they just don't want to see me. Whatever. You don't get on a fucking plane and go see them every once in... Like, what a fucking ass, dude. What an absolute piece of shit. I hope they leave him absolutely fuck all.
They were vibrant. They were healthy. How did this person pass away out of nowhere? The older you get, the more this stuff hits you. And the more it hits you, the more you realize what's actually important in life. And that's when you mature up and you stop being an asshole. At least for me, that's exactly what happened. Like, I outright admit, when I was younger, I was an immature asshole. I was a troll. I was a jerk. I said and did irresponsible things. I didn't really give a fuck. And then as I got older and I realized I have limited time on this planet and I have limited time to spend with people on
the money ran out
on this planet. And there's people who are very near and dear to me who I may not be able to see or do stuff with much longer. Things hit me like a ton of bricks. I think it's time to change my life. It's time to change who I am as a person, as a creator.
Or maybe you go visit your parents. I don't know, Phil. Changing as a content creator is great and all, but you could actually go see your fucking parents.
It's time to, you know, do things better for myself, for my family, and to basically not be an irresponsible douchebag only out for myself for the rest of my life.
But won't go see your, like, sick parents.
And a lot of people, I think, will come to that realization when they hit a certain age. For me, it was like the last 7 years of my life.
He would rather dump tens of thousands of dollars into a fucking mobile game than spend $500 for round trip tickets to go see his ailing parents. What a fucking freak, man.
This has happened. I was like, oh shit. But for a lot of people, it's different things that happen, right? Different things that hit them or whatever. But I also feel like that's why a lot of people on the internet don't have that level of self-awareness or that level of maturity because they just not in that situation.
Yeah, they
right?
only have a zoo and Italian food, so why would he go and visit them, bro? Why? Oski with the 5. What can I say? It's fun, especially when said individual said it doesn't bother them. So more ironic to me.
Guy!
Griffin needs to save every cent for Hogan polls and I know, exactly. That shit's crazy.
Right now. Maybe if they were, all of a sudden their attitudes would change. But, you know, for me, I literally could not be someone who would be okay making a living being a disgusting, nasty person to people all day, every day. Like, I just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Like,
because begging is so much more noble.
I don't want. I could never live with constant drama, internet bullying. I couldn't do it. I every once in a while you want to joke around or whatever, but for me to do that seriously, it actually would hurt me inside, knowing what I know about the human condition. So, and call me different than others. I guess that's fine, but it is what it is. So yeah, but I hear you. As we all get up in age, you see these things change around you. My God, this person is old and
dude, this is like what a bully would say when they get punched in the fucking teeth for the first time, It's like you're the big kid at school. You can beat the shit out of all the other kids because you're way taller and bigger than them. But then a new kid shows up at school who's even taller and bigger than you, and he punches you square in the fucking jaw, and now all of a sudden you have a fucking come-to-Jesus moment that you don't want to be a bully anymore. This is basically what Phil's going through. He had a massive, ego boner going on during the whole Kino Casino thing. He started swinging his dick around again for the first time in a long time, and now he's having trolls remorse all over again. Because he realized he's actually a pitiful, worthless nobody that no one actually fucking likes.
sick and passing away. What? Can't believe it. And then you realize, wait a minute, I'm 43 years old. Holy fuck. Right? Well, now that
Griffin is worse, he won't clean his hoarding apartment so his parents can visit him. I don't have an extra bed. So it wouldn't even be possible for my parents to stay here.
the entire mood of the stream has been completely ruined, let's talk about something else. Someone else tag me in the chat. Quick, let's change the subject. Quickly, very quickly. What's the next subject for today?
I got the drip going. I got the drip going. I got the drip going. I got the drip going.
Sleep on the floor, dude. Nah, my parents would never do that. They would never agree to that anyway. So, even if I offered that, they would go and stay at a hotel anyway, because they're actually considerate people. So, plus my dad's like a Marriott, like Platinum or whatever fucking member. So, he gets all sorts of like hotel perks and stuff, so.
I got the drip going. I got the drip going. I got the drip going. It's like a faucet that's...
Well, let me tell...
Yeah, I saw this leg photo today. That shit's crazy, bro. See what else is happening. That shit was so... Zong Xena with the 2, to be fair, they raised him like this, reap what they saw. Yeah, you know, there is some truth in that, but at the same time, you as an adult can decide to be better. So there's also that. Griffin may not have a girlfriend, but at least he loves and respects his parents, probably visits them too. Yeah, like for Christmas and stuff sometimes, but they also come visit me a lot, so, you know. They got a lot of free time nowadays, so. Plus, my dad still does, like, some business shit up in this area every once in a while, so he's in the area pretty frequently, so every once in a while we'll, like, meet up or whatever. Griffin watching DSP must be a slow news. Nah, I just saw the thing about him not seeing his parents since 2019, and that filled me with a fit of disgust. Plus, I'm kind of bored of the Nintendo stuff. So, what is this? Xbox Game Pass, not for everyone.
Game Pass.
Oh, this is that Okay, yeah. I don't really ever watch this dude, but everybody keeps mentioning him.
Once the centerpiece of all Xbox marketing, is now being described by Phil Spencer as not for everybody, which
At least he has a clean setup. No wall of virginity. Like, I don't know.
many gamers might not be that surprising. Maybe
Yeah, we always see clips of him. People always talk about him. I've never really watched them.
never really used Game Pass and you just buy your games, or maybe you've been on Game Pass for such a long time you just don't even really think about it anymore. Regardless of where you land on the subservice, hearing that it isn't for everybody might not really ruffle your feathers, but it is a huge departure in messaging from Xbox that continues the brand's ongoing evolution, and it even seems to sort of confuse the messaging of everything is an Xbox if the major catalyst of what they offer to get into their ecosystem, which is Game Pass, is not for everybody. So let's look at the full extent of what Phil said, and I think it actually means some things for Xbox strategy as well as the future of Game Pass to consider. Now, before we do that, if at any point during this video you like what you hear, hit like and subscribe so you get more of my content. So Phil Spencer sat down with Variety to do an interview, and when they got to the top...
Let's see. So George F with the 2, I'm starting to hate DSP. F him, dude. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. DSP is not a good person. And with George F also with the 5, Alex is going to make fun of
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah. I don't think it really matters what I do at this point, man. That certain crowd just seems to have a, pretty large raging hate boner.
Topic of Game Pass, he had the following to say. For me, I look at Game Pass as a healthy option for certain people. It's not for everybody. If you play 1 or 2 games a year, Game Pass probably isn't the right business model for you. You should just buy those 2 games, and that would make total sense. But I want you to have the choice, so we remain focused on everything that's on Game Pass is also available to buy. We're making those games available to buy in more places. And I look at the overall hours of people who are playing on Xbox, playing our games, and that's a number that continues to grow fairly substantially, and that's really the metric I think about for success.
Yeah, because you're putting your shit on other platforms. Of course it's going to go up.
And Game Pass has been an important part of that.
You have to choose, Griffin, neckbeard or double chin. That's actually hard. I guess neckbeard.
But I don't try to solve for Game Pass specifically on its own. It's kind of part of the equation for Xbox finding new players. Now,
well, I would assume the neckbeard can't be shaved, is what he's implying.
Before we get to the part that is getting all of the attention, it is important to note that he's doubling down on something that he has said in the past, that games on Game Pass will also be available to buy. For a while, many thought that Microsoft, as a parent company, they might start pushing Xbox to make games on Game Pass only available in the sub-service, that you wouldn't be allowed to purchase them.
Well, if Game Pass was succeeding like all these people claim it is, then the games would only be available in Game Pass, just like certain series on Netflix are only available on Netflix, and same for Prime, Hulu, and all those other things. So, yeah, if it was actually super successful, then, yeah, it would be.
That's very much a Microsoft format for their software. So it is good to see that's not changing. They're not, leaving that idea behind. But the real lightning rod is the line about...
Neonverse with the 2, could you watch that video? What video? Can you give me the title?
About Game Pass not being for everyone.
I can see what
and
it is.
Not because he said it, but why he said it. He says if you're only going to be playing 1 or 2 games a year, then you'd be better off just buying them. And he's actually right. There's nothing about that that isn't factual. But here's the problem. Their goal their strategy, their marketing push to get...
Well, yeah, the only way Game Pass ever becomes profitable is if people who only buy 1 or 2 games a year subscribe to Game Pass, because then they're spending more money than they would have normally. And you're increasing the service revenue and subsidizing for the people who would have bought a bunch of games but are no longer doing so. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. How many Doom consoles? None, because they're not selling an actual console, which I think is a massive missed opportunity. They're selling a console condom, basically.
More gamers, since the console market is stagnant, according to Phil. Well, that's to get people to play wherever they are, whether they're on a smart TV, a tablet, a phone. Those are all Xboxes now. But he just told all those people that Game Pass isn't for them, because none of those people right now are presently buying or playing more than 1 or 2 games a year. Think of it this way. Game Pass is basically for people who are going to buy or play more than 1 or 2 games a year. How exactly does this land on folks who are not currently...
Daz watch... Okay. Yeah, let me see. See what it is. Fuck. Dude, I hate trying to copy out of chat. YouTube needs to make this shit less obnoxious. It's very annoying. Let's see. I'll drop it in the tab so I don't forget. Andy gets cocked, the game. That's a good title. This one. Yeah.
Currently gaming or currently within their ecosystem. You're telling most of the market of current gamers as well as non-gamers that Game Pass really isn't for them. The average gamer, in most of the reports you look at, they're buying somewhere between 2 and maybe 4 or 5 games a year. It's somewhere in that hemisphere. That means an awful lot of people won't find Game Pass appealing if they're only in that number of, 1 to 2, maybe 3. This is a huge 180 from the Xbox marketing up to this point.
Yep, because the service is subsidized by people who pay for it but don't really use it.
Game Pass was always front and center. It was like the central piece of the brand's identity. I've said for a while now that it felt like they were putting Game Pass sort of to the side. They moved day and dates to Ultimate, they increased the price of Ultimate, and just last month they shut down the Game Pass app, and they just announced an update to the Xbox app that they're going to be adding the long-awaited feature for you to be able to buy games through the app. I don't know about you, but this feels like a pretty big shift. Those who love Game Pass and enjoy the crazy amount of value, well, I would keep my eye on Xbox, because they haven't just made huge changes to where day and date is or the price of Ultimate. They are now telling most of the gaming as well as the non-gaming public that Game Pass isn't for them. And if it isn't for them, then Xbox might decide that it's not for them either. But those are just my thoughts. Feel free to leave a comment below. I try to reply to as many as I can. And remember, if you want to catch more of my content, hit like, share, and subscribe.
The truth about The Last of Us Complete. Maybe we'll watch this. I'm going to speed it up, though.
Well, it's time for another edition of The Last of Us to be
know what
sold.
the
It's
truth
the
is.
annual tradition of this title being repackaged in some way. And this time, I think it's obvious why they're doing it, but it opens up a lot of questions. Mainly, what does this mean for The Last of Us Part 3, since you're now selling something called a complete edition? Now, I've got my
Well, Neil Cuckman already said they're not doing a Part 3, so...
own theory about what's going on with The Last of Us Part 3, but I'm hearing things.
Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 2. Do you have any interests beyond gaming? Yep. Trading cards.
In the background here that are corroborating previous leaks about The Last of Us Part 3. So if you like these shorter, quicker videos, make sure and hit like and subscribe. That way you can be here for my uploads and my live stream. So listen, we got to get this part out of the way. It's obvious what they're doing. This is all about the TV show. The new season's about to hit, and when the first season hit, every single week an episode landed, it caused a surge of sales for the first game. Now, I think this is them essentially saying, well, you know what? Here's both. Here's both Part 1 and Part 2, because we're now getting into The Last of Us Part 2 territory in the actual show. So we're hearing, though, that they're going to be doing like more background story and things like that. I don't think they're going to rigidly follow the video game. I think they're obviously going to try to stretch the show as long as they can, because it's been so popular and so commercially and critically successful. Season 3's already been great.
Yeah, I don't think Sony wants to come out and admit that Last of Us 2 was a sales disappointment. So I think that's probably why Last of Us 3 is canceled. Is because they know that a game without Joel is not going to sell. because, you know, there was such a massive drop-off between Part 1 and Part 2, like 30 million versus 10 million. So I think Sony knows that the game did not meet expectations, and they know Last of Us 3 will do even worse because there's no Joel to market the game with.
Greenlit. But what does this mean for TLOU 3? How do you have the complete story? That's how they describe this in the trailer for this complete edition. They describe this as the complete story of The Last of Us. Well, if this is the complete story, then that means you're not making TLOU 3, right? Neil Druckmann even had recent comments about, like,
all right, why does he have to say TLOU? That's really irritating. Like, is it really that hard to say The Last of Us instead of TLOU? Like, ugh. It reminds me of a Pokemon card I have called Tinglu, and that shit is trash.
But he did say in the documentary he had come up with a concept for the third game. He didn't have a story yet, he just had a concept, but he described it as being its own thing. It kind of sounded like he wasn't going to be continuing another game with Ellie or the, you know, the epic of Ellie and Joel. It was going to be its own thing, maybe like a side story, something maybe more like an epilogue. They would advance time. Maybe that's how they're viewing this, right? Like the complete edition is The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. That's the complete story, and if they do a third game, it'll be a separate thing. He also said he's got story about Tommy that may end up being a game or maybe even a show. I think he's really gotten a taste for the shows that could be influencing some of the decisions. But here's what I'm...
Wow, Neil Cuckman got a taste for, you know, making movies instead of video games? I never would have guessed. Wow, I wonder where that came from.
Hearing, okay? And this is corroborating things we've already heard.
I never would have seen that one coming, man.
The leaker who typically only leaks things about TV shows, and they had said that The Last of Us Part 3 had already had some casting and some filming done for the game. Now, I'm hearing from sources that Naughty Dog moved people off of Factions, The Last of Us Online, when they canceled it, and they moved those people to The Last of Us Part 3. It internally has a code name, they're targeting a mid-gen PlayStation 6 release, and they could be aiming this to time this with the show. Like, if you think about it, like mid-gen PS6 would be, I don't know, 2031 or 2030. That's around the time that you could see The Last of Us Season 5 landing. Given Season 3 has already been greenlit, it's been commercially and critically successful up till now, they probably want to keep this train going, and if they're going to use Season 2 to add more backstory, I don't even think they're going to kill Joel until, like, the very end of the season. I think they're going to try to drag that out. So what would this mean for the complete edition if they are, in fact, working on Part 3, if it is a reality? Well, obviously, they could lean into the meme and just re-release it on the PlayStation 6 and remaster it and boost the graphics of Part 1 and Part 2, which obviously everybody would make fun of that and mock that, but the game seems to sell well when they do this. The third game, as I said, could also be its own thing. Maybe it doesn't even have a number. Maybe you have The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 as a complete story, and then the third game would be more of like The Last of Us Epilogue, or they would give it its own name. So you could have the complete edition and the epilogue sort of next to it. To me, doing a complete edition with plans of Part 3 allegedly being real and internal, it just makes me sort of confused. But given the commercial success of the game, they likely don't care if halfway through the PlayStation 6 gen, they're getting memed on and made fun of for doing another complete edition. Or maybe they would just wait and call it The Last of Us Collection, and they could do it like near the end of the PlayStation 6 gen. Like, either way this shakes out, they're clearly leaning into the meme just a little bit with this one. And listen, I have no interest in buying it. I loved my playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1 remake. I loved it, and I was surprised by Part 2 when I played the remaster. I didn't think I was going to enjoy Part 2. It kind of took me by surprise. I still think Tsushima maybe deserved Game of the Year, but I'll let that one go. As far as I can tell,
neither deserved Game of the Year, bro. Last of Us 2 nor Ghost of Tsushima deserved Game of the Year. There's only one game in 2020 that came out that deserved Game of the Year, and it's abundantly clear what it was, but because of the fucking movie game and Sony love in the games media, you know, it was completely robbed at every opportunity. Truly heartbreaking stuff.
Going to be continuing to use this franchise in a pretty big way, and the complete edition, my first reaction was,
nope, wasn't Doom.
Well, this is the end. They're not going to do a Part 3, but I'm hearing that that's not the case. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below, and as always, if you like this video, please remember to hit like, share, and subscribe.
Yep, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Exactly. The best game to come out in 2020 by a large margin. By a large margin. Alright, we'll see what this is.
Husker Dustless! Welcome back.
Let's do...
Does games and never does watches. Guys, I had an email this morning. Okay, I had an email this morning. I know you're being patient. You're driving me crazy. The merch. The merch. I've been told that I'm just awaiting an email literally today. So watch the video.
Yeah, this was an old Leafy video, I remember.
You can't look hard with a Batman bracelet. I'm sorry. Is she supposed to look hard or tough? In Britain, we say when someone looks hard.
Yeah, 7 years
tough.
ago. So yeah, this guy probably saw Leafy made a video on this back in the day and then made a video on it himself.
You know, just in case, you know, you didn't know the British slang. Scarlet, who apparently has trouble getting through metal detectors at airports. I mean, look at this. Wow, this is a lot of piercings. She looks good though. Like I used to be all goth and stuff. Like I feel the look. I'm feeling the look, Scarlet.
Ooh.
All right, Josh. He's only got one. Your girlfriend's got 17. It's just in one lip. Come on, Josh. You gotta up your face metal. John, who looks just like Josh, but with longer hair.
Yeah, this was, I think, Leafy's most viewed video back in the day.
Oh, we got a problem. It's about to drop. I can feel. You know, this is a build-up right now. It's about to drop. The beat is about to drop, people.
Yeah, he's one of those commentators that, like, pauses the video every 10 seconds for no fucking reason.
What was that? What is that? If I went into a zoo...
Wow, what was that?
And I stuck my fist up a silverback's asshole. That's what it would sound like. It sounds like someone's fisting a gorilla. I don't want to. Again, this looks like it's filmed at some sort of play park. Fuck, I'm gonna bring...
Griffin, I promise most of us don't look and sound like this. I think... Well, dude, this is what I've come to realize about the British YouTubers, is because y'all's social media laws are so strict that based British people are not, like, dumb enough, essentially, to make YouTube channels. So I just assume, like, the worst are the ones that make videos. Because usually they're lefties, so they won't get arrested by the cops for, you know, misgendering somebody or saying something mean online. So that's what I've come to realize, is the number of based British YouTubers is, like, super low because, like, you have a government that actively hunts you down if you say anything that doesn't fall in line with whatever lefty talking points are currently accepted.
Bring my kid there. I mean, I'm into rock and metal and stuff like that. I just, I'm not really a screamo kind of guy. You know what I mean? I don't mind a little bit of a wah, or whatever that was. You know, I mean, that is awful. That I can make out most of it, and, you know, my ears are vibrating. They're fucking vibrating.
You got a problem, bitch? Throw your hands up. It's you against me. This shit is one-on-one.
It's not really one-on-one, is it? I mean, all your friends are there screaming. Like, that would scare most people. And you've got a bat. Only pussies use bats.
If you didn't notice, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I'll punch you in the face, because you're just such a cunt.
Oh. Why punch her in the face, though, when you can just use the bat? What's the bat for? Is it for show? I like her hair. I like this colour.
I also a good point. I'd 100% be arrested if I said the same things you did on stream. It's sad. Let's go reform UK. Yeah, exact, bro. It is sad, honestly. Like the UK, it's sad, bro. Truly, truly sad. Griffin wants to tab this shit. Oh yeah, dude, with a fucking steamroller.
That's nice. I sound like I would be like her dad. What are you doing, sweetie? I'm going out for her bitch with my bat. Oh, your hair looks nice.
Fuck you, bitch. I'm a princess.
You're a prince. You're a what? You're
7 years old. So it's older. It's not as old as Leafy's original video on it.
a what? When you're a princess? Really? Yeah, I'm sure Ariel just swam around the ocean with a fucking bat. What is going on in the back? I'm sorry. Oh, you're supposed to be in any...
I would assume he's like a Let's Player, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, he's a Let's Player. I guess he does react. Let's see what his most popular videos are. Yeah, he just does reaction shit, I guess. I don't know. Maybe this was an old channel that he rebranded as a gaming one. That's possible, too. I'm not sure. I've never heard of this guy before.
Any music video focusing on... Usually it's the lead...
Yeah, the soy face thumbnail.
Singer, okay? What's going on in the background? What are they doing? They're not even contributing to the music video. Look at them. They're just stealing each other's clothes.
Dude, I fucking hate goths. I think they're ugly as shit.
It's so casual as well. They're not even trying to engage with the camera or the music video. Like,
dude, he kind of looks like an obese Ricky Gervais.
This guy after his hat gets stolen. Nah, come on. We're filming a music video. Bitch, give him my fucking hat back now. I think they just hit record and then whatever happens, they decided, right, that's the video, guys, let's go edit it.
You and your boyfriend's a loser. You spend all the time watching porn on your computer.
I don't think so, man. I don't have, well, I do have dark circles under my eyes, but it's not like eyeliner or any of that gay shit, so. That's about as emo as I get, is having dark circles under my eyes.
Fall in love with me, but all I did was use her. Your girlfriend fall in love with me, but all I did was use her.
Oh god, he's back. Fucking hell. I think she maybe jumped a little there as well. Am I mistaken? Did she jump? She did. I don't blame her. I fucking would. Someone come up to me and was like, I shit myself as well. Watch her not be ready for this.
Yeah, I don't like the aesthetic of emo and punk or whatever. Like, just dress like a normal human being, man.
She was like, oh, play off cool. You ever see that Vine? That Vine where they made that guy jump and he just went...
Just dress normal.
Do you remember that
like,
Vine?
I don't know.
It's kind of the same.
Alternative
shit. Is he in pain? Like, I don't understand what this is. If someone, like, clamped both of my nuts in a vice, I would make a similar noise. I would make a similar noise to what he is making. Fuck me. Come on. What is he saying? What's that? No, you know the noise you make when, like, you're...
No, it's not. It's years of not sleeping, dude. It's years of not sleeping has given me, like, permanent dark circles under my eyes. So, I don't know if they'd even go away at this point.
Gagging and you're about to be sick, you know? Oh, crap, I nearly did. You know, that's what he sounds like rapping. Oh, man. I can't understand what he's saying. What's he saying? I ain't rocking no dreadlocks. Okay, I made that out. When I pull up on the block, I'll...
It's not even hard to understand.
Throw my set elf. What's that mean? You gotta get your check. Because you need money, but you're making it and killing it. No, that doesn't make sense. You're either making it and killing it, you know, you're killing the game.
Yeah, but the irony of the whole I don't want to conform shit is literally they just buy alternative clothing from the same companies that sell normal clothing. So it's like a way of conforming while thinking that you're not. So it's just kind of ironic. You know, the whole goth, emo, whatever aesthetic is literally marketed as a way to be non-conforming, but you're still giving money to the same fucking companies that make normal shit. So, same difference at the end of the day. It's just marketing.
You know, and you're cashing checks and getting hosed.
You think you're doing something, but you're actually not.
All the shit you're singing about, or you're not. You can't do both. And the only thing you're killing is my eardrums and my will to live. That is the only...
I'm an ultimate conformist? I guess. I don't know. I don't really engage in the normie activities, though. Like, I don't go out to eat. I don't go to bars. I don't go to, like, fucking sporting events or movies or any of that type of shit, so... I don't know. I mean, I guess video games, maybe, but... I would say I have a pretty, abnormal existence compared to most people my age.
Thing that you're killing right now. No game is being killed. I think his hair's getting in his mouth. Like, that's why he's making those noises. Yeah, I'm killing it. Cut your hair! You can't even see! I can't stand it, right? I grew my hair out once when I was going through
Is this
like,
one
my
of the guys that, like, does shit with KSI? This is very similar, that's why I asked.
Emo stage when I was younger. And I couldn't deal with it. Like, I kept getting my eyes and it was just a table of all of us. All of us were just, like, you know, swiping our hair out, like, parting our hair, and it was just constantly in my fucking face like this. I was just sitting at a table stroking myself. And so I just got a haircut in the end. I just got a haircut, that's it. I couldn't do that shit anymore.
You either win or you lose. What's up? Emo shit, I'm rocking, change no MC on no black parade. Like, baby, let us have a lemonade, and I stole that shit till I got paid.
Did he just rap about selling lemonade to make money? That's adorable. Like, that is adorable. These kids are adorable. I'll have a lemonade. I actually want a lemonade now. God damn it. What the fuck was that? They're trying to raise Lord Imhotep or something. What was that? Sounds like someone's tickling Satan. Oh, stop it.
Why is he adding
I don't know what this classifies as. Emo rap, whatever, but I need more of it in my life. I need more. You shut up! Screaming at me all the fucking time! God damn it! Okay, the last note sounds like me last night after I had this massive curry, okay? I was on the toilet and I was like... Sorry to put that image in your head. Right, review time. That was, what word am I looking to describe?
Well, to be fair... Never mind.
What I've just heard.
But yes, he does look like pre-Troon Jim Sterling.
And scene. It literally sounds like...
But any guy that size kind of does.
Someone broke into a zoo and just started molesting a bunch of animals, like gorillas and fucking also, like, it's different. You got the girl who is the least intimidating thing I've ever seen. Like, my daughter, when she was 2, was more intimidating than the girl with the bat. The Screamo guy, well, it was just all unnecessary, wasn't it? It was just... Wow. That was terrible. That was terrible. It was just awful. And then the other rapping guy, I don't know, he didn't have a voice for rapping. It just sounded like someone who worked in the IT department and was complaining. Oh, and a paper and the printer doesn't work. And... do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm not being mean. It's just my review of it. Like, this isn't my thing. I don't know what this thing is, to be fair. Like, love, caress my channel. Thank you for watching today's video. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram. The merch.
Dude, I should become obnoxious with plugging my merch. Should make a new design and just shill the fuck out of it. Let's see. Major Jeff with the 2. What's this? Oh, the comparison? Yeah, I saw this. I think on Twitter somebody re-uploaded it. But here, let me see if I can put it. There we go. That's a huge difference. Damn. Yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better, bro. This looks like a modern Pokemon game. This actually looks good. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude, that's dramatic. Like, just the visual upgrade alone is a pretty big difference. But, like, the frame rate makes it even more impressive. That's actually, like, look how much more clear that is. Wow. Dude, that shit looks so crisp. Like, I'm not even talking about, like, the visual upgrade. Just, like, the image, like, actual clarity is so much better. Like, look how blurred the character is. Like, bro, look at that. That's, like, a night and day difference. This is what I like about games, when they have, like, sharp, defined edges. Like, it just looks so much better when objects aren't fucking blurry. That looks really, really good. I might actually play the game, though. That's the thing, is I'm going to be wanting to play all the new Nintendo Switch 2 stuff, so I might rebuy it. Why not? Why not, dude? Yeah, that's a massive difference. Feels like wearing glasses for the first time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hope Xenoblade gets a Switch 2 edition. That'd be awesome. Major Jeff with the 2 Dreamcast guys said it's a yeah, that video was terrible. Yeah, it's worse than the original version. Like, how? How is it worse than the original version? And Chaga Shaga Gaming with the 2. Why does Fratanga's voice sound so stupid? There's many reasons, but yeah, so somebody mentioned drugs, we'll go with that one. That one will get me in the least amount of trouble. So we'll just go with that. People are upset it's not free for the company putting more effort than Xbox. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo always charges for this type of shit. This is nothing new, so. Would it be nice if it was a free upgrade? Absolutely. Is it a big deal? Nah, I don't really care. Don't buy it if you don't want it. Simple as that. Oh, let me see real quick. Hold on, let's do we'll do some positive Xbox stuff. Here we go. We'll do some positivity for Xbox. I really wish it was an actual custom console, not this fucking console condom. That controller looks so nice. And like all the plastic on the front too is clear. So you can see through the shell of the controller into like the components and stuff. So it's going to look really nice. Yeah, I have it pre-ordered. I have the collector's editions pre-ordered for PS5 and Xbox. Yeah, I already pre-ordered 3 of them. I might get a 4th or a 5th. I'm not sure. But yeah, I have 3 pre-ordered. I don't like this. I don't think this looks good. That looks way better, man. Like, this compared to that, like... you can't do that shit. Seeing if I could zoom in, but yeah. Yeah, the Elite controller's $200. That's normal, though. They cooked with the controller design. Yeah. God bless Ed for keeping classic games alive. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think, haven't the collector's editions for Doom, the Dark Ages, sold out? I believe so. So hopefully everybody got their collector's editions pre-order in. Collector's edition. Let's see. I know the console versions are gone. Collector's bundle, pre-order, platform. Ooh, the only one left is Xbox, bro. Blech. Gross. Which maybe that might be... maybe I should buy that one to open. Because then I could grade the sealed steelbook. And then have the statue on my desk. Yo, that actually might be the move. That actually might be the move. Because I was going to open one for the statue. So, yeah, I should probably do that and then sell the steelbook. Because it'll have the Microsoft security seal on it. Let's see. Yeah, I have 4 collector's editions pre-ordered. So I have 2 PlayStation ones and 2 Steam ones. Nah, PlayStation Steelbooks don't have the security seal on them. So let's see. Doom Collector's Edition. Bethesda Gear Store. Oh, wait. Does Microsoft have them? Fuck. Go back. Microsoft exclusive. Out of stock on the Microsoft store. So, yeah. Make sure you order it, guys, if you want it. It's gone pretty much everywhere else. Alright, add to cart. Order summary. Check out. Blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking give a shit. Apple Pay. Alright, that's good. Come on, bitch, hurry up. Let's go. $10 shipping. Couldn't even give you free shipping, bro. That's so ghetto. Payment failed. Please use a different payment. Well, fuck you. Of course. Give me a second. Is this shipping? Yeah, okay. Delivery. Dude, I still need to change my billing address. That's really bad. I'm sure, like, maybe the people who live at my previous apartment maybe get some stuff, but I don't know. Oh, they're doing free shipping. Okay. Credit card. Just put in my Apple card, but use shipping as billing. No. Phone is optional. And place order. Yeah, well, now I have 5 of them, so I think that's more than enough. I didn't have an Xbox One pre-ordered. So, yeah. Whatever. Yeah, the statue does look fire. Like, honestly, I'm not a statue person, but I'll make an exception for this game. Like, bro, that shit looks so fucking good. That looks sweet. Like, honestly, that's a cool statue. That'll look cool. But yeah, that's the steelbook that comes with it. So hopefully the game is inside of the steelbook. So it says game. Well, that's for the PC version. So yeah, physical disc included. So I'm guessing it's going to be in the case. Pre-order to get. What is that? That looks sweet. Void Doomslayer skin. But yeah. I think that's worth getting a collector's edition of. So if you haven't gotten it, I would suggest getting it. But the Doom Eternal Collector's Edition, I believe, is very expensive nowadays. Let's see. Doom Eternal Collector's Edition. Sold items. Open box for $400. Another open box for $400. Another one for $400. No game, $500. $400 pre-owned. Sealed. We want sealed. I'm just curious. That's got to be pretty expensive. No game, read description, $450. $500 for the PS4 version? Jesus. $1,000 for the brand new one, sold February 8th. $500 for the PC version. Okay, yeah, so $500 to, $1,000, I guess, for a new sealed copy. Yeah, I have the helmet. I bought the collector's edition. I still have one sealed, so yeah. I ordered one to keep, and then I have one sealed still in my storage unit. You have enough points to receive 40% off. Yo, hold on. What is this shit? I have enough points for 40% off? Or not 40%, $40 off. Well, I might be able to get another one for 160. Let's see. I gotta see if I remember my password. Nope, I don't know what it is. Whatever. I don't care. I already ordered enough. We're good. Then I'll probably order another controller too. That's actually kind of crazy. The collector's edition costs less than the controller. Or no, it's the same price. It's the same price. Griff 4chan has been down for days. I'm going crazy. Sorry, PK. Nah, I probably won't watch the Mario Kart Direct. I have 8:30 meetings on Thursdays now, so yeah, I gotta go back to the old grind at that point, so I got bills to pay, dude. Yeah, I have both versions of the Fallout 76 bag, actually. I have both versions of the Fallout 76 bag from the infamous controversy, man. Those Aerith cards won't buy them. Exactly, man. And unless we hit the tips goal, then I'm going to have to go without. Oh, order confirmed. So, does anyone know who actually owns 4chan? Did that come out in this hack or whatever? Did that actually get revealed? I don't really know anything about the website because I've never used it, but was it actually owned by the government the whole time, bro? It's some Chinese dude? Interesting. Oh, that's a pretty nice size increase. I'm so glad they actually made it black this time, not like the gray or whatever that was on the previous Joy-Cons. I need it! Give it to me! I need to consume! I need to consume, dude. The consumer energy in me is, you know, revving up. If you're going to have like $80 controllers, at least make them last a long time. Well, I've had my Switch Pro controller since the very beginning of the Switch launch. So, me and this bad boy have been together for the past 8 years, man. And other than me jamming the Y button down to where it sits permanently lower than the other fucking buttons from playing Super Mario Wonder, this thing is held up incredibly well. Which, I mean, it still works, so it's not like it's busted or anything, but the Switch Pro controller is a fucking beast, man. This thing held up incredibly well. So, I mean, what other controller really can you use for 8 years? Like, the rubber on the thumbsticks isn't peeling, all the buttons are fine. The feel of the actual controller still feels good. I don't know, dude. I was very impressed with the Pro controller. I actually really like this controller a lot. It's a really comfortable controller to use, too. I mean, generally speaking, Nintendo stuff holds up pretty well. Like, they have good build quality and durability and just longevity for all of their products, it seems like. Because they value that aspect of the video game industry. Because they have such a long history with, you know, producing products that have been beloved for generations, essentially. Shit. Shit, man. The Elite 2 is very hit or miss. The build quality on them is not the best, so you might have a problem with them pretty quickly. It just depends. If you get lucky and get a good one, then you won't have problems, but a lot of people do have problems. There's a reason why GameStop stopped selling warranties on them, because people would keep bringing them in because like the bumpers or whatever might break. Yep, them ceiling burrs be chirping me. Donkey Kong Bonanza looks great. Yeah, that game looks really good. I'm looking forward to that. I probably should go ahead and hop off. I mean, it's already almost 7 o'clock, so I gotta get ready for my early meeting, dude. Just in case some more shit came in. Like, I already had to stay on till like 8 tonight, because I had a bunch of stuff come through at 5, of course, that needs to be ready for my meeting this morning. So I had to stay on at work very late last night. So I wouldn't be surprised if more shit comes through this morning. So, yeah, I probably should hop off. But I hope you'll have a wonderful Thursday. And I guess I'll see everybody later tonight. Peace out, everybody.